past 5 years, we have witnessed the birth of countless excellent teams and players in all 5 major regions. They are still remembered by us to this day. At the same time, we also remember our fans who loved us from the very beginning. On the occasion of this 5th anniversary, let's turn back the clock to the starting point of PUBG Mobile esports, the Southeast Asia region, where all the stories began. As the first world-class event, PUBG Mobile Star Challenge gathered professional players from all over the world. With continuous development, the 2019 PUBG Mobile Club Open Global Finals is undoubtedly the most exciting event.
2019 Fall Split Global Finals, ladies and gentlemen, give yourself a round of applause!
Among the countless rising stars, one shined particularly bright. Bigatron Red Aliens, a team from Indonesia,
Bigatron Red Aliens!
just got first place in the PMCO Southeast Asia Fall Championship, earning the chance to compete in the PMCO Global Finals in Malaysia. In the subsequent prelim stage, intense competition kicked off immediately. And finally, they advanced to the Grand Finals in 2nd place. BTR demonstrated impeccable strength in the competition. By the end, BTR was leading the lobby by a significant 106 points, bringing the first ever championship title to the SEA region.
Di saat itu siapa yang nggak kenal dengan nama Bigatron gitu? Tim yang punya segudang prestasi, mereka juara dunia di PMCO Global Finals tahun 2019. Mereka banyak banget melahirkan pemain-pemain berbakat, Zuxi, Luxi, Ryzen, Microboy. Terus habis itu Zuxi, Luxi juga saat mereka menjadi juara dunia, mereka berada di masa prime-nya mereka banget.
PUBG Mobile Esports always strives to develop and grow year after year. That's why we made sure to continue the support and build the SEA region. In 2020, the improvement of the competitive schedule introduced the World League, which later became the World Invitational. We also launched the PUBG Mobile Pro League, where even more outstanding teams joined the competitive stage. In the 2020 PMWL, BTR once again clinched the championship in the East. This had given Southeast Asia the title of the strongest region in the world. They hoped to continue their legacy at the PUBG Mobile Global Championship, the pinnacle of PUBG Mobile esports. However, BTR was not able to repeat their performance from the previous year.
Top 2 teams is going to get this round. Winner, chicken dinner, Nova XQL.
With the rise of Team Nova, countless brilliant moments were had, but this also left many players with regret.
After BTR Red Alien won at the Global Championship in Kuala Lumpur, we thought C region was the best. We thought nobody could beat C region except maybe RRQ Athena, maybe Illuminate the Murder, maybe Mega Conqueror. But C region was the best at the time. And we get to the league. We heard of a team called Nova. We thought maybe this team is not that good. On the contrary, they owned all the teams. They were very good.
Let's move forward to the year 2021. With continuous efforts, more teams and players joined the Pro League. For example, Xavier, who placed 3rd in the 2020 PMWI East League, also secured 2nd place in the PMGC East League. FaZe Clan also made their debut on the world stage.
Có thể nói 2021 là năm thành công nhất của Dingo Xavier trên đấu trường quốc tế, khẳng định vị thế và tên tuổi của Việt Nam vô cùng mạnh mẽ. Còn với FaZe Clan, đây là năm đầu tiên họ đặt chân đến với giải đấu cao cấp nhất của PUBG Mobile, nhưng lại khiến tất cả những đối thủ khác đều phải dè chừng và e ngại.
Undoubtedly, the year 2022 has brought the greatest changes to the SEA region. Vampire Esports emerged, dominating 2022 PMWI, winning both the main and after-party tournaments, while also setting records for most chicken dinners, most eliminations, and more. They were not only facing competitors from the SEA region, but from all over the world. Everyone was talking about VPE and wondering if they can maintain their performance at the Global Championship or if it was just a stroke of good luck. On the last day of the 2022 PMGC Grand Finals, VPE won 3 chicken dinners alone, moving from the bottom of the table to 6th place, achieving the best result for the SEA region. They pulled off another miracle, but sadly, it was not enough to win it all. In 2023, VPE continued their impressive performance. They once again won everything at the 2023 PMWI.
23 PUBG Mobile World Invitational Champions, Vampire Esports!
ก็ย้อนกลับไปในปีที่แล้วนะครับเอาจริงก็ผมมองว่าน่าจะโอ้โหไม่มีใครที่จะมองว่าทางฝั่งตัวแวมไพร์จะซักเซสได้ถึงขนาดนั้นนะครับเพราะยุคนั้นเหมือนทุกคนจะโฟกัสไปทางฝั่งตัวอินฟินแล้วก็เฟสแคทที่มีแบบว่าผู้เล่นดังๆนะครับแล้วก็ถ้าจำมันได้เหมือน PMGC ปีล่าสุดมากินไก่แบบเบิ้ลติดกันในวันสุดท้ายเหมือนเอาจริงน้องๆก็เคยบอกเลยว่าเฮ้ยเราเครียดกันไปหรือเปล่ามันเป็นตัวเองดีกว่าเล่นแบบปล่อยจอยได้แบบจอยเลยสุดท้าย3คะแนนติดจบอันดับ6ของโลกซะอย่างนั้นนี่นะครับแวมไพร์สปอร์ตเหลือเชื่อจัด
But don't forget, Alter Ego, an Indonesian team, showed a very strong performance by winning the Super League twice. The SCA Super League was an upgrade to the previous championship, which by many is considered to be the most competitive league in PUBG Mobile. They could potentially become the next legend of the SCA region.
Untuk dibilang legend, gue rasa belum sih untuk Alter Ego. Walaupun mereka sempat ngedapetin back-to-back champion untuk di PMSL 2023, itu menurut gue hanya sekedar untuk ngasih pembuktian gitu bahwa Indonesia tidak kehabisan pemain berbakat. Ya mungkin contohnya Rosemary gitu. Datangnya dia ke Alter Ego tuh bener-bener jadi ujung tombak untuk Alter Ego. Dan gak berhenti di Rosemary. Masih ada Alpha juga yang didatangkan oleh Alter Ego untuk mengisi kekosongan atau kekurangan dari Alter Ego. Dan gue rasa PMGC 2023 ini akan menjadi ajang global championship pertama gitu untuk Rosemary dan juga si Alpha. Jadi wajib banget kita nantikan performnya mereka di PMGC 2023 dan please di notes pastikan tonton Alter Ego sampai akhir.
Of course, there are many more teams we haven't mentioned, but these teams will all take part in the 2023 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. So what do you think? Who will be the ultimate winner in this year's PMGC? Will they be from SCA? Well, there's only one way to find out.
Today is now week 1, day number 4, the final day, do or die for Group Green. Tash Bunny here on ground over at the 2023 PMGC group stage. Now, if you guys didn't know, the top 3 teams will be directly invited all the way to Turkey for the Grand Finals. But on the other hand, 5 teams will be going home today from Group Green. And one of the teams currently in danger of facing elimination is Quest from Saudi Arabia. And with me, I have Al-Haji, who is here to share his thoughts about what is going on, the predicaments as faced by his team right now. So your team, Al-Haji, is currently in 14th place. So how are you guys feeling right now?
التيم حاليا على المركز 14. كيف شعوركم؟
صراحة الشعور يعني نص ونص، لكن نحاول إن شاء الله باليوم الأخير نقدم كل ما عندنا على مود نقدم بالمراكز المتقدمة.
The team's mood is not that good. We are sad though because of the performance we had. We will try our best and we will promise you to get better and better.
There we go. The fans are honestly wondering, and I'm sure that this words of reassurance would give them a little bit of hope. So let's talk a little bit about your journey. So on day 1, you guys started off strong, 5th place, and then suddenly it seemed like you guys were just struggling to find your footing. So can you tell us a little bit about what obstacles your team is currently facing?
أدائنا أول يوم كان حلو. شو صار باليومين الأخيرة وشو الصعوبات اللي واجهناها بهاليومين؟
بداية اليوم الأول كان حلو بالنسبة لنا، لكن بالأيام الثاني والثالث كانت في أغلاط بسيطة وما توفقنا ببعض الأحيان بسبب الزونات، لكن إن شاء الله اليوم الأخير راح نحاول نقدم كل ما عندنا والتوفيق من بيد رب إن شاء الله.
We had some individual mistakes that we are trying to make it better for the 4th day. We had like hard zones as well, so we had everything settled down for these past 2 days, and we will try our best for the upcoming days.
I mean, I'm gonna have to agree with you. Some of the circles were super hard shift as well, so that may have just played a factor for you guys as well. So let's talk a little bit about the stakes. The stakes incredibly high for you guys. So what is your game plan for today? What are you planning to do here to get going to the survival stage?
شو راح تسوي اليوم as a strategy مشان نصير أحسن ونلعب أحسن في آخر 6 جيمات.
اليوم الأخير راح نسوي خطط جديدة، راح نحاول نقدم كل ما عندنا باليوم الأخير وعلشان نتقدم بالمراكز المتقدمة، وإن شاء الله اليوم تشوفون شيء مختلف باليوم الأخير.
We will change our strategies. We will try to make less individual mistakes. We will perform well. We will try to, and you will see us in better shape.
And there you have it, guys. And I wouldn't be surprised if all the teams would be changing their mindsets today as well, because again, not only are stakes very high, but the risk of elimination just looms in the distance. But for now, I'm going to toss it back over to the panel to dig into the action for the day. We'll see you guys in a little while.
What's up, everybody? It's Hot Jukes here with Kalars and Maxman. The final day for Group Green. We got to hear from one of the players from Quest, and they're in the hot seat today, right? Because if this tournament was ended right here and right now, they would be going home. But they're only 4 points away, Kalars, right? So those teams at the bottom really got to clutch up today.
Yeah, there's still a good opportunity for Quest, Gladiators, BRA to be able to jump out of that bottom 5 here. If you are bottom 5, you're done for this tournament. Nobody wants to be in that position, especially, I will have to say it, a team like Gladiators who did here. There were doubts around how they were going to perform in their championship play, and it's not looked spectacular thus far. So my eyes are definitely on them to try and, I suppose, prove that they mean more than a bottom 5 here in Group Green.
100%. So for anybody that's just tuning in here for the first time, remember, this is Group Green. 3 teams will be moving automatically to the Grand Finals. The bottom 5 are eliminated, done for, and everybody in between is going to be going to a survival stage. But, you know, teams definitely want to avoid that survival stage if they can here, Max, right?
Yeah, of course, it's going to be a tough one. I mean, if you have to make in a survival stage or go home right now, I think I would go with the survival stage. You want to try and stay in the middle of the pack right now if you can. But it's going to be tough because if you make into the survival stage, guess what? You're going to have to go in the next stage of the tournament. You're going to have to relearn how the teams drop, how they rotate, do all of that research, pay attention for the next 2 weeks of how it's going to go down for Group Red and Group Yellow. And especially one thing you have to keep in mind, you're going to have those rotating lobbies, which makes it a little bit tougher to really find that consistency in the lobby that's going to have technically some way better caliber of play than initially you would have at the start of these groups. So it's going to be tough, but at least you still have of reaching the Grand Finals if you make it that far.
Hopefully you can see that. Of course, before we get started, we got to give a big thank you to our sponsor, the Infinix GT10 Pro smartphone here for PMGC. If you guys, of course, want to go ahead and wipe the lobby, go ahead and check out that GT10 Pro. So besides that, of course, make sure you guys check out the TikTok as well. Search PMGC 2023 so you guys can get a little quick look about everything behind the scenes and all that kind of good stuff. And that, make sure you follow all the socials, guys. I mean, this thing is getting crazier by the second. I love to see how much PUBG Mobile Esports has just progressed over time here, Max, man. The skill cap now is just more intense than it's ever been before, and by a mile.
Yeah, it's really intense right now, the level of competition we've been able to see. And especially, sure, we talked a lot about the top teams, right? We talked about Loops, we talked about Stalwart. Man, we've seen some significant improvements. And if there's one team I really want to bring up after what we saw yesterday, Hot Jukes, it has to be Reject. Like, what a day yesterday. A chicken dinner followed up with 2 second places that could have been a win. It was just kind of unfortunate how things really wrapped up, especially when you get rushed on by Ayala, the man, the myth, the legend, just popping off on fire with the DBS. But I'm telling you, man, we're going to see some other improvements, and teams at the bottom that we already said, right, that is the big storyline today. Yeah. Those guys might be bringing some big changes and some big improvements, hopefully, heading into these 6 matches.
100%. Well, Kalars, I'm going to ask you this question, right? I know like it's hard to do because we haven't seen any matches here today, but I want to get into the... Okay. Alpha 7. That's the team. All the teams below them are going to be down, and the 2 squads that have the biggest chance out of everybody is Persija and Rejects, like Maxman just said, right? So do you expect them, right, to try and hunt down Alpha 7 or take them out here in the Sandhawk, maybe later in Erangel? If you were to put your coach hat on, what would you suggest?
I don't think they'll be targeting them. I think they'll be playing their game, but playing it at a more heightened, aggressive state. I think they'll be looking for other teams around them a bit more aggressively to try and find eliminate points wherever. I think that if you're going to down Alpha 7, I think that's not the wisest play because they're great in the fight, right? Like, I don't think you're going to be able to eliminate them personally, but I think you can exploit other teams around you as you're rotating, as you're kind of playing a central position and things like that. I think they'll take a few more risks here and there to try and get that top 3, because as we said yesterday, there's nothing to lose for them right now. You have to be a bit more aggressive to try and push into that top 3.
Hank, nothing to lose, but a whole lot to gain. Look at that, $3 million on the line here for PMGC. You want to make sure you guarantee that ticket to the big show. So, you know what? I do agree with what you said, Kalaris, as far as, you know what, play your own game at a heightened state, especially here in Sandhawk. But, you know, Maxman, pop off in Sandhawk, and they get, you know, 20 points, something like that. I don't think you really much have a choice, right? I don't think you can just let them run free in Erangel.
Yeah, it's going to be real spooky if Alpha 7 start popping off on the get-go here. And I'm telling you, I think the best strat, if you want to really try and qualify for that top 3, and you currently your Procedure Evos, your Reject, maybe even your Melise, you just wait until that last Erangel. Just no one expects it's like, we just played 2 Erangel. It was fine. It was chill. And just you hot drop them. You eliminate or your favorite thing, Hot Jukes, you camp the car spawns. You could do that too. It could be a valid strat, but there's going to be, I think, one spot only for that top 3, which is the you can fight for, so that competition top is gonna be rough for these 6 matches.
Yeah, you know what, I think camping, you know, vehicle rotations would have been a lot more beneficial yesterday, just to kind of throw some of these teams off their game, slow down their rotation, something like that. Today it's gonna be, I think, a little off, but here are the ranking top 3 again. Move on, and you can see that gap. It's a good cushion, but it's not big enough to pass up. Now, as far as Stalwart and Loops go, man, these things, they got this thing locked down, Kalars.
Yeah, they're almost certainly at least finishing in that top 3. So congratulations to them, all things considered. Unless something insane happens today, right? Unless they all bow out with 0 points and then the 3 below them are able to get insane points on the board. But not only that, I mean, if you look over to the right-hand side as well, where the danger zone truly is, you can see it highlighted 9th through 13th right now. But I would also include Quest in this, considering that they're only 1 point behind Gladiators. For Agonai and Zerzia, I do think their run has probably come to an end here. I don't think that they can keep up the averages high enough to be able to catch up to that barrier position. Amber, Fables, Gladiators, BRA, a lot from Arcs trying to challenge for those spots. Really close. They are so neck and neck with one. Honestly, there's very few moments where these teams have impressed me enough, so there's gonna need to be some significant pop-off moments here throughout the day for these teams to try and scramble away from that bottom 5.
I think I touched upon it yesterday a little bit. Right now, we are looking at these teams at the bottom. It's going to be down to the last match, I think. That is how close that's how, as you said, it's going to be. So down to the last game, we're going to possibly have an extra team or 2 pushing themselves into the survival stage. But one of the teams that had a push-up on day 3, matches, and it was the perfect time to do so, was the entirety of Chamba. A bit lackluster on the elimination side of things. I think that could come later on in the day. So if they can capture eliminations, that might just solidify their position in the survival stage. But right now, I mean, you're looking at the top contenders. These are the guys currently Alpha 7. Sure, they're bringing the eliminations, but Procedure Evos in particular, also a nice comeback yesterday. So right now, they're currently the team that's just looking to overtake Alpha 7. Maybe in this first game, Hot Jukes, like, it could be changing and being all over the place right out of the gates from game 1.
Needs to happen, because this is going to be the final Sandhawk so far of Group Green. There's only one that's going to be played. It's going to be right off the rip. So I am going to be excited to see the different strategies. And this is the problem, right? When you kind of wait to the final day and you have to kind of clutch up points, there's so many different in here, you know, because, like, for example, Kalars, Aegon I8, they're completely out of the running. The only way that they can get into it is literally a chicken dinner off the. So they're going to have to employ it. Not saying got that team at the bottom. I think it's all over for them, and I think they know it as well. So there's nothing to lose. Who knows what's on their mind?
Yeah, I paint a more doom and gloom picture than you do when it comes to the Agon I8 situation. But let's be real, they have won a Sandhawk in the past, right? They won it with a 10 eliminations. They were able to leapfrog ahead of their competition on that Northwest Island, down into Trifecta, and control that area pretty well for the most part. So maybe this is a lifeline for Agon I8 here, sat in 15th place, kind of 20 points behind 14th place. But as you say, one chicken dinner could make up that difference, and Sandhawk could be the good bedrock for that to begin.
I did a bit of cheeky calculations actually in the background. Right now, if you're comparing at the averages of Mad Balls and kind of expecting where the threshold would be to enter in the survival stage, you're looking at about 109 points, 110 points. Right now, for Agon I8, that means on the day, they would need 51 points, which is doable. Like a really good day is about 60 points. That range you're reaching about 10 points average per game. It is doable. It's just, I think that right now, as you said, we were chicken dinner from the get-go on Sandhawk because they have got a win there would be really important. 51, from what we've seen so far, doesn't seem quite doable, but one win could put them in a position where they could reach a decent average to the survival stage.
I would say they almost need like a Northwest Island or a Trifecta Circle for that to happen, right? I think they need something leaning their way to be able to try and convert against it, because the one bet all of that situation is the third. You've got the Gladiators and the Alter Ego situation where they're tied up against one another. It gives them so much room to move around in. But I mean, again, this is kind of wishful thinking. We'll see how it pans out.
Yeah, I mean, it's a must, though. I think it is an absolute must for them here at this point, because going into Erangel, going into Miramar, there are so many teams that are going to be needing these elite points. They're going to be popping up. I mean, even first and second place, right? Loops and Stalwart, they're going to be fighting it out like crazy, trying to put that belt around them. You know what I'm saying? Get some of that extra cheddar in the bank, Max, man. So it is going to be an all-out war from the get-go, at least in my eyes.
Yeah, it's going to be over the top right now. Stalwart and Loops, almost, they could be like, oh, you know what? We don't like for 7. How about we just ruin this, allow another team to come in, because they are relatively safe. I don't think they're safe enough, so have a good start to the day, and maybe if you want to try and have an impact on what the Grand Finals could look like, you could definitely try and do so. You could even try at the bottom to impact teams that are going to make in the survival stage. If you have teams that tend to drop close to you, have a similar rotation on your Wrangles, Miramar, etc., you could try and do that. It's really pushing it. It really rarely happens, but it's always something that's got to linger in the back of your head. Just maybe that is something that could come up, but I think a lot of the teams are just going to feel the pressure that, okay, we need to all qualify for the Grand Finals if you're in the big 3, or just avoid the bottom 5. That is going to be on everyone's mind today.
I'll tell you something. Seeing Rejects here has had a pop start to the day yesterday, right? If they have a similar pop-off to the start of this day, then Alpha 7's going to be feeling the pressure. I did not think we would be in a situation where Rejects would be challenging for top 3, but yesterday, after Sarah's interview and them coming out with a first, second, anything's possible here in PMGC, and Rejects is making magic happen to convert.
You can see the top Sandhawk performers right here, and one of those names, right, we talked about a little bit earlier, is Agon. They need it. So I know that they had to have done their homework. They have to do the math as well and realize how important this first game is. But like you mentioned, there's teams at the top that have such a good little cushion that they can decide to take out teams at the bottom, do whatever they want, but they're still in that first. I'm going to ask you this, Max Man, okay? For those teams that are on the in the extra hot seat, right? I'm going to give you 4 team names, okay? Falcons, Mad Bulls, Raw, and Gladiators. Which team out of those 4 do you think are going to be able to make it into the survival stage?
Okay. I would say right now, Bruh. I would be happy to see Bra, because they've been willing to make changes, and I feel like just them being willing to make changes like that, like giving up on the hot drop with Xavier in particular, is a good change. So I want to see that rewarded, and hopefully they can advance, because when it comes to taking fights, man, they can pop the hell off sometimes, especially he's on fire sometimes. So yeah, if I had to pick one, it's Bra, but that's, you can't ask me that question, Hot Juice. That's just mean.
Well, you know what? Well, let me ask. I'm gonna ask Kalaris. Do you agree with that?
You know what? I think Fate has an interesting and funny way of messing around with us. I think Gladiators is going to make it by the skin of their teeth. Because, let's be real, they made it here by the skin of their teeth. And I think we're going to see them move into the survival by the skin.
They would need 30 points on the day if they want to qualify. Like, again, if you're expecting averages to happen, 30 points on the day for Gladiators, heavily doable today. So we'll see if they can try and reach that threshold today.
It's crazy to even think that they're in this position in the first place, right? 30 points for them should be an automatic, like, yeah, of course they can do it. But with how they've played lately, not just here in Group Green, but in the last tournament they were in, there's definitely a lot of big, a lot of big question marks for sure.
They need to start good from the get-go on this Sanhok. Don't go for the hot drop against Alter Ego. If it happens, I'm going to be fuming, Hot Troops. Don't do it. Drop somewhere else. I don't care.
Avoid it, right? Oh, let's see what the boys think as we take it on over to the casters.
Will they be pulling any punches, or will they be straight back into the hot drops? It feels like they just can't avoid it, Blank. Even if they wanted to, Alter Ego will be chasing them down. They've started a feud, and I can't wait for it, mate. Last day of Group Green talent has been displayed over the past couple of days, Blank. What more can we possibly ask for today?
I mean, there's been so many nutty teams that have been able to pop off time and time again throughout all these days, and I think Loops has sort of stolen the show a little bit, honestly, towards that top side. But it has caused this like weird problem towards the bottom of the tables, right? With Stalwart and Loops both hitting their stride about 180 points at the end of yesterday. Now you've got this issue where pretty much everyone from roundabouts, I think it's 13th, 14th place, can make it in towards that top 11 to get towards that survival stage. It's scary stuff, man. And we had an interview at the start of the day from Quest. A little bit sad for the guy, and it kind of makes sense that he would be a bit upset that the team morale would be low, because they have had some hard rotates, they've had some hard circles. Sort of felt like one of the teams that has just had the luck not going in their favor, and I don't think they're a bad team by any means, but I do think they've let it get to their heads just a little bit. So hopefully they can reset coming into the day, because they've had some decent plays, right? They have had some decent plays. They've been fairly consistent. It's not a case where they've had one amazing day and that's what's propelled them towards this position in 14th place. No, every single day has been putting up around 20 points every single time, 30 points, and they're in 78 place, 78 points in 14th place. So I do believe that they're a team that can make it in, alongside with Bra. I'd agree with Maxman, 82 points. They've been willing to make adjustments. Yes, maybe Gladiators can make it in. Require a bit of a Gladiators last day to do it, and from those first 2 days it just felt odd to me, this team. It really did.
Yeah, it felt like something wasn't clicking with Gladiators. You know, if they're a machine, Blank, one of the cogs isn't there, and it's just not turning. There is no force behind a lot of the plays they go for, and that's what worries me. If they've been a bit dulled, if they're not as sharp as they usually are, trying to mount a last day comeback isn't going to come easily to them. It has to be absolutely. And like I said, it cannot start with a rough ride off the back of a hot drop on Sanhok. We'll see how it goes, though. We'll leave the speculation at the door and start to look at the facts as we get into our last round of games here. Final day for Group Green. So much room for teams to leapfrog one another. Who will be in the survival stage? Who's making it out in top 3? We'll find out at the end of these games. But let's kick it off as we groove into Sanhok.
Yeah, not only the last day for Group Green, but the last day for this green map of Sanhok. Only one remaining, it is this one. Gladiators, like the boy said, I actually wouldn't mind alpha drop from this team. There is a significant amount of compounds towards that area, and honestly, that might be the wise play because they're right on the edge at the moment. You can see here, they are actually dropping over to the side, so that adjustment does come through on their part. Look at that, me and Maxman just predicting the future in the process. Tiamba as well, 9th place, Jackie. The Chinese team actually, I think, has done badly. They've had some gifted wins, especially on that was kind of just textbook for them in terms of just picking up the circle and winning. See here just desperately running around like, where is Gladiators? Where have they gone? They can't spot them whatsoever. There might be a chance for them to have a little peek down towards that western side, but I just don't think it's likely. Again, just touching back on Tiamba, currently in 9th place. They would have to perform fairly well today, right? Because I think some of their wins have come fairly easily. It's just been some nice little points here and there, getting towards the end game while 2 behemoths are fighting off in the distance. Tiamba's just staying out of the argument. But again, it's a team that has placed themselves in 9th place. Maybe they hold on to it, maybe they don't.
No, man, I think you're right with that. You know, you're not beating around a bush. The chicken dinner they took yesterday, I believe, was a 2 elimination game. The facts are kind of in there, right? Where it's one of those where you're like, okay, fair enough, you've been able to secure it, but you need more today. You know, that's one side of the bread buttered blank, but you can't coast by on that, especially with how competitive you'd imagine the lobbies are going to be today. There'll be no room for 2 elimination chicken dinners, or I've now cursed it. And that's kind of what we're going to be looking at throughout the course of the day. So let's see. We'll find out how things go. It is nice, at least. I was kind of right there with you when you were saying about Alter Ego peering over the ledge, looking for info on Gladiators. I was thinking if they were going to play that similar style from yesterday, because it almost just felt like they were really tilted by Gladiators. So any opportunity they saw where they could hunt them down, they just would. They'd hard commit to trying to take them out. And obviously, the risk you run today is, if you go for that, you're not accumulating any points up the play. And the difference between Gladiators in 13th with 80 points, roughly, if we round up, versus Alter Ego with 97, that's only a stone's throw away. That's definitely something that you can start to lap. So they won't run too many risks. Rosemary, though, bides his time and seems to have found a fight that he is comfortable with, Blank. That's an instant knockout and a first blood going with no room to trade for IA.
Yeah, I mean, the M4 Iron like one of the better ones in the game, but it's still not easy to use because you do sort of block your own vision with the little nub on the end of that bad boy. But a very, very good shot coming through from Rosemary at distance, no sights on the thing. That doesn't happen too often. Balak, though, immediately responds. Nice shots over towards Rosemary. There are players around him, but it's going to take a while to get back up towards him to actually pick him up again. So you can see Potato now clambering back into position here.
Everyone feels a little bit silly as a trade. For Rosemary there, exposing himself a little bit towards the ridge side of the cliff. But, like you said, Potato going to be able to make his move back up, revive the teammate, and assess the situation for now. It's a bit of a 2-2 split. I think we've got the rotate from Bra. Bra definitely commanding a love from all of us over the course of the past 3 days of play. We've seen them willing to adapt, willing to adjust their play style after a bit visioning in the first day of constantly battling for control of Pachinki, really starting a feud versus DX. Now it seems like Melise have become their target as they put out control looking good, and pickings, Kishu, strikes, and this isn't looking too great. You've really fragmented it and could probably clean up on these knocked players without much of a response. So Kane and Topsic in a bit of a bad spot here. At least Coursera is still alive and kicking. Thought he went down in the commotion, but he's been able to back off towards the ridge. They keep the teammate alive in Kakali, just trying to commit to going for the saving, but they realize it's too little too late. They've got to give up the goose on that one. So Bra go down a man and try and bail out.
I think for Melise Esports as well, like we didn't get really to touch on them too much yesterday, even after their win on Miramar, mainly because we were focused on some of the teams towards the bottom and how they were going to make it in. But Melise have certainly put themselves here in the league stage. Bra off the get-go. And this is a reoccurring trend for Bra Esports as well. It's just these dry pushes over into compounds and fully short. And then they just end up getting naded or DBS'd out of there. And I think this is a problem that Bra needs to fix if they do head in towards the survival stage. But that is not a good start to your day. There 0 points, effectively dropping you down to just 5 more chances to put up the points and increasing the overall average that you'll need, because points on the game is definitely going to hurt your chances there. There's teams now that can leapfrog underneath you, like Gladiators as well as Quest. It's a little bit tough for you. Falcons similarly might be able to get further ahead in this game, but they're far down towards that south side. There's 3 other teams that we're really focusing on right now. The middle of the table, they seem fairly secure for now, so we'll touch on them maybe later in the day. But it's Alpha 7, Pacific, and Reject, and the Japanese squad fighting for their lives to get in towards that ticket to punch their way towards the Grand Finals at the end of this month, right? So you are really, really looking forward towards Pasija, Evos, and Reject being able to have a good day. Alpha 7 sweating just a little bit. They're not too far ahead, but they certainly picked up the pace at the end of the day yesterday.
They did. Went back to that sort of more aggressive style that we know they can play very confidently. But today, it's got to be flawless the entire way through. It is exciting, though. I agree. We're looking at that sort of upper echelons that could shake so violently with just how few points it is between each one of them. And it's interesting the way the early game's gone here, at least as well, with Zia being able to steal away some of the eliminations. That kind of makes it easier for a few of the other squads to still look to ascend here versus the points being picked up by one of the more well-fed squads. So could be a bit of a nightmare. Bra Esports definitely going to be upset with the way the early affair went on this one. Zone's going to start to encroach in as well. See how our squads are setting up. Yesterday, all about center for Reject, complete facelift on their playstyle, and it worked really well for them. You know, we saw basically what could have been, in an alternate timeline blank, 3 back-to-back chicken dinners. They only secured the one, but it was always a close second on the following games. They played some really stellar PUBG, so I hope that continues from them. Alter Ego as well, seeming to find the opportunity to strike versus Quest in the background as one man was knocked. Meanwhile, we join the Mad Bulls, who are fighting versus Loops. Loops, the big dogs on the block at the minute. They are #1 when it comes to our standings, and they had a fantastic run over Group Green, always showing how confident they can be. But can they contend versus the Bulls that have seen red, spreading out and trying to take some space off them? Chief? Pop in the stims and look into non-contact.
Yeah, this is the box, right? They're fighting for their lives in this tournament, but it's Reject actually from the side getting a side swipe on them. That's on the northern edge, so Mad Bulls might have to pull away from that. A lovely nade will take down one, but look at this off in the distance. Procedure Evos, they have cut off the rotate coming through from Alpha 7. They're direct competitors. They've already got 2 knocks on the side. There's one that's been thrown back over towards Zuxi so far, but more damage keeps on pouring through, keeps Alpha 7 on their toe.
Ooh, Alpha 7. They're not on their toes anymore, Blank. They've been knocked onto their knees as the nades are going to blow them straight off their feet. Redface shutting down one for good as well, still peeking in to look what more damage he can deal. And that is a hefty amount of chip damage. Connecting onto Alpha after shot, even though they respond in kind, it's going to take far longer for them to reset from this, and you've got a bit of a push developing as well. Evos have fragmented into 3 prongs. Redface drawing the attention, a 2-player duo squad pushing up on the right-hand side, and Luxy trusted as a solo to develop a flank, or if he gets in with the right timing, Blank, this could spell a nightmare for A7.
Yeah, I mean, this is a risky play as well. Zuxi will finish off Senab, and this is the fight for 3rd place occurring on your screens. This is what might be needed to propel them even further. Luxy should have seen that backhook coming through from Revo, but doesn't spot it so far. Understands that Mafio's off in the distance. In comes the vehicle. The tuk-tuk gets taken down in the distance, and Revo's out. Luxy, masterful on these off angles all the time. Now trying to spot for the final player, Mafia, and a 0.0 game coming through from A7 would be horrid to start their day off. And Redface will clean. This guy has been clean for Procedure Evos, and you better be cheering for them right now because they are attempting to get towards that grand finals off the back of that one.
Love the way they've played it as well. A lot of confidence in themselves. We'll have time to dissect it later because right now the Carnage news, it seems like Stalwart thrust into a fight versus Falcons. Utility being pulled out all over. Nice nade for close contact, but Six eats one as he's blown down onto his last legs, constantly swinging on one another here. A knock will trade beast and slow down the commotion from Stalwart, but the DS inside of the building cleaving its way through them and starting to block off these angles as Falcons scrap into this one to try and survive, but it's looking risky for them. The compound is chock-a-block with carnage right now.
Axa has got to bring off a big play here versus Action and Icy. A lot of damage does hit over towards these 2 players. Action sidesteps it. It's grazing him, but he's still able to finish it off there. The bullets whizzing past his arm, cutting the hairs on his shoulders. What a play from Action there. Really risky gameplay. But that's Falcons out. Another team that was desperately trying towards their spot on the bottom side of the rankings. In the able to make a good swim across towards this position on the map. They also cleared out a couple of members from Quest, I believe it was. And this is not a bad spot to play from for the Gladiators. This is a team, again, that was looking for more points here. They needed them desperately. They're not even in the top 11 yet, and this might open it up for them.
It's crazy as well how we're seeing Blank develop. Look at this, Alter Ego. I was telling you, Blank, they've got a feud against Gladiators. They've sniffed them out. They know their location. Seems like they were able to reset pretty comfortably as well. They had a moment of panic where Rosemary took a lot of damage, but he's back in the fight, and look what he's up to. Causes an issue as he comes flying out of the weeds. Wide swings, hit the first shot. Now the flank pushes in as well. Fnatic, not as crisp. Goes down to Meku, fragments them into a 3 versus 3. This is going to decide so much between these two teams. This one really is a grudge match.
Tixi attempting to get as close as possible. There's information he's not behind that rock, so Tixi might be able to hit a big grenade here. Lobs it over the top, but it's just too far. They don't get any damage either, so information is lost massively off the back of that one. And still 2 more grenades. So Tixi in danger. For this team is the fact that Olgo was split for the time being, but they're able to get back into position. Now they're not in the greatest of spots, right? Their position is known. They're locked on the edge. Tiamba, QZZ takes down one of the players. Evo's on the rotate. Zuxi, Noctree here. Not super likely to be able to get him back up again. And I think for Fazija Evos, you identify there's the team still intact. Mock, you rotate around the side of it. You try and get more points on this game. You realize you've taken down your direct competitors of Alpha 7. Now it's time to just put up a nice profit on the match.
Oh, the nightmare is as well. It's the tight turns here. Turning circle a little bit too big for them to try and get the vehicle out in time to adjust quickly. Not worth the risk, though, as well, of going for the revive. You would have been so exposed, and not worth the utility input / potential reward you would have got back from it. So they accept their fate, fighting as a free, look for an open pathway as they do try and rotate back in. Only problem is, even if you avoid Tiamba, you've got so many other squads in close proximity now. DX are there, Zia are there, the Zone as well. Oh, mate, look at the move on this. Gladiators and Alter Ego, they're basically in a prime position, but only one of them will want to survive. Know how much control they can have if they win this fight.
Yeah, I mean, for Gladiators, this is the worst map, right? It's not exactly the chance you would look, right? But considering over the past year, they have just been very at Sandhawk overall, and I think they've really tried to change things up as much as possible in the PMGC. Nades over the top coming through from Redface. This guy's been an absolute monster on the side of Evo. Coming in as he's just open on the sidelines. Ren is able to get YDD up whilst holding on that front line, and there's still some more shots coming through from Megamind. Hits them over towards Lynx, but has to back off as he spots Kissu on top of the roof. Nice 180. And I think for Zia, they could have had a chance in this tournament. They just stepped up a little bit too late here, Jackie.
They started playing a lot more confidently, and ever since then we've seen them doing far more in these games. But you're right, they were quiet for too long, and it seems like they might be getting silenced again as Melise released the beast inside, finding easy pickups onto them. By one, you're starting to crumble. Megamind, he might have the brains of the operation, but in this situation, you're going to need some brawn to hold back the oncoming assailants. They've got utility to work with as well, at least focused on reviving one of their own right now, so small window for him to make a play. Can't really commit to going for a res though. Blue Zone nipping at their heels. Looks like he's paranoid about a peak coming his way. He's starting to back off at least and have a bit of leeway.
Yeah, that's pretty much a finish there. See you later just about gets that first aid kit off, but off in the distance, it's Reject. Set themselves up very nicely on this side. They understand there's going to be teams coming out from Paris Resort, so they set up angles over towards it. This, again, is just really, really good play coming through from Reject. I think they understand exactly what they want to do extremely well, and I like it. It's a big change from the Japanese region. It's a big change from the Japanese squad to see these types of plays coming through and being executed quite decently. And I think for Reject, this is why I'm supporting them. We want them to get towards that third place spot. The adjustments they've made since last year's PMGC feel very, very significant.
Even over the course of group, right, you can see that they've been adapting. They did the interview yesterday, complete change of face. Even here, Blank, It's crazy how it feels like they are sort of a team of assassins. Like, you don't even see them, but you're seeing their names pop up in the elim feed in so many of the fights we had. This is the first time they're really taking kind of a full frontal assault and definitely commanding some of the spotlight of the day. As they've been heads up. Sun on point, OCO's not missing a damn bullet as well, and that bodes well. We know this team can deal damage. Let's see how they adjust from here, though. A little bit paranoid about what remains of Melise as they're off. That's Poser, who's basically gone from Nitty, and the play zone will take him out of commission. Meanwhile, Alter Ego seems like they've been revving up for this one for quite some time, but finally they want to push into their Gladiators compound. Can they clean house, Blank?
Yeah, I mean, this is a fight that's been brewing for a while, right? And with Alter Ego finally been pushed up by the Blitz, sort of let them in a little bit. And I think you can understand why you see Singular, where it's a little bit easier for them to take shots and understand where they're playing from. There is more damage coming through as Mad Balls fly into underneath their area alongside with Loops off in the distance. Basically, this fight is going to change everything for both these teams, right? Gladiators wins it. Now there's an opening. Now there's a chance, a little edge that they can sneak their way through to maybe get towards that top 11. If Alter Ego win it, they got a really good chance of securing their survival stage off the back of this Sandhawk.
Close range combat continues as well. T Amber versus IA. The DBS proving too powerful on the cleanup for Falak, but he's still got one more man to deal with. Potentially playing medic from this position close towards the wall. Obsta goes for the revive. The Molotov spreading, but I'm not sure if it's actually burning enough. The wall's blocked it. DBS pulled out. Close range connection. He says, see you later, as Falak will secure that one. Meanwhile, Alter Ego burning to a crisp as well. Fnatic on his last legs, but the DBS deals with him, and Gladiators win the very important fight.
Yeah, that was huge. Shame we didn't see all of it, but for them, that is absolutely gigantic in terms of point scoring potential. Taking out Alter Ego as well must feel like a nice little morale boost, right? You get to take down your direct in pretty much all these games, not just in points, but in terms of emotional damage that's been coming through from them too. That is lovely to see. As well as Reject over towards this right-hand side. You said they're like the assassins, right? You got the crouching chicken, hidden dinner over towards this side. Maybe they can find a first place. Hopefully they don't get stumped by the second. With DX moving in, Procedure Evos, I8. This is a really, really fun ending. And I think for Procedure Evos, they want to get even further into this match, make things uncomfortable for Reject. They aren't just going to send directly ahead in front of them. They're going to have to work harder to take that third place, A7 alongside Procedure. But first, big fight on the cards for them. Reject versus DX as they move into the singular building across the road.
Competitors here. Both of these teams knowing how much it would mean if they can thrust themselves a little bit deeper into this game. So for DX, taking on Rejects is an all-important one. Then you've got that lower end of the skyscraper battle as well between Mad Balls and Gladiators. At this point, no, Mad Balls basically just a solo dolo. So not much that can be done from there. We'll see how this develops, but an awful lot of storylines going into things here with Stage 6. We've done well with the teams that remain. It's up to them now to deliver. For Evos, it's a little bit unlikely to get much more out of this. Blue Zone nipping at their heels. Lynx just trying to play for the timing, constantly getting them in to survive for as long as possible. But that is location. For this raid to have so many barrels honed in onto you, so he'll probably expire eventually, and then we'll be looking to who else can thrust this one a bit further. He's going to go for the wide berth the whole way round. Might be a little bit of opportunity for him, but of course you've got to stop and start so many times. Taken too much damage, the zone will dispatch him, and he's now gone.
Funny because all the teams we talked about desk in the start of this game are in our final circle. You've got Gladiators here who have not had the greatest of tournaments, turned it up a little bit in these last couple of days to really increase that volume. You've got Reject, you've got Procedure Evos trying to take away that third place spot, DX who's constantly on the climb, and IA who desperately needed a big game at the start of the day to start their journey to get one on the pack are going down now. And I mean, it must not be enough here. Fifth place won't cut it, but it's a decent start. But the averages need to be so much higher.
Bump those numbers right now, though. It's Sarah that's starting to soar high as he strikes and does some nice damage on the DX fragment. They go for a 2-player push, trying to close the distance between them and Reject. They want to get in their face. Sarah quick switching between both his rifle and his DBS, looking to punish in close quarters combat. Para Jin will expire. He's gone for good now. Sarah still looking for the adjustments. Meanwhile, Chow beckoning Levi's to back up, but they won't let him go for the res. Nice swing from Sarah again as the biceps lay claim to another Elim. They bounces back, Chow! Oh, that's not what you want, Blank.
Right on his noggin. Off his head. Streams to bits. That is depressing, but it's delayed them long enough, and Gladiators are just going to mow them down as they leave. But it's Mad Balls, actually, still alive in this situation underneath the coastal edge to get knocked for Gladiators. This is unideal. Falak's still going with a 7 eliminations on side. Technically a 1v1v1. This is insane. For I8, we all counted them out, but Falak, the big man on the side of I8, continues forward. Tulika trying to get in position. It's up to Tixie. The supremacy has to come through now.
There has got to be a moment of teamwork between these two solos if they want to fight for it, but they know that a second place matters more. They clash amongst themselves. Tulika secures it, gets the guaranteed second place in the bag. Gladiators, they're smiling, chuffed to bits, thinking that they're on the last day, but maybe Tulika has other ideas.
Yo!
Enough. Kitsune with a DBS brings it home for Gladiators as they do the unfit.
Gladiators, you couldn't even see them in the air there. Tixie saw wings upon high, and I mean, it's a good decision that he makes at the end of the game as well, which is a case of, yes, we've lost 2 players, but Mabel's underneath. There's a rogue member from IA over towards that right hand side. I have to threaten the res now. Mabel's Tulika's going to get a little aggressive. He's going to try and move up, come into contact with, and then even that little bounce off the tree with the Molotov preventing him from pushing up, making that an even playing field. That's the thing you want to see. Meku also providing the information across. It's all good. These guys look happy. Their worst map. They pick themselves up. A nice game. A much needed game too.
Man, the script seems to be written for Gladiators to mount a comeback in the last. Will be hard though. There's no easy ones for them, Blank. They've got to do this consistently the entire way through. We'll see if they can maintain. But a chicken dinner is always a good start. At least they've guaranteed themselves a nice opening here on Sanhok to get things moving early. That was a crazy game though, Blank. It really does feel like we've kind of been given a bit of a scripted to that, Rob. Working at sort of the teams we had, it's mad how it worked out perfectly with what the analysts wanted to see, with what the storylines were building. I really enjoyed that one.
Really big, and I think that pretty much every single team, as you said, we mentioned, made it towards that end game. And I mean, there's definitely Evos right now who are very good, and I'm super proud to see them up towards this top side of the lobby. I think the Indo squad has been on a comeback for a long time. Zuxi and Luxi kind of been in boot camp for the last year, right? You know, they've been sent off on their way. Zuxi playing in some collegiates. You know, it's been really nice to see, and I'm glad that these boys are back. Twins, but not only that, Misery as well as Redface having a nuts game here.
So many players. There's so much to be said. So let's give it to the analysts so they can break it down. Let's get back over to Jukes and Co. on the desk.
You have to be the start of the LRs. I asked you the question, right? Hey, which team do you think was going to be able to make into that level stage? And you said, and I quote, fate was erring on the side Gladiators. And you can't tell me that wasn't fate.
It looks like it, doesn't it? I said by the skin of their teeth. I mean, maybe if they continue that, it won't be that at all. Maybe it'll just be absolutely blasting. I will say, God, there's so much to talk about actually here.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's just talk about genuinely, like, the bridge scenario and then be able to get this compound. The circle wanted them in these final moments of this game. 21 points go their way, but the compound that they blitzed across the bridge to try and get to was open. It was a little bit challenged by Alter Ego. It's not to be. Gladiators holds on strong and gets 21 very much needed points.
The fact that they can just zap themselves over the bridge, the best compound, is entire circle is just mental. They didn't even have to fight for it. Just in the cars, there was also a bit of hesitation. Kalash, they're thinking, do we go for the rotate? Do we dip in the blue and go for trifecta? Do we cross the bridge? I think the moment they got eliminations on I8, which usually would be the team to gatekeep you on the bridge, they were like, okay, we can maybe afford to go for that really speedy rotation and go for the compound, which they do. It just got paid off really heavily because the circle just kept hard shifting to the western side. And man, they needed 3 points if they wanted to be out of the bottom 5, and they've got 21. This might have been the game that just sourced their spot in the survival stage from the get-go. That is massive for today.
Well, as you say, it looked like they were looking for a potential, but we've seen in our region, right, them rotate on a circle like this, kind of dip in north and try and go for that. But when I think about it a little bit more, I think that they were kind of second circle pop. Okay, like how are we going to adapt from this and stuff like that? It still could have worked on that main like north. However, I guess they really just wanted to hedge their bets and say, okay, we're hoping the circle goes a little bit more south in a coastal circle, and luckily for them it did.
I mean, it hard shifted straight to them. I mean, look, to be fair, these guys got lucky. You know, we saw them try to go for that bow tape. It looks like they were hesitating like crazy. They just kind of went with the best decision, and it worked out perfectly. So, heck, you got to take advantage of it, though, right? And they did. They got a chicken dinner there, so I'm so proud of them. But, you know, looking on up, we got to talk about PMGC Evos taking out Alpha 7, and look how close the leaderboards are now, Max.
I mean, clearly helping out also Reject in the process. They're like, we eliminate Alpha 7, Reject and PMGC Evos. They're climbing. They're getting real close to a position in the top 3. So Alpha 7, they're in a hot seat, hot streak right now. They cannot afford to go out early another game today. Otherwise, you know that Reject and PMGC Evos, they're knocking on that. They want a spot right into the Grand Finals, and it's going to happen. Alpha 7, they're going to be sweating right now.
Honestly, for Alpha 7, it was a little bit of a greedier wide rotate than I was expecting them to go for, right? They know that PMGC Evos is up here in this area. I thought they were going to go far to the coast and try and make that dip down, but trying to shave off a few seconds to get towards that circle, trying to find that wider wrap, runs right into them, and PMGC dominated them as they were making that move. So yeah, as you say, super close up towards the top, close down towards the bottom. It's going to be a great day.
Oh, it's going to be an insane day. And honestly, I think this was the best case scenario as far as for the top 3 situation, because you know that Alpha 7, they have to be thinking that, you know what, these two teams are going to be studying us like there's no tomorrow. They're going to try to take us out early. And the fact that they did in match number 1, I guarantee to have them hesitating throughout the rest of the day.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many cool things that are going to be happening now for today, just based on this first match alone. I also want to take attention to the other European squad, right? It's Mad Bulls. We talk about them, but this was such a massive game for them. So important. And really, the MVP of the team there was Tulika, just overstepping his position in the circle and able to punish the off angle of Chief in particular. That was such an important play. Because of that, he could just survive on the cliff, make it into a top 2 scenario, pick up there. Man, this was the European game, it seems, today. And I'm telling you that after that match, it seems like we will be having Mad Bulls and Gators reaching the survival stage if they don't fall next 5 matches.
Unreal. So Gladiators rocket launched themselves, what was it, from 13th place all the way to like 9th? Unbelievable. A great jump from them. And you know, Kellars, we kind of hinted at it a little earlier. I do want to mention them, right? Igon I8, they really gave it their all here in the match. You know, they ended up with a 3rd place and some nice points on the board.
Yeah, obviously they had they were wounded a little from the start of this, but surviving towards the end, going up against that 1v1 for Tulika, I thought if he'd have gone I thought he was going to go towards the Gladiators situation, but maybe he didn't have a full read on how many were knocked, how many were up there, etc., and things like that. But he was trying to save it for the rest of his team towards the end. Falak, we saw Hilly Max unbelievable in his region. It's nice to see him trying to kind of salvage some points down towards the bottom, but just that 20-point deficit from 15th to 14th alone is going to be critical to try and make alone. They're trying to get outside of that top 5, and I don't know whether they're capable of it today.
I was really hopeful too when I saw Falak starting to rush towards Gladiators. As you said, I think there was a lack of information. Does he know they're knocked? Do they know exactly in what position they are? He only had 1 Molotov. I think that if he had a nade or 2, you know exactly where to throw it, right behind those little hiding positions on that compound, and you would possibly get the squad confirmed, then have to finish off with that fight. But it was an insane start of the day. You got Aegon I8 getting some points, Mad Bulls Gladiators doing well. the team I picked, Brian, not doing good, which, I mean, that was to be expected. I picked them, so I'm not too surprised.
Nah.
But, man, the bottom 5 teams are just... We said it, and it's going to keep changing the entire day, right, Hot Jukes? All of these matches are going to be so important for these bottom squads, so it's still impossible pretty much to predict which teams are going to be out at the end of today.
100%. Well, you know what? It's time to get into the first Aaron Gale of the day. Let's take it on back over to Jackie and Blank.
Ooh, Aaron Gale, back to back. 3 more of them for Group Green. They've been grotesque, honestly, Blank. Some of the games you've been seeing on this battleground have been filthy. Absolutely X-rated stuff. And we get to see it again.
Falcons, they've got no hair!
What's
up? No hair!
Hang on a minute, have they all shaved?
They're all shaved. Oh they're aerodynamic now. The Falcons, they're going at speeds we've never seen before, swooping through the air here. This is unbelievable. I love this.
Take us back. Let me see the bald eagles. Where are the bald eagles?
The bald eagles. They're in position.
How's this happened, Blank? There's been literal hours between yesterday and today. They've all gone to the barber shop.
Oh my lord. Maybe it's time for me to shave my hair off as well. I know how much Kale hates it, but this is their chance. I love it. Speed, velocity, increased. Brightness of their foreheads, the smoothness of their brains. They've got good in there. They've been thinking about this one.
Oh my god. Right, Falcons. No hair on their heads, but will they be smooth enough? Will they be slick enough to start to steal away some points? That's the big question. Hair will grow back, Blank, but chicken dinners are eternal.
Heading over towards our first Aaron Gale, where we will regale you on the stories that will be occurring today, the things that will be proceeding forwards. Who's going to get towards that grand finals on that secure ticket? Who is going to be dropping out in that bottom 5? And who exactly will be going home after that last game on Miramar? Because it is so uncertain at this point in time. Everyone jumbled up on the leaderboard. Gladiators, after that last match, I can already hear the cheering from the chat right now as the last minute Andes once again strike on that final day to try and make their way in. It's not done yet though. There is still more work to put in. The shift is not over.
It's only just beginning. And if I'm honest, there'll probably be a little bit of overtime they'll have to do as well, Blank. You need to get some real big win to go. Didn't expect to see this though.
Wait, what?
Hello. Bra Esports in an early hot drop, but DX are nowhere to be seen. Instead, it's the bald eagles of Falcons knocking at the door. What's going on?
They're pecking a little bit off the top, and Bra Esports weren't expecting Severity to be hot drop too. What a horrible twist of fates here for Bra. They cannot stand the pressure. 6 is with the pump shotty. Still not quite done as of yet, but it's just Tospic alone by himself has to make this happen. The PPP zone, only 1 clip and a pistol in his hands.
39 bullets of pain, 1 in the clip, and the rest ready to try and attack from up close. He's spraying, he's begging, he's hoping he can hold on to his life here for Bra, but the unfortunate facts are you're about to be overwhelmed by a bunch of bald men that want to shut you down instantly and lay claim to these eliminations. Lay claim, Bra, and they're already first thing on your down teammates. This is a nightmare.
Smooth heads, smooth plays coming through from the Falcons. Looking downstairs at the moment, Teak makes a cheeky play, tries to get in towards the window, but just will drop down to the bottom floor. Punch low, no HP, probably first to face it. Overwhelm them, but this little corridor is nasty. When the PPP's on, he can spray for a good amount of time, so they're just trying to waste the bullets he has on side. They know he's got to not have a lot here. Jumps out, and it will be 6 first to 4. There's one more on the top. He finds it, and another. We're in a 1v1 here. Pistols out.
Oh, the shenanigans!
No way!
He lands on them! He's absolutely ruined them! Well, it's lucky they don't have any hair, because they would be pulling it out after they've just lost 1 versus 4 to the PP business. Man has never been happier.
Tospic comes through, leaving the Falcons very sick indeed. This is not what we expected, but they've learned from DX, and it's Tospic who has created an absolute unfathomable victory over towards Severny, but it is a minimal victory at that. 4 points on the game for them, but that's simply not going to this one. But the Falcons desperate for a good start into this one with the circle over towards that northeastern side. The balls, the velocity was too much burned up on the approach.
I can't believe that. Didn't even have a full magazine when the fight started. Barely scavenged himself ammo as he went. I think the most we saw was like 40 bullets in that bad. But he just timed it so well. Smooth moves as well. You got to give him props there. Fragmented the pushes. They gave him the 1v1s, Blank. You can't be giving him so many 1v1s. And he just runs his way through them.
With the PPB zone, no less.
The Bison.
The Bison. Max Man's going to be wild, and he loves that gun. It's his favourite.
1v4 with a Bison.
I mean, that has got to be the most incredible play that will happen today. Surely.
Let me
but we never know.
Hang on. No, all right. Page 2.
Oh, you're in for a treat, lads.
Oh, mate. But what a day. Yeah, that's
Show
right.
me
We
it.
better
Yeah,
get a replay of this bad boy. Look at the way he approaches it, man. They're just giving him the 1v1s on the jump out. And he just has no ammo. He's got 20 bullets left time he gets into this final fight. 10 bullets, Blank. He's 2 bullets left.
In the mag, in the chamber, every bullet counted for 1,000,000 miles. Oh my lord, you do not see that every day, let alone in a PMGC, the Falcons. Woo, dear me, that is unbelievable stuff. But great to see overall. I mean, that keeps Bra still in it, right? After that last game, 0.0 eliminations, they needed something on this match, right? Something to keep them alive, because a 0 into another 0, that could have been over for them. And you wondered yourself, was that a targeted play coming from Falcons? If they could eliminate Bra once again, maybe to stay ahead of them the of the day with 2 0-point games. But Tospic, man, you just can't stop talking about the lad, but we're going to have to. Procedure Eve over towards Yasnaya, fairly central right now. Another team looking for that 3rd place. After that last game, it looked like Reject might be able to run away with it, but they remain resilient to the very, very end, even despite some pretty difficult rotations that they had to make, Jackie.
Oh, man. It's wild today, Blank. It really feels like these kind of targeted drops are hopefully going to be continuing as well, because you can see how many of our teams really have done their prep work coming into this, knowing who they need to deny point gain from, who they feel they can feed off of for those 3 eliminations. And for Falcons, the decision making to go for the secondary drop of Bra Esports was one that has not paid off, going out so early into this. We'll see what Bra can do with it, though, of course, just being 1 man remaining, and he's being hunted down by Alpha 7 that very well could stop off for a quick stop in Severny. Meanwhile, let's have a look at the grand scheme of the game. There's been a lot else going on, but it has mainly been related into this one. This is our first of the back-to-back Erangals. So opportunity here, that's really what this is. You've got 3 games back-to-back to farm some points and get a groove on. Gladiators picked up the opening chicken dinner of the day in our starting battleground of Sandbox. Can they continue? And can Topsic continue as well? He instigates the fight, quick turn as well. He actually looked like he was kind of ready for that one, bud.
You felt it coming as well, didn't you? I genuinely thought maybe a couple of eliminations that he might be able to find versus A7. That guy is insane, and I think a real standout member from Bra overall, even this entire tournament long. And I mean, we've been hyping up Kane, but it feels like Tospic is that hidden gem amongst a lot of them. But what a play from him. Unfortunately, going down in 15th place here. But it's better than nothing. It is better than nothing. And taking down the person, the team directly above you in 12th place, that's decent, right? It's 1 less team to chase on this match. If anything, it's just a complete reset. You've just got to hope now that Tiamba does not have a good game. That once again, there is a chance to climb, to catch up. Over on that northwest side is A17. Their ticket punched to keep it stamped in towards that grand final. fighting alongside with Gladiators over towards Aegon. Yeah, Albert on that south side, but it is Luke that most teams be scared of right now. Directly towards the center once again, their wrangles have been masterful.
They've had some great games. It's been really smart the way they've been approaching it as well, knowing when to dial back the aggression and when to just unleash the beast and basically swing on confidence of 1,000 men. Loops have been super enjoyable to watch, and I imagine that isn't going to stop today. Everyone's starting to way up towards the circle as well, looking to get themselves ahead of the pack. Ooh, I do wonder what rejects in store for us. Say their name and they appear on screen as well. ACO on a rotate with the rest of the boys, everyone in their vehicles ready to cause a bit of commotion. Ooh, look what's going on ahead though. A few feet forward, you've got Icy from Stalwart supported by his teammate as they get contact on Loops looking for the rotate. Meanwhile, 3 squads in close proximity all to go. Only a couple ahead of Gladiators now, off to where Tiamba and Evos are located. All of them catch whiff of one another, but no one wants a piece of the pie.
Well, leaving this one alone, I think they realise that, look, their position is a little bit squandered if they go down at this point. I think for Tiamba, 11th place, it is right on the line for them at the moment. More on the line than they might think, with Falcons technically tied with them with 89 points so far. Stalwart, I think they take a knock. I'm not sure if it was a flush as well. No, it wasn't. They would get their lad again, but Regen singing into these games with the bullets over towards some of the big dogs in the lobby. Out Tixie. This makes his way up towards the top side of Stalber. This is on that eastern edge, and I don't think UZM is going to leave him unpunished for that.
Oh, Tixie goes down to Falak. Falak, he's been looking pretty crisp, man. It feels like the longer the tournament's gone on, especially Blank, he's been getting into the grip of things and really has been commanding so much respect with his individual plays. It's nice to see him bubbling up to where he belongs. Falak looking pretty good today, once again. For Gladiators, it's a bit of a rough knock-on effect. You come into this one probably with the confidence actually at an all-time high for him. It's one of the few times outside of the first day, Blank, we've seen him smiling, kind of looking pretty happy in terms of the player cams, right? But already losing one of your big star fraggers, we'll see how they reset from that. You're forced into a trio pretty early on.
I mean, for the first time in Yonks, they're safe, right? I think this is the first time in a long, long time we've seen them out of that bottom 5. So I think for them, like, this is an incredibly comfortable feeling to be in. Going down to 3 players, obviously not ideal, and I think they still need to push even further. They can't let it get to their heads now on this last day. Remember, every single game is ever important going forward. So as 3 players, there's definitely a big chance to survive for going after this point. Alter Ego ahead of them by 1 point on this one. They had a great start to the tournament, but things have definitely slowed down for this Indonesian squad. I do like Alter Ego as a whole because they came in and they have had massive improvements as the year has gone on. And it would be really, really nice to be able to see 2 Indonesian squads being repped over at the PMGC Grand Finals. If Persija Evos can make it in by direct invite and Alter Ego can survive that survival stage and even maybe in that last chance as well, we will see what happens here. I think Persija Evos, they've got a lot of fans cheering for them at the moment. Very good OG names on that side, the veterans returning to the PMGC scene, but the Japanese squad not one to linger behind either. They want to get further into this one, and at the moment it's 131 points to 133 with a 3-point boundary between them and Alpha 7 currently. 4 points if you count the elimination that they found in this game. So it's so close.
Malise on the coastline. We'll see if they can survive their assailants in Tiamba. Meanwhile, Rejects have slowly but surely been mounting their push up the hill, getting closer towards the domain of Zia. Zia still dead last in the overall standings, but they've been flexing their muscles a little bit more. They've been getting into the grip of the games. Of course, for them, though, being able to get into a position of safety towards the survival stage, it looks very unlikely at this point. You'd have to have some unfathomable games going forward. And they're potentially one of the squads that teams are looking at as a bit of a free farm if you could take them down for those extra eliminations. Seems to be why Reject have set their attention on them early. Tiamba hitting the first shot across onto Poser. They've got complete compound control of the coastline here. And Melissa quite fragmented. So if they push up, you'd have to be absolutely sick with it or run the risk of being picked off with no room for revives.
Yeah, Malise Esports constantly find themselves pitted against Tiamba, and they just have such similar rotates, right? They've got a very, very similar game plan, which is these wide positions over on the edge of the map where they swing in over towards either the north side or the east-west side of the circle. I really do like it. I enjoy the gameplay. It's safe. It's the way we like to play it as a group over in our own games. But again, it's one of those cases where you are likely to run into the same team over and over again who have shifted your way to playing edge. It's difficult to get towards that center side. Sometimes you are blessed where the circle comes towards your region of the map and you're able to quickly shift into a decent position. But there's so much control being shown here by a lot of teams within the lobby being able to get towards some good spots and play them off comfortably. It's nice to see, but Tiamba losing players. Malise were able to wrap around with a couple of their own up towards where Alter Ego are play. And I do think that this is one thing that Alter Ego is really trying hard to fix right now, is that they are doing these very risky 2-2 splits, Jackie. And I think sometimes it doesn't work out in the sense that they get split off far too quickly. So I'm glad that they regroup here. They realize they have to reassess the scenario. They found a knockdown towards QZZ. I don't think they're going to find too many more eliminations in this area. They need to start worrying about protecting their back going forward.
Like the Wu-Tang Clan once said, Blank, you got to protect your neck. That's the most important part. Right now, though, it's Mythic that comes in as he swings and is able to chop his way through the first. Zia crumbling under the pressure here. All of Loops kicking it into second gear as well, taking more map control away from them. Meanwhile, Rejects find an opportunity to potentially pull up to the party uninvited. Shots from all sides as another strike will come in. Cardozin traded upon. Mythic looking for where exactly Zia is set up at this point. Nice nade in towards the back, bit of chip damage onto Ayala. ACO repositions as well and strikes up close, finishing off what remains of Zia. Now your next target is Loops, but look who's pulled up. Mad Balls out of nowhere get thrust into the thick of it on this one, and they're finding the Elims being able to punish. Frozen downs most of Loops pretty quickly. What is going on?
Mate, it's a four-way fight that's occurring before our eyes. It's one of the best compounds to hold in this current circle. Everyone's trying to get a bit of the pie here. Zia with only Shopper left remaining. In the meantime, Gladiators fending off against a lot of the squads over on that north side. But realistically, this is the fight to watch on our streams. Mad Bull's trying to pump some more points into this one. I think that's 4 eliminations, in fact, found for them as they crash into this bad boy. Looks way, way better than they have in the past. A lot of their crashes seem quite lackluster. Now even Pasija Evos, you can see them flying in. Every single team wants this compound. They understand the value it'll provide going into the future. Goodness gracious. Reject, Pasija Evos, both going to be battling out in this location. Alpha 7 up towards the western side of Stalba. A true deathmatch format on that side of Stalba as well, where you're battling through pillars, rocks, crouch spaces.
Bullets coming in from Tiamba once again, as they are dealing some very hefty hits. Alter Ego out of commotion here, taken out of the game. Keep in mind, they were only a singular point ahead of Gladiators in the standings as well, and behind by 1 chicken dinner, so this is nightmare fuel for them. Now suddenly you're looking at a possibility of falling further down the list. Meanwhile, Sarah strikes back again as Rejects. They've been getting into the game again. They're warming up. They're ready for these fights. Marbles have been playing with aggression, but it's a good night right hit from OCO, supported by Sarah, as they shut down one. Shopper, keep in the back of your mind, has been surviving this entire time. He's got a little bit of leeway to play with, and a DBS as he waits for the swing. It just seems like I8 have been absolutely trampled as well. Bit of a trade back onto the Gladiators, though, as Tiamba are able to find some easy pickings. And they're gone.
Tiamba constrict gladiators like a black mamba over towards that northeastern side. It felt like it was going pretty wrong for them, but they're able to live this one out despite being very far down towards that southeast too. Tiamba has made it onwards, and again, is a team that wants those points on board. And look at this, Jackie. Reject get the center. It's where they like to play. It's where they want to be. And with 4 players, it's looking dangerous. But this yet again another second place that we're heading towards for Reject in the future. We just won't know. The Indonesian squad, who's been impressing all of us over on this southeast side in Persija Evos, also chasing down the boys from Reject.
Tiamba trying to make their move slowly but surely up the hill. Meanwhile, Evo is spotting them in the back line. Bullets coming their way from Link. Playing a little bit further ahead of the pack, being point man and scouting for info. Luxy, Zuxi, and Misery all supporting one another. Mini 14 in the hands of Misery as well, and he's facing the direction of Stalwart. So potentially some room for some big hits into the back there. Action, dashing out the nades as well. Suspicious about players being close to him. Was hoping that that would arc down on top of Reject, but they're able to keep their noses clean for now.
It's all quieting down just a little bit. This plateau here is just going to be the focal point of a lot of these engagements. So many teams trying to get themselves off the top edge. Ren up close and personal with A7. Such a difficult push for this team. Not likely going to be able to do too much with it. A7 though, they know that they've got to get down this hillside. And QZZ breaks out, makes the mad dash, gets to the tree, hugs it, provides him a little bit of safety and peace, and continues onwards here. Action also going down to none other than Quest over on this northwest side. We wanted to see more from these guys. I don't want to see him down in the dumps. I don't want to see him being sad, because this team has been determined to get further and further into this tournament, no matter what these circles are thrown at them.
It's a shame in the interview we heard that Quest were feeling a little bit like things have been going wrong, like the energy's been slipping. They need to bring it back. They had some great games on the first day, fighting tooth and nail through absolute hell and high water in some of the positions they were playing from. And still, players like Al-Haji, players like Easy were able to deal some very big pickups. Just got to keep that momentum high, try and keep the confidence. Here, though, it won't be an easy task, as you've got to find your way through the absolute Brazilian brick wall that is Alpha 7. They've got control of the part of the map you need to find your way through. Meanwhile, Tiamba closing the gap as well. Fragmented on the push as they start to get closer. Look at the nades going over from Quest, though, hoping for a hefty hit. Nice double up. That one blows away Mafioso. This could be your room to instigate.
That's big from Fahidan. A really nice opening for them. And A7 know they've got to get closer and closer down. Nice on the side here. More mollies going through, trying to prevent the push from Alpha 7. But it's likely they'll be able to get on towards this res, which is what Quest do not want to let happen. You let Alpha 7 reset, you let them get close to you. That's where they start to tear into you like a Wolverine. So for Quest, they need to do a bit more here. Otherwise, they won't be able to complete this quest on this game. They won't be able to get the reward at the end of it either. It's difficult. It's a difficult scenario, but they just cannot be passive in this situation, Jackie.
You've got to play with confidence. You've got to play with aggression. Letting the other squad set the pace of the game this late into it here on Erangel is not going to win you those points. It's not going to get you to that chicken dinner. But you can see everyone not wanting to give up the goose, not wanting to make that first mistake and tumble down because of it. Alpha 7 have reset, have got themselves further back towards the tree line, trying to hold for when you see Quest forced to move. It's going to be a small rotate for both of them. They keep their crosshairs honed in for now. Back up to grab the vehicle, jump in a buggy, start to try and advance. See if you can encroach in bit by bit. Meanwhile, our other squad's dead center, still just lurking, listening, waiting for the rotates in from the rest of the boys.
Yeah, we got most of our action earlier on where we just had crash after crash after crash as teams realized this is going to be the sticking point inside this circle over towards where Reject's currently controlling a really nice bit of space here. They've even got a player over towards the top side of a wizard tower, just providing some really good cover for themselves. And they were waiting for teams to start pouring in towards this position. Al-Hajj, he spots some of the Alpha 7 players trying to move further forward, and they've cut them off now, and they're starting to just feel the suffocation coming through from the Brazilian squad. They have to move out of the vehicle, but those shots are so deadly accurate.
They're on point, not missing the mark, but everyone's starting to bark at one another. Lamborghini with the clash back. DX, third party, onto Quest. Quest going down quickly now as Alpha 7 have had enough of their shenanigans. They finish them off and take them out of the fight. DX probably forced to keep this one going though. Not much room to reset from it. Nades up, smoke walls detonating as well to at least give them some cover to play with, but it's marginal at best. Three-pronged attack on this one. You've got a 2-2 setup as well from Alpha 7 with the high ground in their favor, but Tops has slivered his way round, playing close with his belly down on the ground, just trying to stay out of this fight, knowing that he wants to play for the survival on this one.
You got to remember that we have the three teams that have super much in our focus today, which is Procedure Evos, RC, and Alpha 7. Alpha 7 currently have 5 eliminations, a really good result for them, but they are on the outside edge of the circle. This could still move over towards the west, in which case they can use these little ridge sides, this little valley, to play out the rest of their game, and there's a good chance for Alpha 7 to get a good point scoring off the back of this one. So it could go either way. Is it the Japanese, the Brazilians, or the Indonesians to take the mark on this match? Sarah is down on the bottom side of the wizard tower as Procedure Evos starts to make their move, but we can't count out Mad Balls on the side either, who could easily get a little bit into this engagement. Nice nade, goes forward, doesn't do enough damage though.
Feels like Reject was in such a good position as well with some of the peaks that were coming out, but that is unfortunate. The nade from Mad Balls goes flying, blows away some of the hopes and dreams for the Japanese squad as OCO is as good as gone. Sarah barely trying to back off as well, wants to be saved, wants to stay in the fight, but Ren uses the opportunity, strikes against him. Oh no, Blank. The timing from Tiambo was everything there.
Mate, Ren's got such good oversight over this engagement as well. He could really actually cause some massive pandemonium in the midst, just taking out 1 or 2 players whilst they're all focused on one another here. Alpha 7 currently just chilling. They're still in the circle as well, down towards the bottom side of the lobby. Whew, this is crazy in terms of a match. I think Procedure Evos and Reject wish they didn't fight each other because the other team in Alpha 7 continues to climb unhindered on this western side of the map. 5 eliminations found, 2 apiece for Reject and Procedure Evos. But again, Alpha 7 gets further and further away. An important game for them. We said they were stepping it up yesterday at the end of it, and they're certainly bringing that into this game today too.
Chopper. Ooh, punishing onto Fleeke. Remember, Chopper's been lurking inside of that compound for quite some time. It was about 5-6 minutes ago. His entire squad was wiped up by Mad Balls. Now he's getting his revenge. Now DX is starting to thrust themselves into the forefront as well, taking picks towards Evos. Ren still playing off the back of the timing, only peeking when he feels confident to secure an elimination. Luxy getting spammed at as well. Levi's on the slide as he goes tumbling down a hill. Link's got a bit of a flank on this. He spots one, tries to get the quick flick off onto Levi's. How is he still alive? Divine intervention at the minute, just standing strong. His teammate falling though. Parajin goes crumbling. Link has to get close. He's got support, Blank. They're actually finding these quite easily. You've completely turned the tide on this engagement.
Zuxi from that top edge doing a huge amount of damage. Luxi on life support right now, but still a chance to get their boys back up into position. Luxi very low, Zuxi resible. Right, Reject able to take down one of the players from Alpha 7 as they tried to get a little bit too close to the situation. Zuxi just goes down to the play zone. Duello taking a lot of damage, but able to move out from the back of it.
Alpha 7. Taking peaks where possible. Relatively split as well. Got a lot of faith in one another in terms of the setup they're currently running. Bit of a buddy system with a gap between Mafioso. Nade going to be going up the hill, it seems like, trying to defend his two teammates in a close quarters engagement versus the SMGs of Reject. Link's nade is one better though, blowing Lufa to bits. Oh, goodbye as they are taken out. Reject Tokyo not surviving deep into this one. 5 squads remain.
It's been a hella hard game for Procedure Evos, and they've been playing marvelously off the back of it. 7 eliminations found already, but Tiamba can't really not talk about them. Ren has just kind of been the overlord of the lobby from this rock that's just remained in play for so long now, Jackie. 2 loot crates over towards Alpha 7 picked up as well, so they are running with some serious firepower. And again, they clean up 9 eliminations. This is going to set them ahead from the rest, but Ren still showing his presence, takes down Zerich. That's 8 eliminations now for Tiamba in a game that was very much required. And I think Mafioso realizes there's a lad up here that is causing chaos that he needs to keep checked.
It is absolute shenanigans that he's been able to just cause so many problems, getting stuck into fights where it matters most. Alpha 7 are 100% confident of his location now, though, as he's dashed a nade in the direction of Mafioso, and you do not want to mess with a Mafia. This is when they will turn on you. He's going to start to push back over. Got a good read on his location. Knows that Ren's behind the rock, and Mafioso wants to come out like a piece of paper, engulf the man and silence him. First few shots whiz on by. Molotov to force him off the angle. Taking damage now. Ren becoming useless in this situation. If he peeks, he will fall. He has to go for it. He goes down. Tiamba out with 8 elims. A good feat though, considering how it was just one man for ages.
Respect to Shopper from Zia. Does finally go down to Frozen. Off the back of that one, DBS in hand, and Senab just shuts it down instantaneously. Puts the boot on the neck of the Mad Bulls, and that'll be them taking a massive chicken dinner on this game. A much needed one. It feels like they've been just trailed behind by Reject and Procedure Evos for so long here, and that match with a bunch of eliminations they found will set them far ahead. It feels like Procedure Evos and Reject have been having good game after good game, but it's just not enough to catch this Brazilian powerhouse.
Alpha 7 up to their old tricks, feeling a lot more like that kind of killer instinct with trusting one another again, Blank, to fragment, to play 2-1 setups, to play 2-2 setups, and confidently regain map control, confidently hold back pushes from even full squads. It's looking really good from Alpha 7. A lot of damage across the board, stat padding with some of the elims as well, which is what you want. You're not just taking a chicken dinner, you're doing it in a very confident manner.
Yeah, they're sort of like a bully team, right? Because they sense that even the smallest amount of weakness from you, they just take advantage of it. With Quest there, where it felt like realistically, they should have just been able to bomb them out and then just chase over that top side and get the eliminations. As soon as Alpha 7 realized they weren't pushing it, they just went for the res, no fuss, no drama, and then just pushed over the top side and took down Quest because they have the confidence that some of these other teams don't and understand that as well and just push into them. It's really, really well played. And you also got to mention the 51,000 meters that they traveled in this game. Not an easy one at all, as they slowly encroached on what everyone thought would be the winning position. It just happened to be that, like I said, everyone thought that was the winning position, so everyone was there.
All fell into the same trap. But man, that is mad. I mean, it goes to show really just how much more they were roaming. They were adjusting consistently, always on the move. And that bodes well, because that was one of the big factors that I think was a bit of a backbone for them in the first couple of days of play, Blank, where you'd see their distance travel was always, a couple fouls and higher than everyone else. They were very quick with their rotates, very quick to get into an advanced position and look for fights. Crazy game though, Blank. Erangel always delivering.
100%. It's just absolutely crazy what we saw at the start of the match here as well, with the 1v4 coming through, which will be forever replayed, forever posted on all the social medias. Feel bad for Falcons in that situation, but I feel good for you guys because we're sending you over to some very capable hands with Kale, Max, and Hot Juice.
all business for Alpha 7, getting a huge chicken dinner here. I love to see the reaction on their faces. You know, you can see obviously the happiness from being able to clutch up this dinner, but it's still all business for them, right? They know the job's not done yet. They definitely got to be feeling the pressure here, Colors.
Yeah, they were able to carve out so much good room for themselves up on the north side of this circle. Usually I always lean towards warehouse as one of the biggest potential strengths of a circle like this, and so did a lot of teams. But Alpha 7 clean out the north side. They don't crumble under slight pressure from Quest, who is able to get a knock. But you know what, given the scenario in that fight, it's very easy for Alpha 7 to reset that, make sure that Quest's not pushing on them, and just force Quest to make some almost silly decisions and trying to send it into the middle of that circle, which carves out the rest of the west side of this circle for them as well. They're great about space control.
Yeah, I mean, having cleared Stolber just beforehand, they know that they don't have any points of pressure behind them. They can just stay in that position and just create natural pressure on teams like Xavier, and as you said already, Quest that had to leave that position. But I do want to talk about the individual players. Sure, Revo was really impactful when it comes to the nade play, etc., but Mafioso, he was holding that ridgeline for his team against Reject, against Pasija Evos, the entirety of that match, and especially getting rid of Ren at the end was very important to get that high ground angle to make sure you're securing that match 100%. So Alpha 7, I mean, such a smooth sailing in this match. It seemed easy, but every step was just so well executed, and they have that fragging power to back up plays like that, Hot Jukes.
Well, let's take a look here at the overall rankings. Remember, guys, top 3 gets moving on over to the finals. And you're right, man. Look at that. Alpha 7 carving a nice little cushion for themselves here, Kalars.
Honestly, we're seeing, it's not desperation, but it's kind of a heightened alertness from these teams that are on the cusp of not only third place, is one of those teams in a theater of conflict right now. We understand that there is more onus on these teams to perform at the highest level they possibly can. Either you get to the grand final or you just survive and stay in PMGC here for the year. So it's very, very important for these teams.
And you can really feel that desperation for Zerja. Like, they've been playing their best PUBG Mobile so far, I would say, this league stage, Hot Jukes. They've been getting a ton of eliminations, actually, on Sanhok. On this game, too, they're not scared of taking fights, which you would expect to have that kind of mindset because you're so desperate to get those points. You need really big games if you want to make it into that, out of that bottom 5. So good from Zerja, but I8 in particular, I think that's a team we do. So that was a bit of a weird regroup for I8. They could have gone for a game-winning position really early on.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they didn't there. I mean, when it comes to Zerja, I think that they just have nothing to lose. And I think they're finally starting to play the way that they, you know, are. But you know what? How can we not talk about Tospic with the PPB zone and clutching it up there? Oh my goodness. The 1v4 was so insane.
The PPB zone. They gave them a buzz cut in Saverni. Oh, I can't believe it.
Oh my goodness gracious. I mean, what else can we say about that? Clutching it up, 1v4. That's how you get it done, guys. Speaking of get it done, I'm going to give a big shout out to the Infinix GT10 Pro, the official smartphone here for PMGC. It was created for esports players. And if you guys want to dominate the lobby, go ahead and check out that GT10 Pro. And while you're at it, of course, search the TikTok, guys. Get on there. Use that hashtag PMGC 2023. Who knows? Maybe we could see a behind the scenes on the Falcons getting their bald eagle look going on. That'd be nice to see. And last but not least, follow us.
Tokyo have already lost one man, the only casualty actually. So everyone else pretty good. They wanted to save the action for us.
Yeah, they heard the calls from us in the distance, like, don't start the game without us. And they were like, right, we'll make some casual rotates. We won't do anything too crazy in the meantime. We'll leave it up to you. But welcome back, everybody. Apologies for that. The space station, it went down for a couple of seconds. Our super speed internet was out. There was a small meteorite, but Jackie's jumped up into space. He's bashed that thing out the way like a one-punch man moment. So don't worry about it. We're back on call. We're ready to go. Already straight into this one. Reject holding over towards Potato Hill. We've seen that before from them, but down to 3 players, not ideal. The chase for Alpha 7 seems a little less doable, but for Precisa Evos, obviously this team has been stepping up in a big way. Zuxi and Luxi looking good. Red Face and Misery providing some excellent back there. In fact, I would even go as far as Red Face and maybe even stole the show for me a little bit so far in this group green, but a great team nonetheless that can hunt down Alpha 7. It feels like they've got the fire in the blood right now, and they can hear the cheers and the screams coming through from the Indonesian crowd, and they just want to do them proud.
Man, if you missed it as well, first 2 games we've had today have been delivering massively when it comes to storyline finishes. We've seen a lot of targeted attacks from teams trying to leapfrog over their fellow competitors, knowing who they can target for easy points, knowing who they need to stop gaining any coming into today. And how will those stories develop? What chapters will be written here on our second outing in Erangel? Only time will really tell. At the minute, though, it's nice we didn't lose any of our squads before the action came. So it still means there's possibilities for teams like Gladiators to maintain the safety zone they put themselves in towards making it to the survival stage. Right now, though, Alter Ego with connection across onto Falcons. It looks like in the distance. Now, Falcons might be the Bald Eagles blank, but they had a very unlucky first game on Erangel. Thought they would be slick with it and drop on Bra towards Saverni, but they got 1v4'd by the Bison and left with nothing, just 3 elimination points under their belt. They can't afford to have another sad state of affairs early into this one.
Yeah, for Falcons, time is running out for them. The hourglass flipped and the sand is pouring through an alarming rate. Alpha 7, though, taking down Zia. Look at that. That's cruelty. Pushing him into the tree line there. Our Quest all the way. Takes shots. Kitsune gets a hit to the chest there. Goes very, very low in the process. But they are just zooming in towards the circle. But it's a scary prospect of thing. Mad pulls off in the distance. You've got Bra behind them. Lops Kitsune out the vehicle. Drops Gladiators down to 3. Not a safe position. This is the second time in Erangel they've down to be 3 players right off the get-go. However, they do get a central position inside the circle. How long can they hold it, though, with just the 3 players?
Bra, trying to slow down things for now. You've got a vehicle for the getaway at least, 2 of them to be precise. Bits of defensive utility in the back pockets as well, with a fair few smokes they can utilize to at least slow down any further commotion. Falcons, they're going to be hunting, looking down a ridge side, seeing if they can find anything from here. Bit of space being created as well as Teak will take them on a mission. Going for the full flank behind, looking to get a better position here behind Tiamba so that you can take the scrap from all angles. Problem is, Puncher's been found. It's worth grabbing that second vehicle for the rotate, and they will try and make it back into the blue.
Yeah, for Falcons just setting themselves on the edge, settling there for the time being. Reject did find a nasty little shot. It's actually an insane angle that was taken by Ragey up on high. Managed to just squeeze the bullet through the window, takes down 1 player, lets Tiamba know all about it. Don't mess with the Japanese on top of the Potato Hill over in this situation. Obviously, the circle moving up towards that northeast side supports Alpha 7, but it's Malise Esports still on a bit of a tear here. Probably one of our more consistent teams in the lobby. You got to love them for it. On the edge play as well, they're doing very, very decently. Taking down some of Stalwart's players, doing a bit of damage on that side. As Stalwart once again makes a textbook play for for Stalwart, heading over towards the western edge of Potato Hill. Another circle swings its way through to us. It's non-stop train here over in the PMGC League stage. We are settling over towards apartments. Look at that, Alpha 7 already taking up position, looking to really cement in stone that third place position for themselves now.
Bullets and nades getting so close to Olga. Getting a grasp on things here. Reply back from Potato, though. They don't know that this is his home turf, and he tries to lay claim to it. The nade will dispatch him and finish them off. Supposer striking down there. Alter Ego, that's 2 games back-to-back on Erangel Blank, where they haven't really been able to find anything. Both games, all they've had is 1 elimination in a pocket, so very minimal movement when it comes to the points. That's why Gladiators have been able to move even further ahead of them, now sitting pretty in 9th place, just behind Mad Bulls, with a difference of a handful of points. Shame for Alter Ego. Blank really feels like today has not been their day.
Yeah, leaving the drafty door open as well for Tiamba and Falcons to feel the clean air breeze of that survival stage. Falcons obviously very far behind after their double bad games that they were able to accrue there. But 89 points, it's not unsurmountable at this point to get towards that. Tiamba as well might be able to overtake them, but Alter Ego right on the edge now. Only 3 matches for themselves left to play. We got DX heading over towards A7's home territory in the apartment, looking to evict them from these rooms. There's nades pouring in, but DX have settled themselves comfortably over towards that side of the compound, keeping themselves nice and safe away from the explosions, from the shrapnel, from the cacophony that is coming through from the 2 players on the apartment just across the way.
Ooh, a couple of pot shots. You can see the lay of the land here with the way these fights are going on all around these squads. A lot of big names in close proximity to one another. Meku has to manhandle Bra. Meanwhile, DX are challenged by Alpha 7. It's a 1-for-1 trade game being played as either side is suffering casualties. Levi's on the quick move, trying to adjust back towards the top floor and support his squad. Chow's been revived. You're looking to defend the doorway now, but they've bypassed it. Sanab's in Blank, in a building with a shotty. If he gets up close and personal, things could change very quickly. Dives out the window with a strike onto Levi's, waving goodbye to DX as they're getting decimated. Defending towards the stairwell. Nades bouncing off the side, ricocheting down and looking to silence Alpha 7. This is such an awkward fight. Mafioso, though, hell of an arc on that one.
That's a brilliant nade from Mafioso. Chua goes down and out forever for the rest of this game. Lamborghini, Paragin last remaining, and Alpha 7 refuses to give up. Reaver was slayed, but at least he did relay back that information of where the players were inside this compound, able to get some good nades off the back of that one, so his death was not in vain. Nade bounces back though, deals quite a bit of damage to Senna, but an instant reset from them. We'll see them looking a little bit prettier here.
But right now, this utility has been the backbone of either team's onslaught. The only casualties it feels like we're really seeing are when they go down to a well-placed grenade right on top of their noggins. But a minute, you can see the way the fights are developing across the battleground as well, with some teams already setting their focus on getting into the new zone, securing themselves center control early. Evos, though, thrust into a fight once again. Misery and Co. lucky to remain alive as they're chunking a lot of damage from Falcons. It's a bit of a rotate, though. Teak and Puncher far back, and they're giving up the groove on this one. Leave their teammate. He's going to be left for good, and they breeze off, playing for the late game and realizing they have to trade out their mates.
Yeah, I think they understand there's got to be not many people over towards apartments. The amount of fighting that's going over towards this eastern side, the least that they can do is pick up one of the many buildings that sit over towards this area. Malise Esports getting dumpstered on just a little bit by Stalwart right now. Stalwart is down to 3 players, and Malise can bring this back because it is an even split between the amount of players still kicking for both teams here. Tops, though, not one to be underestimated. However, the past couple of days, Stalwart have been slowly slipping in terms of performance, still pumping out those numbers, but nowhere near as successful as those first couple of days we saw from them. Mali's looking to pick up their player once again, as he did get knocked, and now Stalwart, they look to put on the pressure a little bit here, Jackie.
The thing is with Stalwart, it felt like it was a complete change of play style for them after day 2. They started playing an awful lot of edge, going for very slow rotates. Seems like they were happy to coast, knowing that they almost feel confident they'll have that guaranteed top 3, and just look to gain more experience in these lobbies, look to gain an understanding of how everyone else is playing for future reference.
Wow.
At the minute, though, they are just scrapping. It's them versus Melise with the assist of Rejects in the middle. Melise 1 by 1 will be mauled, going down to the bears of Stalwart as the claws have come out and cleaved their way through them. Reject have a good understanding of where exactly they are, though, Blank, and maybe the confidence is there for them. Closing the gap, playing behind the smoke walls, the vehicle will drag them closer and closer. Meanwhile, Gladiators swung upon. That nade could be filthy, but it's bounced.
Another Molotov doesn't quite get inside the building, but hefty damage is still getting hit through. Tixi once again falls. This is one of the few locations that is safe for Gladiators, but nasty nades over the top side. It's a nice molly outside the window as well, prevents them from leaving whatsoever, and Gladiators go out in 12th place, 0 eliminations, so their spot once again becomes a little bit rickety here. Reject, in the meantime, dealing with the players coming through from Stalwart. This team just looks so good, Jackie, so far. Some really nice plays, some really nice movements coming out from them. It's lovely to see the Japanese squad still thriving today. We wondered whether they would be stopping anytime soon. It looks like that's not the case.
No, if anything, it feels like they're starting to get back into more of that groove that we know they can use. Can they maintain that pace, though, over the course of this one? The zone's only going to get smaller, so room for error goes with it. Ooh, favoring up towards DX and Alpha 7. So a bit of a rotation path for some of our bigger names to make it up there. Chance for a clash between Rejects and Marbles, who had a bit of a scrap into our previous Erangel. They went face to face with one another. Tiamba have got a pretty good time of it as well. The only real competitors is the backline of Evos that are spamming bullets their way.
Yeah, you've got to admit that Tiamba has had a bit of a resurgence today, right? After that chicken dinner they were able to find yesterday, just feels like everything's stepped up in performance from this team. QZZ still going strong with it right now, looking for a little bit more on the game, on the situation.
Shots going over. A lot of damage back onto I8. Blade looked like he was ready to insert his way back into this game, but since then, they've gotten relative, not too much cover to play with. Evos, though, turning on cross as their close quarters engagement, driving straight by, baiting out the peaks, actually, Blank. And this allows some of the other teams to find an opportunity to strike on Tiamba and do so much damage to them. Stalwart also down as they're taken out of the equation, finished off by Rejects. This is getting aggressive now.
Yeah, totally unideal situation there for Tiamba, and a risky maneuver coming through from Besieger Evos pays off in a little bit of a way. You wonder how much longer they can live out in that position though, and it wasn't very long whatsoever. 4 eliminations found for them, but look at that. Alpha 7, 3 players, but 7 eliminations on the board. They are making this jump up so difficult for both Rejects and Besieger Evos. What a good day to have these big money games coming through for Alpha 7.
It's working out well for them. Tiamba, how can they play it though? Is there any more room for them to pad some points down to a 2? All of their games today have been pretty good when it comes to those snaky plays towards the end. When you're in a 1v4, when you're in a 2v4, and you're just looking to claim eliminations to give yourself a bit more of a thrust. They've got 4 so far, could be 5 if Fleek can't survive. Backline from LY is good for the cleanup. And now you've fragmented Madballs as well. Potentially room for Quest to get stuck into this one. Bullets are being put down range. Alpha 7 also wanting to get stuck in. They want a piece of the pie. Bullets being thrown across from all angles, Blank. And this is getting a little bit rough for both Tiamba and Madballs.
Yeah, Lee just tries to crawl it way down the hill there. Potentially gets through. It's very unlikely, but he's got to take the chance on it. Now just QZZ, last remaining member for Tiamba. But you are right. They've just been getting towards these end games time and time again. You know, picking up points where they can off the back of the placement point. Remember, it's been a squeaky but decent run towards a survival stage at the end of the day here. Mad Bulls want to push things just a little bit further, but it is Alpha 7 who is the scary prospect in this circle. Once again, find themselves in the end game in a really strong position. Falcons, though, after the back of that disengage of Besieger Evos, leaving one of their players behind to deal with them to cause chaos in the process, they were able to pick up the northern edge of apartments. And this game is so important for them. They need the points desperately now to keep themselves in the conversation, because if not, they're going to get kicked out.
You got to do something heroic. Really get some momentum under the wings in a spot like this. An intense circle. A lot of squads that have so much to prove and so much need for the points. You can see how close they are in the grouping, the middle of the pack, basically looking to leapfrog one another. Guarantee there won't be any easy pathway for the squads below to overtake them. Parajin on the peak, takes down AXA, fragments Falcons once again. Puncher and Teak, the only two that remain now. Zerich as well, struggling to stay alive here. Teak's found a peak off the back of the dinner plate. Ooh, nade for Parajin though. If he can find the right arc on this could be pretty big. Unfortunately for him, dashes it through the lower level window, won't connect where he wants it to, and won't inflict enough damage onto Falcons.
Quest is really only one point of call for them right now, and that calling is the chicken dinner. If they don't really get that, they're still not in the best of positions going forward. 6 eliminations on the game is great, but a chicken dinner would set themselves up towards that top 11, right? That is the main thing for them. From a 14th place, we're looking at a similar thing from Gladiators, and I think there's a lot of people that sort of were worried for this team in Quest. They were wondering why they weren't doing so well. This is now an opportunity for them. It's a big opportunity, and it's one where they really can't afford to make tunes. Zerich is allowed to get down towards another rock. He's currently in the circle now. Now, some apartments have to leave, but Parajin has just been so sick with the grenades. Another team that really wanted some points on this match was Falcons, but they've been exploded, removed from the map. And now it's just QZZ. Once again, Tiamba, the Black Mamba, the snaky plays coming through from this team, looking to get a better placement once again, already into the top 5. It's kind of sick.
It's good moves, Blank.
9 nades, bro.
Oh, look at how he's using them as well. The first one's fantastic. That's a 3-pointer and a half, but Lamborghini's closed the gap.
No way!
He doesn't see him inside of the smoke. He's able to strike back just as he goes down. Oh my, the Martyrdom play as he proves he's a Don with a shotty up close, but Tiamba still out. Last few eliminations, stat padding, Alpha 7 eating damage from Quest as well. Quest, is there a chance that they can thrust themselves further on this one?
Al-Haji down, their big man in the front lines, out of it. Now it's down to Fahidan, sending some nades over the top, but not a lot remaining. Another Molotov goes through. Senav's incredibly low, but not quite done just yet. With Carrillo hitting some sick nades, but that's a lovely Molotov coming through from Fahidan. Completely stops their approach here. They know that Alpha 7 wants to get closer. They need to keep hitting these shots. One player's preoccupied with the res. Senav behind the tree takes a lot of damage. Basically nothing left than easy. Presses the issue for Quest now. What a big game for them. Chicken dinner was required, and they're delivering.
Al-Haji, during the interview today, said that the side felt a bit down in the dumps, but this has surely got to give you more confidence. They just need to finish off Frozen, secure their chicken dinner, and Quest have surely got momentum back, Blank. They're celebrating for the first time today.
Al-Haji, a little bit of celebration, but I think that's more mixed in with relief for this squad. So needed. Kiss on the forehead. You love to see it. The boys are back in town. They're back in the leaderboards as well, right? They had to remain in the conversation. The things they were bringing up, a little bit dry, but now they bring up an interesting story and move towards that storyline of our own, getting into the survival stage. So happy for them. We understood that they weren't feeling great, but again, it's that determination, that grit from this team that shines through more than anything.
they've been playing on the back foot the entire tournament with some very unlucky circles, some very unlucky rotations, but it felt like their confidence was always in the right place. After the interview this morning, you're thinking, okay, it seems like they've established where things have been going wrong, and coming into this game, Blank, a chicken dinner that is supported by a nice bunch of eliminations as well. Much needed points here. This is going to be a great start for Quest, especially if they can maintain a bit more momentum throughout the rest of the day.
Mate, the grouping is so grim once again towards basically that break-off point. I think most teams are on 100 points. Maxman was saying that 11th place on average was going to be around about, I think it was 101, 102 maybe. And again, it's just getting further and further as it feels like the teams where it counts the most, they're the ones popping off. You can see just how much these teams want it, how much they want to send themselves to that painful stage of the survival, just to get through further into this tournament. It's such a big, important set piece in the year for PUBG Mobile, and every single team wants a little bit more of it.
Great result for them. Fantastic stuff, really, for Quest in the grand scheme of things. And it's crazy again, man. The amount of teams we're seeing, Blank, always making it into these final circles. You really couldn't make it up how good it's been in terms of the storylines. Always looks like we're getting those close clashes. Some crazy plays from Tiamba as well. Man, it feels like they almost heard us talking about them this morning, Blank. But we said, 2 elimination chicken dinners can't be consistent. Instead, it's all been about the elims.
It's not enough right now for Tiamba, but what they're doing is going to keep them going forward, and I like the plays that they are making. If you like the plays they're making, you got to keep watching, but before that, we're going to send it back over to the desk.
Woo, what a win for Quest. The question is it enough? Right? They got a solid chicken dinner there, one that they definitely needed. It has proven that the interview buff is still on point here, Kalars.
It's true. That is the only reason they won. No, they have themselves a decent spot, right? I mean, playing those little shacks up on that hillside, they are actually a little decent plateau against kind of defending yourself from kind of the apartments angles, and then even if teams were to come in from the north side of you, you can still kind of give them a bit of a run for their money. Thankfully for them, it was only teams coming in from the east side, so they were able to vanquish them quite handedly.
Yeah. And also you can just protect the cars on that plateau you just mentioned, Kalara. So if you have to transition to those buildings up north into the apartments, you can also make that transition really happen. But it was kind of an unpredictable game in the sense you're just waiting. Is apartment going to be in play? If it is, Hodgick, I mean, you were hoping to see Alpha 7 win. It was going to be based on do they have to leave the apartment or not? And the fact they had to leave, it was going to be very easy pickings for Quest. So 11 points, they needed about between 22 and 24 points if they wanted to try and get close to the barrier. That's a 21 pointer they just got. So an average decent game followed up after this, they could be out of that bottom 5 where they've been for like a few games now, actually. So Quest definitely want to try and push themselves out of that as a scary bottom position.
Oh my gosh, 21 points right here now was so huge. I'll be honest, I thought Alpha 7 was going to win it no matter what, because when we see them with like 7 eliminations just on fire, even if they don't have the advantage, they're usually able to overcome their opponents. But you can just see that Quest, oh man, did they need it so bad. And to stay vigilant in that position, especially against a team like Alpha 7 who's on fire right now, is huge. But there's like it isn't enough. It isn't. They're still 3 points away here from Alter Ego.
It puts them in the challenge, but actually what you said just there puts them in the challenge against Alter Ego. Alter Ego started day 1 in like 4th or 5th place, and now have fallen all the way down to potentially going into the bottom 5. This for Alter Ego, the last 3 days has been rough, and if they fall into the bottom 5, I am unbelievably surprised.
Wow. I mean, here's the question now. I'm gonna ask you this, Max, man. For Bra, is it nail on the coffin already?
Well, I don't think we're gonna have Tospic. He's gonna get another one. Don't worry. He's got you. They're gonna clutch it out. Well, see, right now, as you said, Alter Ego, they had such a hot start in this tournament. It's tough for them. Even Gladiators, sure, they started off strong. They're still not out of that risky situation where they could fall back in the bottom 5. So this is MEA, like so much pressure on the MEA region. Quest, Falcon, all fighting for a spot in that survival stage. And as we keep like getting closer and closer towards the end of the day, I'm saying it again, it is going to be down to that final game here to see who's going to be making it. And it's really hard to predict right now, Hodjux. Any one of those squads, like your Falcons, your Bra, your Quest, any one of those guys could be able to snatch that position at the end.
Do or die. It really is. You got to be able to clutch it up here and now. Otherwise, you are going home, and you got to wait until next year to play PMGC, a position you definitely don't want to be in. Now for the teams at the top, Alpha 7 currently sitting on the leaderboards there with 169 points. Nice. But you look over here, right below them, Persija. That's a good solid gap now.
I don't think anyone's catching up to Alpha 7 because never,
I agree.
Despite like not being in the final circle here to be able to deal with Quest or whatever, like they just never stop when it comes to eliminations. Never stop. 7 eliminations, 8 eliminations. And you know, we were saying before, we were talking between us guys, right? Like when you look at how Brazil's performing, when you look at Stalwart as well, I think we maybe looking at one of the world champions out of these 3 teams. These 3 teams going to the grand finals, I want to see it. They look awesome here on the battlegrounds, and Brazil especially has just looked non-stop. It's been a torrent of aggression and a torrent of control from Brazil.
I mean, when you look at what happened in PMGC Grand Finals last year, right? Alpha 7, what were they? 2nd place. They could very easily be able to play at that level, deal with that pressure, playing at a LAN event over in Turkey, and take the trophy. And look at Stalwart too. They've been improving significantly, PMGC after PMGC, always making it to the Grand Finals for now. It should be 3 years because it seems very likely they're going to qualify for the 2023 season again. So I think like we are seeing Group Green potentially breeding our new champions for this year.
But that's actually an interesting point, what you were saying about Stalwart, right? If you think like, so obviously they had a great start to this Group Green, yes, and will guarantee be going to the final considering where they are right now. But it does feel like the meta caught up with them in just a short period of time. They looked awesome in the first 2 days here, Max Man. Looked like they were a little bit ahead of the lobby in terms of the rotations and when they were taking positions. Now the rest of the lobby's caught up with them, and they're not having as easy time as they were previously.
They would usually get very easy access to some central positions or even ed positions and just sweep from there. Teams are just moving so much quicker in the middle and bottom of the pack because they are desperate here, Hot Jukes, to try and aim for that survival stage. So it's now or never for these guys.
It is desperation time. These squads are in the hot seat, but hey, you know what? This is where champions are made. Let's go ahead and take it out over to Jackie and Blank. Get back at the game.
Oh man, we've been running through these what feels like a full sprint, Blank. They're going quick and the chance for points is getting smaller and smaller, but this lobby still remains unbelievably competitive. Can't wait for this one, bud. I think this is going to continue to deliver.
I mean, Max is telling me in the background there it's 109 points without break off, right? So, I mean, we're getting close to it right now. With Alter Ego 103, it's all these teams at the bottom are just pushing themselves harder than ever before. And Quest, you know what? Great news for them. I'm really, really happy they're able to step things up a little bit because I think, like you said, they have been pushed against the wall many, many times here. It's not been easy for them. Yet, despite all that, in this last day, 100 points now, only 3 points behind that 11th place. Let's go, Quest. Let's get it done. I think there's definitely an opportunity here for this team to break through towards that top 11 if Alter Ego just can't keep up here. Falcons, again, another team on the chase, 93 points, weren't able to get too much done from that north position in apartments, but it's not an easy spot to play in, and Paragen's nades were just unbelievable.
Oh, they were really on the money, man. There's been some big nades the entire tournament. It's been so cool to see how much that utility has had a real big leg up for some of our squads that have good comms when it comes to timing with the double nades. It really has been a good affair to watch. Right then, setting ourselves up for the last Erringale, third and final one. After this, it's 2 games. That's all that remains for Group Green. 2 games of Miramar. There's been a trade of chicken dinners today, a trade of points, and a lot of squads starting to light a fire under them. Quest, can they continue? That's a big question mark. What more can they find? Alter Ego, have they slowed down too much, Blank? Have they put the handbrake on, or will they project themselves further here? Stalwart, where have they gone? A lot of question marks. Let's find out as we get into it.
Exactly. So where have you been? I need some games to finish off Group Green. I don't just want it to be a case of that day one magic. I want to finish off with a grand reveal here. But over towards our angle, our final one of the tournament here. Like you said, see if some of these teams can get some more points on the board. Alpha 7 has just worked so very hard so far today. And you got to give them props for it, right? You'd love to see Procedure Evos or Reject get that direct invite. In fact, I'd be so happy to see Procedure Evos get that direct invite. It'd be like times of old with Zuxi Luxi back in towards the PMGC Grand Finals. But with the way A7, they're just not giving them any chance to catch up here.
Some squads, man, have just been flying ahead. It's wild. These days have been very unpredictable. The lobby's only been getting more competitive the longer everyone's had a chance to feel out how teams are playing, make adaptations, and also find who they want to bully, Blank, because there's a couple of squads that have a big X on their back going into these games.
There is, right? You know, because at the moment, Alter Ego, that's a targeted team that can be taken out. You know, these are the ones trying to remove Gladiator's chances earlier on in the tournament. Now, a team like Quest could even drop over towards them, cause them some panic on their rotations. Falcons equally. Right now, it looks like everyone's playing a bit more of a safe game. Tiamba, though, slipping sort of underneath the radar, right? I really like that play from Tiamba because no one's really paying too much attention to them yet. They're consistently getting a player or two towards our end game, bumping things up with the placement points. I think the main difference maker for a lot of these teams towards the bottom side have been these miraculous chicken dinners coming out, getting themselves a huge amount of points to put themselves in contention. For Tiamba, it's been a very, very different story, just slowly but surely chipping away at the bedrock, getting further and further towards a secure position. And I like that from Tiamba. You know, they're doing really well off the back of it, and it's very unlike any other team we see towards the bottom side.
It's wild as well how it feels like Tiamba have kind of thrived where a lot of other teams have struggled. When it comes down to those moments of, okay, it feels like it's doomed from the start. We're a solo that's really got to try and forage for points in the forest. But they do a great job of it. You know, they're picking up 5 or 6 eliminations a time just off the back of getting stuck into fights when they know, ooh, little window of opportunity here. Ooh, little moments of third party here. And that's done wonders for them, especially with how close the grouping is. Even from 9th place with Tiamba, you kind of look all the way up towards 6th place there with DX, right? There's room for you to move, and there is certainly room for these standings to shake up a little bit by the end of the day. Just make sure the squads below you don't start to get up close and personal.
Because they certainly are at this point in time. There's so much opportunity for it. This is probably going to be one of the closest groups we'll see, I think, just with the way that we saw Loops have that standout performance and Stalwart too. And it's even more close because of that reasoning. Secondary, both these teams just aren't doing well today, which is allowing everyone else towards that 3rd, 4th, 5th place to have their big games, allowing everyone from 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th to have those big games. It's kind of a weird thing that's occurring right now with Stalwart and Loops both realizing, look, boys, we've done enough here. Like, it's not at all likely we're going to get struck out from either 1st or 2nd place. Either one of us is going to take over 1st place, or Alpha 7 is going to leapfrog one of us to get 2nd. That's the only thing that's going to happen here. Stalwart, surprisingly though, 187 to 188 are Loops. They could regain their 1st place at the end of the day, and I think that would be a special way to end things and a good mark-off for Stalwart going in towards that PMGC Grand Finals, coming out on top in the group of death.
I'm glad it really has lived up to its name as well, because we have certainly seen so many crazy plays throughout the course of these 4 days. A lot of teams proving that it's not just about the prep work, it's not just about what you come into these tournaments with, it's about how you adapt, how you thrive in the carnage. We've seen so many small micro adjustments, so much of a unique meta developing over the course of the regional clash we've had here. And it has been very sick to watch. Brazil's been on top, the Mongolian madness. Day one was a sheer sight to behold. And I just can't wait to see what's in store for us here on these last few games. We have 3 in total, including the one that we've got live now. For the Mad Bulls, we get them back on our screens as well. It's looked a little bit quicker, Blank. I'd say, you know, some praise their way. It felt like it was almost too in their own heads. They were kind of giving a lot of respect to other squads, weren't really instigating fights, weren't really playing with that level of lethality we know players like Zerich, players like Frozen can have. They were a bit stagnant. Today already, we've seen them diving into some third parties, even getting stuck into fights where they're at a big disadvantage, but looking confident. And that makes the world of difference for me. I think if we see Mad Bulls maintain that confidence, they should be okay.
Yeah, I think for Mad Bulls, they have like a certain kind of lethality when it comes to those end games, right? Which is great to see, because I think that even when the things get very rough for them, where they're surrounded on all sides, they're able to find these little rocks, these little crevices to play in. I don't think we've seen too many games where Mad Bulls has had the significant compound to play with. Feels like they just hate buildings at this point in time, but they do get towards these end games a lot more often. You're right, they're just not in their heads anymore. They're playing their own game, playing off the back of one another on that squad, and I think that's the main thing we have to take away from the Mad Bulls. Currently 7th place, kind of a sleeper team for us so far, because they have made it really far towards that top side. 117 points is amazing, almost overlapping over towards DX, and we haven't had too much chance to talk about them. We've been far more focused on teams like DX, who have been really consistent throughout this league stage, Malise, who have been on a bit of a rise themselves, and Tiamba, who is just slowly bringing things back up to speed again.
The big Tiamba. They've been going by the beat of their own drum today. Zia have been a little bit quicker into some of these fights as well. It feels like Zia know their days are numbered, so they've just been trying to play with a bit more confidence. A bit of road rage going on here, though. They're able to spot out Mad Bulls. No overcommit from either side. Just a few bullets to give your intentions across, and then they begin to back off, once again creating space.
Yeah, give themselves a little bit more time to work with here. A lot of teams all grouping up right now, and I think it makes sense as well with this particular part of the map. You know, Yasnaya, the fielded area is a little bit rough. You want to be able to take some of the compounds that are in this spot. If the circle centers up towards it, you have the position to take some of those more important compounds towards the center of Yas Fields. Again, though, it's a difficult one to call, because if you center up around Yas Fields, you take those compounds away, you get a south shift on the circle down towards Lumberyard, towards Prison. You're forced to adapt and head up towards those hills on that side where you can be easily picked off. You got teams coming in from the edge right now. Stalwart, A7 on their approach. Falcons very, very far behind. Malise and Tiamba classically on the edge here, slowly breaking their way in. I think this is very typical. We've got a really... We've got this circle down now at this point in time, right? All these teams understand what rotations they can make. We're seeing a lot more teams make it towards that end game as well, because they know how to avoid each other, and they have to at this point. Every time they get further in towards the end game of that match, the better chances they have at picking up those all-important points to propel themselves further into these games. Bra Esport just have not had the day they were looking for so far, currently moving over towards Yas Lake and trying to push through gas station to get further on towards Rozhok side. Stalwart taking a big hit.
Stalwart, can they defend? What can they do from this? Don't want to have any more quiet games from them. Icy replies back onto Shopper and strikes first. A7 have caught whiff of Gladiators as well. They know where they are now. Oh, mate. Bit of a battle between Gladiators and A7. Could be a treat for the old eyeballs, but no one wants to run any risks right now. You know, going down as the first squad eliminated would be a sad state of affairs this late into Group Green. So you need to play reserve, play smart, and only fully commit to fights that you're 100% confident with. Play the percentage game this late into the day. Bra Esports very close towards Evos as well. That's another one that could be an interesting tidbit for Bra Esports. Chances of them making it into a safety net is getting harder the longer the day goes on. We've seen heroics from them, but it needs to be more consistent.
Yeah, for Bro Esport, like, look, man, some of the plays have been phenomenal throughout this tournament, but it's just that point scoring hasn't quite been there for them. A lot of those dry pushes where your mouth just feels parched even watching it, where they're just sending into buildings and just getting completely ripped apart there. Lead from Tiamba does take a hit from Loops as they're currently controlling within the walled-off compound down on this side, leaving themselves pretty safe right now. Loops with fairly central position to work with going forward. Procedure Eve also looking to get a big match off the back of this one, and they're in a good spot to do it, fairly central. And I think that's why you did see A7 not fully take Gladiators to task there on that northwest side, because A7 understand that it really is just one game for either Reject and Procedure Evos, and suddenly we're in that situation where they are just behind you once again. One couple of steps and they will be ahead. And on Miramar, where a lot can happen, a lot can go wrong in terms of rotations, you know, A7 would much rather confirm themselves with fairly steady game here with a good average, just put themselves so far ahead that it is going to be very, very difficult and almost uncomfortable for Reject and Procedure Evos to pick themselves up those big enough games in Miramar to get the win. You almost have to be lucky in that situation on the circle.
Yeah, this is one of those where at this point in time, they're probably hoping, you know, with the fingers crossed, the toes crossed, they've got the lucky rabbit's foot blank, any sort of superstitious things that could give them a bit of a blessing when it comes to the circle. Because you need an edge, you need a blessing this late into the group. Ooh, okay. Bit of a move here. Stalwart dead center for it. Everyone else realizing that their pathway is now open. Alter Ego and Tiamba towards the outside. Probably going to run into one another as it seems like QZ has caught whiff of where exactly Alter Ego are. I8 are on the full lurk around as well. And that's where you might run into the back of Gladiators. Kitsune has played point man ahead of the pack looking for the scouting info. Could be a room for a fight developing here as well. Looking for close quarters combat control of the three buildings we've got here. You've got the push in from Rejects that looks to try and lay claim to this early. Meanwhile, Al Haji from Quest, can he deal some damage? Oh, his back was exposed. Didn't realize the window had such a clear line of sight. They're going to run him down with the SMGs blank.
This is really weird in terms of the amount of teams that are in this location. You've got Quest with Al-Hajj, who burns out here. The Molotov's going to do a lot of after damage as well. You've got Reject on the sidelines looking over toward this one. This is dead central over towards apartments. And we see this part of the map so many times here in the Group Green stage. Tiamba equally trying to barrel their way through. Luckily, they head over towards Malise's position just as Poser hits the floor, giving them an opening, and they can unlock the door.
Doors unlocked, but you still got to do something with the control that you take. See how far you can take this now. Lufa peeking back out towards the tree. Bullets down onto Ren. Ren, that has been so cheeky, so annoying. He's been able to pop up time and time again and find elims for Tiamba in situations where he should get absolutely nothing. The fight isn't going to end there, though, as the rest of his team gets collapsed upon. Melise with a level of lethality striking their way through them with ease.
Tianyu hits the deck as the poison gets injected into the veins of Tiamba and they're slowly bleeding out. Another shot comes through, but that's from Alpha 7 along the way. They're able to get over the cross on Rozok Bridge into a sideswipe position, that spot that Mafioso currently has on the high ground along with the rest of his team, and they are actually being able to have a presence in this fight from an incredible distance, showing that Alpha 7 isn't just that close quarters combat team. They have a bit of that sniper in them, which is great to see. Alter Ego, a team that we have to be worried about out on that edge side, currently have to battle through the team of DX. Look at where they are on the standings, 11th place. Quest is just behind, 103 points. Going down here with nothing to show for it will leave Alter Ego in a really rough spot.
They can't afford it. They really can't afford it to go that way. Alter Ego have to survive for longer, have to get some eliminations. Ooh, look at the rotate they're going on as well. Backline close towards Madball's potential to be sniffed out by DX on the POV of I8 here as well, as they're starting to clash down towards the location of Stalwart. And that is so much talent in such a small square with Alpha 7 off to the left from Stalwart. I8 looking to scrap for it, and then the back line of Gladiators lurking, breathing down your neck, waiting to swoop in as well as they're trapped inside the water right now. Meanwhile, another fight developing here. This was Alter Ego. It looked like they were trying to go for the slow flank behind Marbles. Instead, they actually instigate a bit of an attack, dealing damage onto them, knocking one man down onto his last legs. Bullets being traded out from Potato as well into the distance. That's Evo struggling now as Zuxi's been knocked. Alter Ego, Blank, they want to come out swinging.
Dear me, this is really not friendship between the Indonesian teams whatsoever. Zuxi down, and they just have to leave him behind at this point. The second time in a row that this has occurred. Misery makes his way through, half HP. Zerich might have just needed to pull the trigger there and could have popped him out the vehicle. In the meantime, Zuxi gets finished off there by Octa. Procedure Evos down to 3 players now in a really awkward spot of the circle where they've got to push through very open ground to even have a hope of getting in. They need to find a knockover towards Alter Ego, but these angles that they're able to take from this little ridge line that looks out towards them just makes it so tough. They're still giving it gas though, still giving it as good as they get as a player makes his way up towards the compound. They've got to respond, and now
Potato looks to try and lurk his way in. Molotov dashed out through the window. More nades to play with as well as he's got a hand grenade primed and ready. Throws it out. Looks to punish. Splash damage not tagging. Vehicle set ablaze though. SMG in close range is what he hopes to pack a punch with. He eats a grenade. It rinses his HP. Potato forced to slow down the push whilst Link takes position outside. Hasn't seen him, but he knows exactly where his enemy is now. Wanted to go for the full flank. Instead, juking him, playing inside of the building. Runs through the fire and the flames though, Blank. But this only further turns up the heat as the SMG spits damage round the corner. And he will stop Evos there.
On Procedure Evos, they catch the smoke off that guy. Really, really well played. Bra Esport looking to control Mad Bulls, who have set themselves in a fantastic position up towards this northeastern edge, able to look down towards all this carnage that's currently going on. Gladiators took a long rotate off towards that western side, yet there's so many teams confirming themselves over towards apartments now. You got Reject, Alpha 7, Falcons, Tiamba, even Malise in this area. Quest also trying to keep up with their position, but Alter Ego, they're not done yet. Looking over towards Bra Esports as their next victim. Good shots from Fnatic, but it's not quite enough just yet.
Oh, they're damaging everyone though. A lot of HP being licked up across the face of these squads. Alter Ego, you're going to be struggling here. Your ego might take a bit of a hit if they can't survive the push from the Mad Bulls. This is one that they instigated. Mad Bulls now looking to finish it. Nades for days, blowing away Alter Ego. Frozen, armed with a shotgun, looking to cleave his way through them. Spamming through the smoke, wants to leave them broke. Stop. Gonna reply back as well as Pops will hit that first shot. Another one onto I8. So in the commotion, Stalwart have been able to third party and find a few extra points. Tulika, he's jumped inside the vehicle. He's still a bit paranoid, doesn't quite know where the rest of Alter Ego have gone. At least finds Potato for now. Icy thought he was ice cold in this angle, but he's been stabbed in the back. It doesn't matter on the trade, and it looks like they've barely got the res off as well. A lot of carnage happening right now. Alter Ego going down for good though, Blank, as Zia seemed to have located the last man in Rosemary.
Everyone on full-on survival mode at the moment, trying to get further into this game. Falcons making a quick, swift rotate on that western edge. Alpha 7 peppering over towards the Gladiators, finding it very, very difficult to leave. And they've set themselves in a great position just to control any team that might want to come out in apartments towards their edge of the arena. It looked like all these positions in apartments were good, but Alpha 7 currently the landlords at the moment, holding down everyone, demanding fines to be paid and levies to be coughed up. This is getting rough. Loops, though, once again, might be able to get themselves a good game, as well as Stalwart starting to push themselves further forward. They realise they've got a chance into this one with the eliminations they currently have. Look at this, Jackie. They're in first place.
This is more like the Stalwart that we expected to see. This is what we saw from them on day one of the group, feeling themselves into every firefight, racking up those eliminations and waving goodbye to a lot of our other squads. DX, though,
no stranger to being able to pull out some last-minute power punches as well. Frozen was close by. Thought he had a read on this one. Mad Bull's very fragmented, split off into 3 prongs effectively, just trying to assess the overall battleground and figure out where their next opportunity to strike will come from. Seems like Loops could be their target as they fight versus Zia. And Loops has suffered a bit of a knock. Was that Rich? He's found an angle onto Paragin. Bullets are actually connecting as well. Quite a substantial distance, but man's got composure.
Still continues to pepper him through, and Paragin just barely leaves that with his life. Some shots come back, and Zerich will be sent back. And for Mad Bulls, the time is getting thin right for them. They were looking for a position to play, but the rest of the battlefield right now, flat as a pancake and not very fun to traverse at all. So they need to find openings. They need to find picks. Right now, they're doing a hell of a lot of damage over towards DX as they try and get in. Other teams also taking shots towards them. This might give Mad Bulls a bit more space to play down on the southeast edge, which is so important to them. It's Loops, the other team, that spotted out DX on their approach.
Constantly setting off barrages of bullets right now. Ooh, Cardozin in the back. He can see everyone's rears right now and just peppering bullets towards them. Should be able to actually farm up a nice chunk of damage onto DX here that are basically trapped in a position that you can't really rotate effectively from as well. That's the scary factor. There's so many players all around you. Frozen as well, going for the sheer shenanigans play as he parks up inside of the smoke. If you commit to this fight, the only issue is Loops. They've got good angles to work with the compound covering them as well. And if the circle moves in their direction, they're going to be licking their lips blank. This is prime time for Loops. You've got the rest of the teams now hustling and bustling as well as they realize this circle's just gotten smaller and everyone is on top of one another. Mad Bulls going in for the fight that they've been eyeing up versus DX for quite some time. They put the pedal to the metal and close the gap, but it's the metal of the bullets biting back against them. They detonate the vehicle though as Loops get the shots in and DX are gone.
It's Cardozin to steal that one away. I didn't expect that at all, and they'll take a lot of the points the Mad Bulls were desperately hoping for. Now they've got to go for the full res here. The vehicle's heavily damaged, and Loops can continue to put that pressure that you were talking about earlier on. The very least, Mad Bulls creates a little bit of space for himself, but I'm more concerned with apartments right now. The amount of teams all sat in this area is absolutely disgraceful. Look at this. You can barely count them yourself. Oh my days, this is going to be an ending to remember here on our final wrangle of Group Green.
Oh man, it's only getting worse for Mad Bulls as well. They basically traded places with DX, and that meant they're fighting from the same positions. They're getting shot at by all the same angles DX once were, and they suffer the same fate, going up in a puff of smoke and being removed from the fight now. Loops still in a good position, comfortable with the angles they've been playing in. Zia spreading themselves out as well with an awful lot of map geometry to work with. You've got good positional setups here with the compounds they found. Stalwart also looking pretty comfortable, but this is the meat and potatoes. You can just see how many squads are all on top of one another here, Blank. It looks terrifying on the overview.
Yeah, I mean, for Loops, it isn't the most amazing compound in the world either, is it? But the thing is that every single one of these players is absolutely unbelievably good when it comes to hitting their shots, when it comes to holding down angles. And they can trust every single player to take each corner of this building and make sure no one gets close, which is why they've thrived so much in this position. In the meantime, Falcons on that western side, taking a little bit of damage over towards the Gladiators. They do get a knock, and a nice little nade from Revo will finish the job, leading A7 to 3 eliminations. Both A7 and Reject, 4 players alive. Falcons down to just the 1 in AXA.
And will he be remaining alive for very long? Doesn't seem like it, Blank, because the nades do not stop coming. One after another, they're dashed in, bro. And Tixie, he's running in to end it. Had confidence in his teammates there. The nades soaring through the sky and the bullets shutting down the last man that was alive in AXA. So Falcons going down quick today.
I think you realize for Gladiators, they know that honestly, at this point in time, with the amount of points they've been getting over the past couple of matches, the very least, they need a full squad wipe here. They don't know how much longer they're going to make it into this match. With them being right on the barest edge of that western side, I like the maneuver they make. They get 4 eliminations, they get 4 points, but that's about it. There is other teams that can still overtake them. Quest are in this game as well, remember, and they have that position on the backside building. They might be able to catch people off guard as they attempt to leave, but it's Alpha 7 with all the control right now. They're the ones holding the button, and when these teams have to leave, they're going to be ready to accelerate this game to new heights.
Stalwart controlling a shed, just trying to stay alive and keep those fires moving, crouching up and down. Loops looking for early commotion again as well. Loops done a good job of finding their way through a lot of these fights, at least to keep the full squad alive, gunning to get themselves a bit more on a day-to-day. The top 3 squads are all still in the runnings, and Reject Tokyo, no less, alive and kicking as well. For Reject Tokyo, they're looking to potentially thrust their way past Evos if they can accrue a couple more points. Need to get themselves some elims and look for the late game. Ooh, but it's going across on towards the up. Ayala, he'll get one on the back line blank and take down the first man.
Yeah, Loops just stealing away these eliminations feels really rough for Alpha 7, honestly, because the more points they can score on this map, the harder it is for Reject to catch up, because as long as Alpha 7 stays in this game, Reject's push towards that top side just feels almost like a futility, Jackie. Stalwart attempt to make their way across with a long old smoke train, but it's looking like this train is getting derailed on that northern side as there's just bullets pouring in left, right, and center towards them. Lufa, Reject, all trying to take those points for their own, but every single team sees these as potential ways to climb the leaderboard.
Fair play to Quest as well, actually being able to snatch some of those points blank, realizing the commotion in the distance were freebies. And Kante hits the mark, so Quest get a little bit more out of this. 4 elims under the belt. Remember, they lost one of their star players as well in Hao Haji quite early into this one, but they've done a good job of at least keeping their chin up and playing together. How far can Quest take it? Where are they going to end up in this one? Can they use the confidence they found off the back of the previous game to take them a little bit deeper? Loops, your life is getting harder and harder. They waited far too long to advance further forward, got left in a bad spot. One that's going from bad to worse now as everyone's located them, consistently unleashing a hailstorm of bullets towards them. Cardozin's the last one trapped inside of the compound. Eventually, he's got to move, and there's so many squads that know about that location. Their days are limited.
Reject is doing a great job to steal away a lot of these eliminations. Alpha 7, though, they find Kiss You over towards that backside. Carrillo takes a little bit of damage. Reject certainly not letting them just peek whenever they want. But it is Fahiden, the guy I was talking about earlier, who's really done a good amount of work for them. Again, another one goes down, but similarly, Carrillo able to pick up another 6-5 for Reject and Alpha 7. Both looking to gun it further into this match, but Reject's closer towards the center here. Despite that, it's just gonna feel not so awesome when A7 continues to climb these rankings, but at least Reject is still placed themselves in a position where it's possible. Gladiators further into the match, I didn't think they'd make it towards top 6. I thought they'd be out so much sooner. Nice little Molotov, but the peak will be there and he directly runs into it, and that should be him done.
Goes up in a puff of smoke, taken out for good, and leaves us with 5 squads left. Loops, Alpha 7, Reject Tokyo, Gladiators, and Quest are all that remains. Problem is for Loops, we told you their days were numbered, and it seems like they've come to the end of that run. Finished off as the play zone nips at their heels, and it gives us the final 4 that have got to duke it out here in the last game of Erangel today. A lot of compound control. High ground is right there for Quest. They've been playing on top of this building for so long, and there are no angles with enough elevation for them to be peaked on. They can barrage down bullets from this position. Alpha 7 not wanting to overcommit to anything. For Gladiators, you're probably just thinking about how you build some extra points on this one, how you stay alive, but this is nice. Look at the smoke wall going out instantly.
I like this from Alpha 7 actually, because they know that Reject isn't technically direct center right now. If they can get players out towards the edge here, towards the center of the circle, as we are closing up, we are finishing the game in approximately 2 minutes here, stage 9. Reject currently beset upon on all sides. They see all of these smokes. They know they need to have to respond somehow, but with the amount that's been placed down, with the absolute boatload that Alpha 7's been able to maintain on, it's hard to predict where they're going to be, Jackie.
This is really interesting, Blank. Look at the positions the Gladiators have taken as well. Basically being the doorman, denying the exit from Reject. Okay, Quest. I talked about the height advantage they had, and they're using it, swinging sky high as the bullets start to strike down and leave Alpha 7 in a rough spot. It can go very wrong quickly for the Brazilian team. Meanwhile, OCO playing with confidence as the Japanese squad come through like a katana, chopping their way through Gladiators, slicing them down in the arena, Blank. The shotty from Tixty, quick for the trade, but they're also getting third-partied. Alpha 7, they give up the circle, they play for the fight, pushing back in as they strike down versus Reject.
Gladiators sort of ruin the run coming through from Reject here. There's nades up towards that top side, and this is another win potentially coming through for Quest. The back-to-back, the push towards the top side of the table. A little nade bobbles down off the side. The smoke's all blooming underneath, but Quest, they need to remove themselves. They need to provide themselves with a little bit of cover. Senab, very low here, crawling back in. Reject somehow get the res off, some way, and are still in this match on the second floor. Senab out.
Senab's gone down to just the 3 versus 3 at this point, as you're going to drop straight into the commotion. There's the first as Quest ascend from the heavens. The punishment, though, is being distributed by Reject as the Japanese side seem to be trying to steal this one away. They want a chicken dinner today, and that seems like what we're going to be getting out of it, Blank, as the final frags come in. Reject have done it again.
This is so good for them. It's exactly what they needed, and not something I expected either. You got the perfect jackets on the back as well, and that really was a perfect bit of gameplay towards the end. The fact that they held on versus the Gladiators as well, when they came in with such a significant push towards their position. Serious relief from them. The ref won't even give them a high five. Come on, man. They played a serious game here.
Man, they were giving it, Blank. And that's one where really it felt like they kind of got targeted towards the end there. You know, Alpha 7 get a few hefty hits off onto them. They knew they had Quest living upstairs rent-free. They were frustrated by it but couldn't do anything. And then Gladiators just walking in through the door. You know, at one point we saw them basically go down to just the solo man, Blank, but they take it in the end. That's fantastic for them. This is a side that, you know, have given us an awful lot in terms of the personalities on camera, the way that they've kept their mentality so high, the adaptations, and now a clutch that they needed to steal a chicken dinner. Great plays today.
Yeah, you gotta love this team so far. They've been forever cursed by this second place. And you know what? I was really feeling it there as well. Not even a second, maybe even a third. But what a way to play that out. Sarah from the second floor window as well. Really battering down on both Alpha 7 and Quest. But Quest taking themselves a second place, I believe it was, and Reject taking a first, leaves Alpha 7 only getting a few placement points off the back of that third place. Yes, they had a ton of eliminations, but similarly, so did Reject. They get closer to that boundary. That is third place, Jackie.
Man, every time I see Reject play, I become more and more of a fan of this team. So fun to watch, but there's plenty more action to come. For now, let's get back over to the desk though and dissect this one.
Reject clutch up a win in the most important time for them. That was close, man. For a second, I thought we were going to see another team be able to jump on down and clutch it up, Max, man. But Reject, just in the CQC, just too good.
Not too good. The apartment finish, I had no idea who was going to win, by the way. It was Alpha 7 Reject, where you just don't know. You got the smokes all over the place. You got no information on where anyone is. So it's just down to the wire. And Reject, such a good play, especially being able to clear Gladiators. Oh, I didn't even see that nade again. Whoa, Gladiators just came sweeping the western side of apartment, but 22 points. Sure, Alpha 7 Hot Jukes good game for them, able to get, again, eliminations, but Reject, they are running to overtake a spot in top 3. They could make it happen with results like this.
Again, the severity of the situation for all of these teams on the cusp of either top 3 or down towards that bottom 5. We're seeing so much urgency about the play coming in. And one thing about this game, it being so similar to the last one, we get that awesome moment where everybody's kind of taking the learnings from the previous game. How are we going to approach this a little bit differently? So many teams in the apartments trying to jostle for it in a very early state in this game, and you can see how it ends. It's ridiculous.
I want to paint a picture real quick. This is a very worst case scenario thing. We are seeing Loop still getting a few points here and there. We're seeing really good improvements from Alpha 7. We could, in a worst case scenario, see Stalwart falling down and Reject overtaking that spot, because Stalwart have been struggling these last 2 days.
No way. No way we see Stalwart get knocked out of top 3 here.
There's a chance.
Well, there's a chance, but what, again, I have to kind of show is the fact that Alter Ego is now in bottom 5.
Oh,
wow! That's ridiculous.
That's gotta hurt.
After the first day, you would never imagine that, right?
Never.
Whoa.
I wouldn't imagine it. No.
Wow, gotta give it up to Quest, right? To be able to get a nice, good finish there. I thought they were gonna win it. I love to see them. We missed it, but we got to see them do a little bit of a double jump. They had to jump off of that one building and then hit the ledge and get onto the other one, and all of them made it. And unfortunately, not able to clutch up a win there. But at the end of the day, that's it for Aaron Gale for Group Green. It's going to be all about Miramar now, Max, man. And you can see who are the top Miramar performers right here.
Yeah, Loops are right there too. I do want to bring it back to Loops on that previous game, though. I feel bad for Loops, man. They had a good position. The circle doesn't go their way. You have 3 teams, 3 fully stacked teams on the roofs at different levels with the windows just shooting in your global vicinity. You were just never going to make it out, so I feel a bit bad for them, but they were able to at least salvage a few points this match. And I mean, first place is going to be hard to take away from Loops, but man, as you said, Kalaris, already, you got so many cool storylines for the top 3. The bottom team is still fluctuating game in, game out. It's really hard to predict what the rankings are going to look like after these next few matches. Miramar is going to be the deciding factor for this group.
Sorry, I'm still a little bit flabbergasted that we're finding Alter Ego down there. Like, I was adding up their points and kind of tallying things up. In day 2 was more impactful than I thought it was, because obviously they had a great day 1, but day 2 they got 15 points across 6 games, which really kind of hamstrung them going into the latter half of this tournament. And I mean, even the third day, they got, a second place with 8 limbs and stuff like that, and another 8 limb game. But when you're wanting to keep your averages up, it's not enough. There's so many like 1 or 0 point games coming out from Alter Ego that they need to remedy fast.
Yeah, they need to do it so fast. It's unbelievable. There's only 2 matches left, 2, and then we're done. 5 teams are going home after this, and Alter Ego are now in that hot seat like you wouldn't imagine. And speaking of hot, of course, we got to give a big shout out to the official smartphone here for PMGC, the Infinix GT10 phone, a phone designed for esports players. You guys want to go ahead and dominate the lobby, you got to check out that Infinix GT10 Pro. And oh my goodness, we're going to see some monsters on that GT10 as we get into the final 2 matches of the day. Alter Ego on the hot seat, the Bald Eagles, the Falcons, right there next to them. Bro, I can't believe that we didn't see them get out of this, especially after seeing a clutch 1v4, Max.
Yeah, people would say it's my fault. Like, apparently, I talked about it. Classic me. But yeah, it's been a tough time, but it's still very hard to predict. I have no idea how things are going to be really looking like. One team that still has been a little bit silent, they should still make it in. Actually, no, they might not even make it in. I'm looking at Xavier. The bottom teams have been doing so well that even a team like Xavier, if they're not performing at all, these next 2 games could also fall off. So
in theory,
I don't know what's going to go on. Yeah.
All the way from 8th place. That's absolutely insane. Guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. the desert. And let me just say this. Alpha 7 have been doing so well today. Can you imagine if they get a good performance on this next game? They could be the champions here of Group Green. Can you believe that, Max?
Yeah, I mean, Alpha 7, the thing is, even in games where they don't get maybe that many placement points, they are still getting those eliminations. And that is just so scary. The fact that a team is able to be so consistent on how many elims they get per game is mental. And they just now, not on top of that, they also reach in the late games apparently too, which is just double threat for these guys. So I'm telling you, Stalwart, they're not quite as safe as we initially thought. There could be a big change in the big three here if some teams like Reject and Procedure Evos keep getting points on board. So it's could be a big change up there.
Now here's the question for you, CalRs, right? We saw Procedure take out Alpha 7 in Sandhawk. If Procedure wants to stand a chance, I know the gap is so big, right? If they want to stand a chance, they have to take them out here and now. So do you think that's something they could actually consider?
From my perspective, I think Procedure's done, personally. Like, maybe I'm a pessimist. Maybe Max is a glass half full kind of guy, and I'm a glass half empty kind of guy. But for me, it would be Rejects if they were going to make some kind of shunt up towards that top three here. Considering the kind of stability of those top three, I mean, as much as Stalwart has not really been that stable in the past, let's say, day and a half, especially. I still don't see them really falling out. They'll play it steady, they'll play it calm, they'll find themselves a central spot, get a few limbs here and there. I think they'll stay.
Yeah, makes sense. Well, you know what? Let's see if they're going to be able to hold on as we take it on over to the boys here for Miramar.
How good is their grip? That's the question, right, Blank? Because they can't afford to let it slip at a time like this. 2 games of Miramar, that's all that's left for Group Green. Are we expecting utter carnage at this point, Blank? Should we just expect the unexpected?
Mate, honestly, there might be hot drops. There might be teams targeting one another. I'm fully expecting A7 to continue having a blaster a day right now. I think we all thought that no one would catch up towards STE or Loops, yet A7 has sort of done the impossible. They're really close by to them now. Soon to be towards that top side of the lobby. I mean, we just look at the overall rankings here, right? 196, 190, A7 with 181 points. They could even push themselves further towards a second or a first place, which is an absolutely unbelievable thing to talk about. And Brazil has just done so well during this Group Green. Loops and A7, just the center of the stage right now.
Man, so many big names forging history here over the past couple of days. Really competitive group, and for some of the regions coming into this, they've shown that their talent is not just in their home region. It can also be done on the big stage. Now they've got to do it again on Miramar. 2 games of Miramar back to back. That's all that's left. It has been a lot of man hours, a lot of blood, sweat and tears over the past few days, Blank, and it all finishes in these next 2 games.
It's all that's left. Some of these teams really have to push very, very hard to get towards the top of the tables here. Teams that we're looking at, Alter Ego, started off so strong on that first day, but how they have fallen down to 12th place now, 110 points. And Quest, they felt like things were all over. That it was all to done with, yet at 11th place right now, 113 points. They're still pushing things further. Gladiators are not safe. And honestly, right, you know, they didn't play very well this tournament. If a team like Alter Ego or Quest want to push them further down the leaderboard, potentially removing their spot here in the survival stage, I wouldn't be surprised if it did happen. Right now, though, like you said, the grip strength better be strong for teams like Tiamba, Gladiators, and DX. They want to remain in here. For Falcons, it's a bit of a tougher road for them. They really also need themselves a chicken dinner here, and they have just not had a day of it.
No, they really haven't. Needing a little bit more of an upwards draft. You can see the separation at this point from the teams that are being able to really thrive under the pressure they're now in, and the teams that are crumbling, Blank. The last day blues for a few of them. Man, it's been so crazy as well, sort of, you know, the turn in the tides for a few of our squads. The way there now is sort of a bit of a feud between Gladiators and Tiamba. Gladiators being able to get a chicken dinner today, whereas Tiamba, it's been a lot more about stealing away those elims to pad those stats. Quest as well, making a hell of a comeback. Complete change from the fact that they looked a bit deflated. You know, it didn't really feel like it was the same squad, Blank. They've kind of had smiles on their faces the whole event, but at the start of the day, it felt like they really weren't gelling. Since then, though, they've been proving that their gameplay is what matters. And I think really that is the big part. You know, you can talk a big game, but just being able to show up on the actual battleground does so much more for you.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of pressure on Al-Hajj, right? I think a lot of people had eyes on him to be a big performer. And let's be honest, he has performed very well, keeping his team in these fights where it mattered most. But sometimes it requires another player to pick up the slack so you don't feel like it's all on you all the time. And that player has been Fahidan from Quest. He's really had the game of it today. And I think the rest of the team's got to be proud of him, because stepping up on a day like this, where every single point counts to you, where it feels like you didn't have a hope in hell to get towards that top 11, Fahidan has just had some mega games despite all the pressure that's been going against him, where no one really expected all that much from him at the start of this one. It's really, really nice to see, and I think Quest is super grateful that he did have those matches on side as well. In the meantime, we do get our circle, heads over towards the western edge. DX dead center in Monte Nuevo, keeping things tight. Reject also within the circle, but far towards that northeastern side at the moment, but further in than most other teams. This is the squad that wants to chase down, catch Alpha 7, who currently are just absolutely blasted. You can see this. The way they play just really feeds into the fact that they have used 606 total throws throughout all these games. They're constantly pushing, constantly using smokes to get close, constantly nading. They're really good at taking control of a situation where it looks very bleak for them.
That's so much utility. And none of it really feels like it's kind of just in vain. There's always a lot of thought process behind it. You know, with the offensive utility, they're using their Molotovs really nicely to force players out of position. Good two-player nades when they want to take someone down. And the instantaneous smoke walls we've seen them bringing out as well. So great understanding of where and when they need to use their util to give themselves the biggest advantage as possible. Quest on screens here, though, taking their time to get looted, suited, and booted. Just roaming across, gathering some weaponry to play with. Bra Esports, they've been hit with the unlucky stick multiple times, it feels like. Is there really any room for them to save their own bacon? Or at this point, are we looking at Bra just fully cooked? Because they don't have many chances left to save themselves, or not ideal for Zia on the getaway. Rolling the vehicle, but luckily no peak comes out.
Yeah, for Bra Esport, they'd have to have two bangers coming into this one. They'd have to have one game after another of around about 15 to 20 points. And that's a big ask right at the end of the day as well, where, you know, you can see that the door is closing on you. The light is getting dim as it exits the room. And I think for Bra Esports, that type of thing just really gets in your head at the end of the day. So for them, if they can hold on, if they can have that mental resilience to keep up with these final matches of the day, that is what you want to see from Bra Esport if you're a fan of them. But again, it has been one of those games, one of those tournaments, this group green, where anything is now possible with the way that it has shaped up at the top of the lobby and at the bottom of the lobby, and just how hungry these teams are coming to the PMGC. I don't think we've seen so much clawing at the door to get in since forever, man. This PMGC 2023 is going to be an absolute hoot even when we get to the Grand Finals. I don't think we're going to see a single bad team going through, and I'm very, very excited for it.
No, we've done really well with getting so much talent being able to find their way out of this group, right? Because that's the one scary thing when you have such a stacked group, is that it feels like if some of the games go a bit unlucky for some of the bigger squads, or they don't turn up when it matters most, we lose that ability to see them later on in the tournament. Instead here, I think, you know, the squads that are going through to the survival stage from this blank, oh, it's spicy. You know, I can't wait to see who else they're going to be meeting and how we'll have those clashes handled later on. Man, it really is interesting what we've been given here. Group Green has delivered on so many fronts, and it's been a treat to behold, right? The way there's been constantly a power struggle as well in the upper echelons, which I think, you know, towards day 2, we kind of thought it was all said and done already, where you're looking at it and thinking, well, there isn't much room for a lot of these other teams to contend towards that top spot. Suddenly, Loops just start playing some of the best PUBG Mobile we could ask from them, right? Some really aggressive but smart games. You get Alpha 7 actually finally getting some victories alongside finding so many elims. And what a beautiful storyline it's been for Reject, right? Like, that's super sick to see the way they've ascended. They've had such cool mentality the entire tournament, Blank. One of the few squads that, even when they've had bad games, have kind of just been laughing it off and keeping that mentality strong. But then they're playing some quality games. Real smart setup in the circle, good aggression as well. Sara's been hitting some blinders. OCO's been on point. It's just really cool, man.
That is bad news, but you're right. Yeah, for them, they have definitely ascended. All I can imagine is all the players just putting their arms out wide and then just rising through the roof of the ceiling right now, because it's such a change of pace. But this year is so disappointing for Falcons. Alter Ego, another team that realizes that they've got to do very, very well. I'm not sure if this is targeted or not, but losing a play for Falcons feels really rough and sort of does put a nail in the coffin. There's still a chance to escape it though, but for Alter Ego, this was also very much needed. They need to gain space, they need to gain control over towards La Triera on this south side. Next circle about to pop for stage 2. Wow! Up towards the northwest here. Favors over towards Alpha 7 as well, who are going to be able to get a lot of control available for themselves. Falcons have to ditch the vehicle. It explodes as it barrels through the air. But so many teams have to barrel their way into the circle as well. Again, it's that fated battle between Rejects and Alpha 7.
A classic fight at this point that will decide so much. And there's other squads wanting to get stuck in as well, seeing if they've got a late invitation to the party. Meanwhile, Quest fighting versus Melise and applying the pressure onto them. CEO later not fancying his chances here as he'll begin to back up. Keep in mind, we've seen some chicken dinners from Melise on Miramar. It feels like they do spread their wings a bit more on this map, a little bit more confidence when it comes to this as a battleground. How's that going to work out from today, though? It's a whole different ballpark. Al Haji keeping his eyes peeled in case they re-peak, but no aggression displayed. Meanwhile, on screen, you've got Gladiators starting their rotation and looking to get into an advanced position early. Kitsune barraging off shots with a Mini 14.
Yeah, Gladiators able to squeeze out some secret points at the end of that last angle. I didn't think they'd get too far into that one, but that just shows how much they want it. Still in 9th place, 115 points, tied with Tiamba at the moment. Quest not far behind, but with them being currently held out by Melise Esports, who are just a significantly good edge team. Easy goes down, Fahidan low, out in the blue as well on stage 2. It's not going to hurt too much, but there is a time bomb ticking over here for Quest. They'll have to leave at some point. Al Haji begging Poser to peek there, but he just refuses, remains in place. Just that ever-looming threat coming through from Melise.
And that sums them up pretty well, man. It feels like Melise kind of always are, you know, the big dog just barking away at you. Anytime that you think you've got a competitive edge, they sort of turn up and really try and deliver some fear into you. Oh, man. Hey, this is going to be a spooky one, Blank. It feels like at this point in the group, it really is just so hard to call. Even fights where you feel like players should be individually confident have a bit of a blessing in a hand-to-hand combat. And it's just going whichever way, but you predict. It really is crazy how we've found ourselves in this point where it feels like anyone could take a fight.
And that fight could decide a lot in terms of the leaderboard, in terms of where people are going to end up. Circle approaching us ever closer as time goes on. We got Zia currently taking task to hand versus SDE. This team has really stepped up, and I think that they can leave this tournament with their heads held up high. It's unlikely that Zia is going to have any chance at all against that top 11. Before this team, at the start of the tournament, really felt like they had nothing much to offer to us, but they've learned so much as this tournament's gone on, and it's very valuable knowledge that they'll come away from. Even if they do go home, they won't be getting through to PMGC, but it's going to set themselves up for success in their region over towards next year. Quest tries to force the issue, but they're getting taken out. CEO later, in the same vein, gets his head taken off, and they're making it through on a very difficult rotation here. Malise struck by surprise. Kante finds one, and they're all currently still alive, albeit easy, gets back up on his feet.
Oh, here comes the boys in alter ego, though, not wanting to be ratioed on this one as they want to punish what remains of Bra. First few bullets land on target. Topsic, though, we know he's a bit of a clutcher. No PP Bizen in sight, though. Just the rifle to contend with. Meanwhile, Meku gets manhandled as he'll go down. Zuxi taken out as the play zone nips at his heels, and Redface leaves Tixie feeling ill as he clashes back against the Gladiators. Their chainmail buckling under the constant barrage of bullets the Evos are putting out. Blank, keeping the pressure on them now.
Gladiators, they just need to send players forward at this point in time, not like they've get them back up again. They just need to go for a salvage mission. It's something they're very well known for. Taking shots, though, doing a lot of damage. They keep them at bay and keep them in the blue. They wonder how much more meds they have left. Actually, Kitsune's clapping back, and Matic, reinvigorated by Kitsune, Stan comes back into the fold.
Kitsune, after taking the pot shots, jumps back in the vehicle, knows that he's got to roam further forward, trying to play off his teammates' contact. The rest of Gladiators gone for good as well, so it is just a duo. But Bra Esports, they're finished off. Blank, and this very well might be where their story ends. No chance to get points anymore, and that danger zone is still where their tournament lives is left.
And with Quest up to 113 points, with the way they just played out that angle, it just feels so unlikely now that Bra Esport will ever be able to catch up from going forward. It is unfortunate, but it's the thing. It's just how things go down at the end of the day. Kitsune out. Matic has to send forward. He's in front of the guys from Procedure Evos. Falcom's up the hill, and Matic has a tall task ahead of him. As Redface gets ever closer and closer, he sort of needs to win this 1v2. Finds the first, and Misery off in the distance. Can he hit his shots?
Bullets going down consistently, but Matic unable to find the connection onto Misery that would spell his demise. Now he's getting back into the zone, puts the pedal to the metal, has the ridge to protect him, at least from the elevated peak from Falcons. DX are just ahead. I8 and Tiamba are scrapping up close as well. A barrage of bullets going back over. Quick trade is found. Play zone biting at the heels as well as people are getting clowned all around. Here's the peek back out onto Tiamba once again. Uli, what can he really do? I mean, he's taking a fight peak after peak, but the Mini 14 really starting to strip that confidence away from them.
I8 want to keep going. Gladiators, surprisingly, still have that player in the mix. Tiamba comes in all the way from the south side, but it's Blade just cutting them to pieces right now. Tiamba might be leaving the game in ribbons, and they would have liked to get a couple more points on the board, and sometimes it's just those singular points that can be the difference maker. Up to 6 eliminations now. I8 looking for the climb. It's going to be hard, and Puncher finds Ghost, sends some shots over towards him. Some of them pass through the ethereal object, though, send straight in towards the sand, and Ghost might just get away with this.
A battle of fine margins. So many of our squads right now being able to consistently delve out ship damage that's making everyone feel uncomfortable. Confidence knocked all across the shop. Puncher going for a risky reset on the vehicle, spelunking his way downhill. Six will come in to grab his man and get him into a safe space. Pops the stims on the getaway. But he's going over into the direction of I8. And if they've got their wits about them, they might be able to find some output here. Bit of damage on the getaway. They go for the fast adjustment. Bullets barraged again down towards their direction. Gets himself a bit of cover to work with. At least you found something to play off of.
Yeah, Compound that will set themselves up to holding out this south side of the arena. It's decent for Falcons, but with 94 points and only one elimination on the map, They really do need to get a little bit more here. And with the two players alive, with Alter Ego in a very central position and Quest holding up towards their northeast edge, it just feels unlikely that they're going to be able to profit over either of these teams. So with Bra Esport out, Falcons out, soon to be at least from this spot, and Alter Ego and Quest just going to get further and further into this match. Almost certainly feels like we're getting into a scenario now where Alter Ego, Quest, Tiamba, Gladiators all battling out to see who's going to be in that 12th place at the end of the day, and only one more match after this one to fully decide it. Matic all on his lonesome over towards the western side, doesn't have too much of a chance to get further into this match, so he's got a tall task ahead of him. With DX all around, breathing down his neck from up on high, he's scared, man. He's basically locked in a room.
It is a terrifying prospect to have to deal with. Not going to get any easier for them. So many of our squads taking some hefty hits, bringing their numbers down to duos, trios, and even solos in the case of Gladiators. Blade hops in a driving seat, tries to push further forward. I8, do they realize they blank? They might be running into a tripwire, a double grenade setup with the pins primed, ready to dash them out, but instead it's the response back from I8 that hits the first man, knocking one of the Falcons down to their knees, looking to finish off with a backstab
It's
as
over.
well. Oh, mate, they're gone.
And for Falcons there, that is a real difficult defeat to take. It's a real difficult one to swallow. 94 points for the Falcons. That's pretty much it for them too. Next game would have to be an absolute killer of a match. Teams would have to go down early. Alter Ego would have to go out right now if they want to have a chance. DX challenging off versus Matic. The UMP does a good amount of damage. There's still more going through, and Matic is dodging, ducking all around. Wants to get this elimination point. Finds another, in fact. And Levi is considering jumping off the top edge, but can't quite find the angle. These two eliminations could mean so much to Matic here, but can't quite confirm them without revealing his position. Shots off to the side. They look so close and on target. And yes, they are. Lamborghini is bleeding out right now. Let's see if the players can get towards him and get DX back to a full four-man squad.
Oh, struggling to get up the hill off the back of the commotion that's caused. Lamborghini's gone, man. Matic's dying wish as he takes him down in the end there. Oh, mate, that was absolutely rough for him as well. You could see how he was trying to figure out the peak, wanting to get a nice wide swing on to take the fight towards Gladiators. But in the end, Gladiators have been stopped. They're only going to be able to find those two eliminations in the space of this game here on Miramar. Room for Quest. Room for Alter Ego to try and get some additional points. Talking of which, though, taking the fight straight to Quest. It's Reject back into the drive-in seat, looking to deal some very heavy hits, and they've cleaned the entire squad up in a matter of seconds.
And Alter Ego, now it opens up to them. The gate fully swings wide. They're in 12th place. They can leapfrog over the top of Quest at the moment. Like we said before, they got a strong position towards the center of the map. A gifted position to them after a very strong rotate. Let's see how far they can take this one, because this could mean everything to them, setting themselves up for a great game to push themselves further upwards and take their spot in that survival stage that they've held on to for the majority of Group Green, only now in the last day slipping out, and they realize that there is some serious work that needs to be done in this Miramar going forward. I8 taking damage, Chua from DX looking to light them up.
He really is. They're looking more and more like a Christmas tree right now, Blank, as every bullet is on target and they are being lit up. Aggression with the Molotov as well, dashing it towards the smoke and hoping that you can start to force them out. The HE for good measure off the back of the contact as well. Should detonate right in the middle. A little bit off center though, but the bullet spam is still doing the job. This man is not missing. He's got thermal vision on his eyes.
Pump some more bullets through, trying to find a little bit of those damage numbers here and there. Chua backs off as the bullets whiz across the back of his head. Leaves himself vulnerable and open, but realizes that DX has got bigger problems on their hands. They need to get further into this circle, further towards that western side. You got Loops holding over towards the northeast edge. Reject right on the side of the action. And Alpha 7 once again pumping even harder into this game. This team has done so much work to maintain presence towards that top side of the lobby, and Reject just cannot catch up no matter how hard they try. They've had a real respectable run of them have Reject, but that ticket is just looking like it's swinging away in the wind and sort of unreachable no matter how far they grasp their hands out at it.
There's no easy ones now. There's no freebies this late into Group Green. You've got to fight for everything you want, and everything has to be picture perfect. So many of our squads that have been given blessings have grabbed them with both hands. But you've still got to do all you can here. No one wanting to make another mistake, give an opportunity for a squad to swoop in on them. For DX though, their days might be numbered, backing off to try and create a little bit of space between them and Mad Balls. Mad Balls do lose the first man on the fight. Rejects on the getaway though, they've been hit with a good night uppercut. They split into two different vehicles, hoping that that'll be enough to bypass the bullets from Luke, but Luke's the unrelenting bullet after bullet blank, stripping the HP off Rejects and starting to end their story.
A little bit of help for their guys over towards Brazil on A7, and Reject will go out with just 3 points in tow. In the meantime, is the Mad Bulls and DX going toe-to-toe on this side of things, and they feel like they stubbed their feet on one another here because DX is giving it just as bad as it takes. Nade over the top, explodes in his face, but it's Zerich from long range to take him out and whiz a bullet directly through the head of DX. 7 eliminations, great stuff, leads them up towards a very strong position at the top side of the lobby in 6th place. But it is Mad Bulls to go a little bit further. Ghost tries to remain in the game, but it's just haunting teams at this point in time. Not much of anything to do yet, and Loops is looking for the exorcism.
Seems like he's on the mark. The holy water going down in the form of the bullets that he is spraying towards them, splashing all around him. And making it far harder for much of a move for I8 in this one if it's all about the solo points securing for him. Alpha 7 moving their eyes onto their Brazilian brethren as well up on top of the hill. They made their lives easier by taking down Rejects, but will A7 be as kind to not target Loops here? As they go toe-to-toe, you're looking at 3 alive for A7, a full squad for Loops. It's only them and Alter Ego that have actually got the entire squad alive and kicking at this point. The last man for Melise is Lewis, and he's lurking onto Stalwart. Do they know? The zone slowly pushing him further forward. First contact found with a nade, hefty damage. That's a chunky one, and Tops so quick with the reactions.
Takes him out of there. Stalwart and Loops, the two prodigal teams towards the top side of the lobby, going head to head. But Loops with 11 eliminations on this map have been absolutely disgraceful in the amount of damage they've been able to do towards any of these other squads. Mad Bulls again make it towards another end game. It's good news for them as they are really securing their position towards that survival stage. But it is truly Alter Ego everyone has eyes on right now. Can they make their way through to the survival stage? Then make it towards a central position. Alpha 7 has to push out to them. So do Loops, so do Stalwart. And this is a massive chance now for them to push through from 12th place into 11th, taking away that hard-earned position of Quest despite them going down so early on in this game.
Thing is, it doesn't matter if you think you've earned your placement at this point. It matters what you do every single second of this game of Miramar. There is no room for overconfidence. Peak after peak, though, Alpha 7 trying their luck, sniping down, hoping the bullets will connect and that they'll be able to strike versus Loops. Cardozin takes a bit of damage, but he's okay. Geometry will provide him cover. He can tuck in and keep himself safe. Meanwhile, a lot of their focus is over towards the ridge, down by Alter Ego. That's another squad you want to prioritize. You know they're a full 4. If you can start to strip them back a little bit, it will make your lives easier. But they're playing together, Blank, in unison. They attack versus Stalwart and begin to thin the numbers. Meanwhile, Loops struggling now. It's all going wrong for them.
Even Zerich taking pot shots from along the way, looks to bump up the elimination points on their side. Mafioso has been a serious standout coming through from Alpha 7. Takes down Ayala on the drop. Great tracking coming through from them. Alter Ego have held a really aggressive and greedy split on this compound, but no one's been able to get close, and they've been holding it down fairly decently so far. Loops as well as Stalwart not able to get anywhere close, and even more shots been sent through as Cardozin has the last laugh. Eliminates Stalwart from the game. It's Tulika though with a decent spray, but fluffs it just at the end there. Felt like maybe he could have picked up Rosemary.
Oh mate, there can certainly be a few more pickups coming in quick, but I think it's more going to be bullets being picked up by a lot of these teams in risky positions now. For Loops, you've got to feel for them. Had 4 alive in such a powerful position for so long, but when it matters most, they started to crumble under the pressure. And now the only squad that is fully top to the brim is Alter Ego. The battle of the Brazilians continues as Cardozin sets his focus onto Alpha 7. Alter Ego know where he is, and they've set 2 of the players from their separate duos to focus up towards the hillsides, Fnatic and Potato, keeping their eyes on Cardozin's moves. Meanwhile, Madballs lurking behind their vehicle, waiting for the peak to come out. You're going to see so many trades in rapid succession the second a fight instigates here.
Yeah, we move a little bit further towards that western edge, and I think that's the all-important thing here for this game. Alter Ego, and the circle starts to enclose as we head over towards stage 9 very, very shortly. They're going to be forced out of these buildings, and Alpha 7 wants to wait as long as possible to pick up these shots as they leave the compound of their own, but they'll be able to head towards the ditches. Madballs have set themselves up a little bit of a compound of their own, mainly just supported by the vehicles that they've positioned in this area. I think all the teams right now hoping against hope that they can make it to a position we get towards stage 9 and Alter Ego have to leave that base of operations. Top 4 teams, but Alter Ego for them, the chicken dinner is so much more important to them. Madballs are pretty safe right now at this point in time towards the middle of the lobby. You got Loops, who are definitely safe, securing their ticket off the back of this big game towards the PMGC Grand Finals, and Alpha 7 similarly have their ticket stamped. It is just Alter Ego that it matters most for them now.
They need it. You're damn right, Blank. They're the side that really want this the most because of what it means for them in the overall standings. Thing is, it's not going to come easy though. Even with the advantage you've got, having all 4 players alive, having extra utility in the backpacks, you still got to play smart. You can't afford to run any risky business. Grenades being thrown over onto the Madballs. Alpha 7 pushing up, Fnatic attacking and dealing a few big blows. Chip damage out onto the Brazilian team that remains in the runnings here. Meanwhile, Madballs starting to group up, looking to try and play together. Could that be a bit of a curse for them though? There's so many nades to work with for Alter Ego that if Madballs close the gap between them both, they could be putting themselves in a position to be blown away by the nades. They strike back onto Alpha 7 though. A lot of damage established. Fast flick from Rosemary as he runs rampant, shutting down Zerich, continuing on their warpath now.
Alpha 7 sort of locked in position. They're going to have to try and get closer. The nades have to be big. They need an opening off the back of this one. They just simply cannot find it. The circle just is supporting the guys from Alter Ego so well. They can play off the back of this ridge side. Mafioso just gets knocked now. 4 eliminations for the guys on Madballs. Not a huge game, but a decent one. Alpha 7 still remaining strong. 2 players, but the nades flying over the top here, looking towards them. And again, Alter Ego just haven't had to move.
They haven't, apart from one man, and that's Rosemary that's been developing a flank for quite some time.
Huge.
Won't even need to pull it off though, Blank, as they pop off. Fnatic furiously frags his way through them, and Alter Ego, when they needed a chicken dinner, when they had to grab one, they pull it away.
It is just a case today that it's been game after game where a team that desperately need to win, a team that needs to stay within striking range at the end of the day, they pick themselves up a chicken dinner and maintain that pressure towards the top side. This lobby at the bottom side of the leaderboard is the scariest that I've ever seen going into match 6 of a day on the final chance, on the final day here. I'm terrified for a lot of these teams because everyone's got to be sweating if you're in that 9th through to 12th position now. One team's getting knocked out. I think we can all but confirm Falcons, Bra, Aegon IA, and Zia, barring some miracle on this last match. But it's Alter Ego to get themselves back in to maintain the pride for Indonesia.
From the very first day of Group Green, when we opened the stream with Rosemary saying how excited he is to be here on this stage, how he wants to wave the flag and really pop off in some big games. Finally being able to give themselves a bit of a moment to breathe, Blank. Additional points that they so direly needed. It couldn't have come at a better time for them. And with one game left, maybe they've done just enough to save their bacon.
It was properly necessary, and I think with the amount of points they were able to accrue on that game and where they were on the standings, it was a quick spring back, right? You know, like an elastic band, they felt very badly down towards the bottom side of the table, but they sprung back almost immediately, set themselves up in what I would imagine is a fairly decent position within the leaderboard. But in the meantime, let's take a look at that leaderboard a little bit more carefully with the boys back on the desk.
What a sigh of relief for Alter Ego to get, I will say, gifted a chicken dinner at the most clutch time possible. Talaris, you said you can't even believe that we're even seeing them in a possible position to get eliminated. And then next game, boom, they bust out a huge chicken dinner.
A gift from the PUBG Mobile gods for Alter Ego. They have been flagging in the last couple of days, but this is exactly what they needed to avoid that bottom 5 position. I hope for them that this qualifies them into survival, but I hope when we get to survival, they are looking a bit more on point like they do in their region when they get to also those clashes for the internationals, because they look great there. This time around though, yeah, great chicken dinner on the board, but this was going their way from Circle 3, so they had to get big points in this game.
Yeah, and what I think is one of the last times we're going to be able to touch upon this storyline at the top 3 is that Reject were in a position where they could have contested with Alpha 7, but they just keep getting eliminations. And Loops too, look at that 13. Yeah. What do you want? Brazil are just so insanely consistent on the elimination front of things. They're just untouchable in that kind of aspect of the game, but Reject did have a little bit of an early end, only getting 3 eliminations this match, but now it's just the focal line on this game. Hot Juice is coming up just after this one. It is going to be the bottom 5. The number of teams still competing for that 1 or 2 extra positions in the survival stage, it's going to be rough, man. It's going to be down to the wire for that last match.
100%. Just to punch it home one more time, got to give a huge congratulations to Loop, Stalwart, and Alpha 7. It looks like they are going to be going to the finals, bar a miracle at this point. But you know what? There's also a question of who's going to still win this thing. Loop's getting 17 points. Rocket launches them all the way to the top. So they may be your Group Green champs. At the end of the day, though, you said it. It's about that bottom 5. Who is going home? And look how close it is.
I think unless Falcons gets a massive win in this next game, I think the fight is between Gladiators, Tiamba, and Quest. Look how close they are to one another. Unless all 3 of these teams pop off and Malise is the one to be challenged for that, which is unlikely, right? It's in the realms of possibility, but it's a low chance that that would occur. But Gladiators, Tiamba, and Quest, the fight for me will be between those. The Falcons down, again, bar a miracle for Falcons. I think they are done this tournament.
I fully agree. And the thing is, if it goes down to a tiebreaker, there's only a 1-point difference between Tiamba and Quest right now, so it could be down to a tiebreaker. 2 chicken dinners over to Gladiators. That could be added to the mix. It could have somewhat of an impact into this one, but Tiamba, in today's matches, has been looking a lot more aggressive on the elimination side of things. So those eliminations they could acquire in the last game could make a difference. But yeah, it's down to those 3 teams: Gladiator, Tiamba, Quest. Who's going to be able to secure what technically should be the final 2 positions into the survival stage? It's hard to predict. The circle is going to have an impact. Teams are going to have to be so efficient on their rotation path. I can't wait to see here, Hot Jukes, who's going to be the ones to make it to the next stage.
Yeah, me too. And you made a great point there, because if Tiamba and Quest do tie, it will come down to a tiebreaker. They're evened out in chicken dinners. It'll then go to placement points, I believe. And right now, Quest is down by 4 compared to Tiamba. So if you're Quest, I think you really want to extend it to the end game as much as possible, just in case if you do end up with that tie. Now, another thing too is, Bra, Egg on I8, yeah, we have to give them a little bit of a props, for making it this far. The nails in the coffin for them. Also, the thing is, they could do whatever they want in this lobby. I think they know it's over. It's mathematically pretty much impossible. So if they want to make it harder on Quest, Tiamba, and Gladiators, they can.
The team I'm most concerned for is Tiamba. And the reason I say that is because if you look at the record of their games throughout this tournament so far, there has not been a single game where they've got double-digit eliminations. Even their win was a 2 elimination game, right? Even all the podium finishes that they've got has barely gone over 5 eliminations. There was an 8 elimination, 4th place. But again, they haven't shown aggressive tendencies. They've shown just defensive play, which can work in certain scenarios, but not necessarily when it's crunch time, not necessarily when you're in the midst of being eliminated. So they are my main concern right now, whereas Gladiators and Quest have shown a little bit more of an aggressive tendency when they've been kind of up against the wall.
Well, I'm a little bit scared for Gladiator here again, because on the pivot today, on all of these games, pretty much they've been losing players on rotation, and you know that they need to just survive into the late game. You cannot afford to lose your Tixies, you can't afford to lose your Matics or your Kitsunes or your every single player pretty much. You want to keep the full squad alive until the end, because it's down to the wire here, Hot Jukes. It's down to this final game of Miramar to see who makes it to the survival stage.
Well, couldn't have said it better. Here we go, folks. The last game of Group Green. Who's going home? We're about to find out. Let's take it on over to Jackie and Blake for the final time for Group Green.
The 4 days of playing Group Green have been building us to this one last game. Everything will be all said and done after this blank. We'll know which teams make it to the survival stage. We'll know what our top 3 looks like, and we will know who is going home early here. An awful lot on the line. Few points between everyone as well. We couldn't have asked for a better setup here.
It's going to be pretty close right now. And I mean, for the top 3, it feels fairly certain, right? For Alpha 7, they have just played a blinder of a day ahead of us. Not a single bad match, I don't think, for them. And for Reject, realistically, that's a 24-point game that they'd need on the day. 14 eliminations and a chicken dinner. Not only that, Alpha 7 have to go out with 0 points, not profiting at all on this match. But really, the main thing we're looking at is Quest, Tiamba, GG, Maliz Esports, potentially DX if things get really spicy, but I don't think that's going to be the case here. For Tiamba, like Kale was saying, not a lot of eliminations for them, but they need to get far into the game, and these other teams need to go out early. On Miramar, it's very easy to get caught out on the edge. Gladiators could be a target here for them because they have to rotate in very far. Safety is the name of the game. Maliz Esports, despite such a good tournament so far, I think some extremely good edge play from the Turkish squad. Just now in the danger zone, once again, at the end of the day, no one could have predicted this.
And I think that summed up Group Green as a whole. It's all been so unpredictable, so entertaining from start to finish. But now it is just up to the squads that are teetering on a knife's edge to guarantee themselves enough points to fix any mistakes that were made in the first game of Miramar, because this time it all ends here. When it's all said and done, it will be finished, and we will know how Group Green is going to shape up. Falcons need to get a bit more momentum going for themselves as well. It's been a little bit sloppy today, and there is no room for that here. Quest have been giving it. It feels like so many of our squads have really taken it under their stride, realizing on a final day you need to deliver more than ever. Gladiators started off with a banger. We all thought maybe their story was over before it even started blank, but they've been able to find ways to fix it, to piece points back together, to keep themselves alive in the event. Who else will follow in those footsteps, and who else is going to get leapfrogged? That's what we're going to be discovering here on the last game of Group Green.
Got to give some big props over towards Bra Esport. Adjustments have been made, sacrifices have been made as well, but I just don't think that they have the chance here in this final match to even scrape towards 11th place. For the guys over towards AE, you got to give them some mad props as well. What a turnout on the penultimate match here on Miramar. Take themselves a nice big chicken dinner to secure their position towards the survival stage, where it felt like they were pretty much certain to get it after the first couple of days of play. For Reject, big task ahead of them. Massive game required for the Japanese squad to get that ticket punched for that third place. Is it doable? Questionable. Can Reject do it? Absolutely yes.
With some of the games they played, there's always a possibility. That's the fun thing about watching them. It's not as if, they're scraping by, barely making it into these final circles. They're fighting tooth and nail for them. They nearly had 3 chicken dinners yesterday with very slim margins between them, resulting in them taking those multiple second places and only the 1 chicken dinner. And for them to come so far, to fall out of the running of the top 3 would be a shame for them. We'll see though, they'll need an awful lot. Like you said, so many eliminations and a chicken dinner is going to be the game plan for them coming into it. For Loops, they're just going to be continuing to play the way they have been. They have been wreaking havoc inside the battleground. So good when it comes to the fights, very crisp communication, great teamwork as well, Blank. It's looked great from Loops the whole event.
Yeah, it's been pretty magical from Loops overall. And I think that for Americas as well, this is actually kind of a big deal for that region, because I think there's been a lot of looking down upon the Americas as a region as a whole in terms of their skill, in terms of their macro. Yes, there aren't some amazing squads in that region, but we've at least produced 2 superstars here in Alpha 7 as well as Loops, these Brazilian powerhouses that have come through in the group of death and just shown everyone what's what. STE at risk of being shoved off that second place spot, in which case it would be green from first to second, and I think that would be the awesome ending. Another one for the SEA region though would be for Stalwart to finally, as I said before, have that grand reveal in the last game, pull out some magic and take back that first place spot, put them in their place, bring back the Mongolian Massive. I'm so excited for this one. Quest as well, don't look so excited. This is the team that's currently in 12th place, just 1 point behind Tiamba. Full focus on all their faces right now.
Man, it's crazy for Quest. Been a rough group stage for them. Had some big games. Had some moments of momentum where they had to fight back really from the back foot with very unlucky rotations, very unlucky circles. Haji was saying how the team was feeling a little bit down in the dumps because of it, but you hadn't seen that. We've seen them really showing resilience in a lot of the games they've played today, and at least being able to accrue enough points to keep them in a position where you are only a stone's throw away from making it through to that next stage, from having a little bit more of a story to tell. Gladiators, they had a similar sort of path ahead of them, man. This was the first time over the past couple days, Blank, but we had really seen Gladiators kind of having some positive emotions on side of the camera, right? Like when we're looking at them in their player booths, they were smiling, they were looking a little bit happier, they took a chicken dinner, they've been taking some firefights, which honestly I don't think they would have been over the past couple days. They've been playing a lot more reserved. Definitely a good step in the direction they need to go in. Of course, it's not going to be a freebie straight through though. You've got your invitation here, but now you have to survive that next stage if you want to make it all the way to the big one, all the way to the grand finale. The longer the battle rages on here.
I think if you're in the survival stage as well, and you're in the survival stage coming through from Group Green, you're somewhat almost happy about it, right? Because the fact of the matter is that you've played against some of the best squads in the world in a really difficult group. It can't be much harder when you go to the survival stage, right? I think the difference between this Group Green and survival stage is that there is so much pressure on you in the survival stage. The speed at which you can go out, the amount of teams that go home in the survival stage is terrifying. So I think for Gladiators, yes, it's going to be easier for them when they go to the survival stage. Anyone else in this lobby, similarly, Malise, Tiamba, DX, AE, Madballs, Pazija, Evos, Reject, potentially. We don't know just yet. That's where you feel a little bit better about things, that you know that it can't be much harder than this.
Doesn't get any easier, but it certainly gets a lot more scary. with the way games have been going. Right then, seems like we've resolved all the issues, got everyone drilled and ready for this. Bra Esports getting the headphones on and still showing they got a lot of personality. They've shown resilience throughout the whole tournament. But what more are we going to be seeing on the battleground? That's the question as we get everyone prepped for this one. The last game of Group Green. 24 games. An awful lot of PUBG Mobile over the past 4 days. Consistently seeing which sides can take chicken dinners in their strides. Which teams have been able to adapt. Who's been falling short. And now we will decide who makes it through to that survival stage off the back of a few points, because that's all it is. 1 or 2 points make a world of difference, Blank, as we get into our last game now.
A world of difference around the world where we see all these teams come in so many different places to battle it out at the biggest tournament of the year for PUBG Mobile. We head in to a wrangle for our last and final match of the day. Group Death, Group Green has been an absolute marvel to watch, and we're finishing here on Miramar. We've got our playing path. I think it's a little bit of a cheeky one as well, all the way down towards the south side, going from west to Puerto Paraíso, really cutting off a lot of that northern side of the map. It's already starting out extremely awkward for us here on Miramar, Jackie.
Ooh, the Scoville scale is off the charts. These are some Reaper peppers that we're starting to taste here on the tips of our tongues, as a lot of teams will have to make some slight adjustments in terms of their drops. We'll see if there is any X's painted on teams' backs going into this one. If anyone will thirst for those early hot drops to try and take control of the game, try and deny point gain for any other rival squads. We've seen how fine those margins are. Let's see what we get on the drops.
Gladiators extremely close to Alter Ego, in fact, with them just over towards that western side. They know this is a secondary drop of theirs, and Alter Ego, they've had it out for the Gladiators for such a long time. After that last game, though, Alter Ego all but stamped their position over towards that survival stage. They sort of know they're in with those points, and again, we said it before, Alter Ego drops in very similar spots to the Gladiators. They've been trying to shunt them out this entire tournament. Now comes a time where they have the chance to. They can shut down the Gladiators here and now, Jackie, causing them to be in a position where they could fall from 10th place down to 12th and be sent home for good. Gladiators better have their heads on a swivel here. They better be looking left and right before they cross any of these roads in Miramar.
Since day 2, these two squads have had it out for each other. There's been no freebies, there's been no easy ones. It's consistently been Alter Ego hunting Gladiators, Gladiators forced to fight toe-to-toe in the middle of a cell and thrust them back consistently. Is that going to happen again here? Other squads in close proximity as well. Awful lot of room for early chaos. Luckily for Rejects as well, Sarah, he took a ton of damage, but he stayed alive, bobbing and weaving to get some loot finally on his side and a much needed medkit.
Keeps himself in this one, and I think for Reject, losing Sarah there might have just been the question that we asked at the start of the game. Can they do it? And if he went down, absolutely not. They need 4 players in this match if they want to hope to take themselves to the next level. But the thing for Rejects with this game, they need a whole lot of elimination points, which means they can't afford just to send center, stay out of the way for the majority of these matches here, Jackie. They have to have a presence. Pasija Evos chasing down Malise Esports. Remember, this is the team that we said was in a little bit of danger here, Jackie. And Pasija Evos, they're not letting up.
No, they've put a foot down. They're chasing them in hot pursuit. Evos want to catch up with Malise and see if they can murk them early. Not much defense to play with as well, so exposed on the back of the bike, but the added benefit is that you move so much quicker, and they've been able to get away. It seems like they've lost the scent, and they do give up the chase.
But PMGC Evos, they've pulled apart Malise Esports like a cheese pull here. This doesn't look good. Poser is off in the distance with his teammate. You've got Kissu over towards Graveyard. Now CEO Later and co are over towards the south side of Quest. This is a nightmare situation for Malise Esports. And remember, 9th place, 123 points. That's by no means safe here. There is teams that could still jump up. They would need a couple of these squads underneath to go out early and them to stay alive before they can feel any form of safety. And with this initial hunt down from PMGC Evos, their game becomes all that much harder.
Axa sprinting down the cliffside, looking to get away from the map control that has been claimed by Alter Ego. Doesn't want to give them any early points. 6 comes in for the quick secure and will grab his mate, seatbelt on, and back on the move. Get out of there for now and keep your noses clean. Falcons, what can they really do today in this last game? More so than anything, it's the chance they have to deny points for other squads, namely Alter Ego. If they lost that fight, you'd be very frustrated with yourselves.
I mean, for Alter Ego, they're just chasing them down right now, quickly sending off the top of the ridge. And again, this is the team that realizes that, yes, they're on the cusp of things. They can just make some strange plays happen, cause problems for a lot of teams inside this lobby. Falcons go down here, makes it an awful lot easier for Quest to not worry about another team catching up. Falcons just want to get away because this is a squad that needs a humongous game if they want to even have a chance at getting in. Yeah, 95 points seems far away here, but again, chicken dinner. Tiamba goes out early. There's a chance here for them to get ahead of both Quest and Tiamba to position where maybe, just maybe, they take themselves an 11th place spot. It will be an incredible comeback from Falcons, but we got to wait and see before we even start hyping them up, because Falcons just have been leaving these matches, migrating back to the lobby so many times, so often on this final day of play here in the PMGC League stage. Alter Ego, though, looking for the flank. 6 is ready in there for it.
6 catches contact. Tries to back off, get into a better position. Had the vehicle stashed close by. Jumps in it, driving seat, getaway. Turns the corner, quick with a handbrake turn. Readjustment from Axa, 1v2. Surely goes down here, overwhelmed. But Fnatic has suffered the same fate. He's taken a burst to the face from Falcons and gone down to his last legs. Rosemary, the hero of the moment for Alter Ego. But the longer this goes on, the worse it gets for them, Blank. Alter Ego losing an awful lot of their players now. It's all down to one man. This is not looking good.
Octa sending up, has to threaten the Reds here, but the Reds comes out way sooner for Falcons as they push up towards that top side. But in fact, it's Lamborghini from DX to spot out the players from Alter Ego. Falcons equally trying to go for something of their own, and they're just going to ditch this fight, get out the way. Not likely to be able to get 6 back up again as DX tries to claim position. Alter Ego with 1 elimination. It's Octa to try and take down the remaining members of Falcons, just down to 2. But I think this might be just done for Falcons now. With 2 players, it is almost but impossible for them to climb the rankings, and I think now we can say goodbye to the Falcons, a salute to them as they'll be heading home.
Such a rough stalemate for both Falcons and also Ego on that one. Far worse for wear for Falcons there, as they are not in a safe spot in terms of the standings. Meanwhile, Bra back on screens here, trying to clash versus I8 and seeing if they can secure some pickups at the very least. Bit of chip damage done. Zia as well, third partying into this one. So the bottom of our standings, all scrapping amongst one another, taking away potential Elim points from some of the other squads that are really going to be fighting tooth and nail for them. Falak with a mini 14 popping off and doing something obscene uphill, as that was slap Coursera straight in the face.
Yeah, this is typically how it goes in that last match as well. A lot of people throw caution to the wind, and you're right, it removes eliminations available from the board, making it hard for a team like Reject, who knows they need to have an absolute ginormous game here to even attempt to get over the top of Alpha 7. But with players dropping left, right, and center on the final match, that possibility becomes further and further out of reach for them. Loops rotating over towards that northern side. Stalwart waiting for them on their rotate. PMGC Evos moving in. i8's taking a lot of damage here. You can see Bra Esports trying to get this one done. If Reject needed a ginormous game, Bra Esports needs something absolutely galactic if they want to make it in. They still have a chance now with the players they have remaining. It's Tospic up front towards Blade at the moment. Looks to dull him.
Blade on a peak, spamming his way through him. The SMG will lick him up. And he drops down. The man that aggresses from Bra. Re-peek off to the wayside as well. Ready to continue forcing the issue. And it's nice damage established. Ooh, nade chucked up close and personal from Kane. Coursera so far away, trying to find an opportunity to peek down the hill, get the scope in the right location to strike against Ghost. But Ghost, he plays it smart, belly down to the ground, keep himself alive. Meanwhile, we've got two of our top squads scrapping as well, it seems, as Loops have lost a player, Stalwart aggressing against them.
Looks like some of our refs have organised a cage match on the northern side of the circle. You're right, Loops and Stalwart currently taking it to one another there, and it looks like Loops are losing. Ghost underneath inside the ditch. That nade should be decent, does a lot of damage. Won't fully finish him off now, though, and all the while, Tospic is bleeding out. That nade should do the trick, though. Will take down Ghost. Blade, though, sharp as ever, moves up towards the rest of the players from Bra Esport.
Blade. He was on the move. Looked like he was actually moving with a lot of volition. Pretty confident about his pacing on this one. But a barrage of bullets from Coursera does slow him down, forced to pop a heal. Tiamba. Okay, this is a position where potentially they could actually get some much-needed eliminations as well. You get a backstab here onto Zia. Shopper's quite low. He's at least been able to whip out a rapid heal and reset. Uh-oh, this is going wrong though, Blank. Tiamba losing numbers. One man's knocked. That's Ren. He's been a big player for Tiamba as well. And with two players down on their last legs, you can't afford to suffer casualties like this.
Oh,
Zia
no.
just running through them.
Tian Yu down as well, Lee's out, and Tiamba not safe at all on the barest edge right now, and they're gone. 0 eliminations, 0 points found of the match. That opens the door now for Quest. They can finally crawl upwards. They are still at 4 players. They're moving in on that northeast side. They'd have to go down now with 0 points, 0 limbs to stamp their ticket out and go home, but I just don't see that happening. They're determined. They know what needs to be done now. Just 2 points to leap ahead.
Oh, it's carnage, man. Tiamba must have thought, you know, this was their day in the park. This was their day to just stroll through Zia. But Zia not going down without a fight, ruining the hopes and dreams of Tiamba. And maybe giving an opportunity for Quest to begin their conquest, to climb out of the depths of the leaderboards and save themselves here. Can they do it, though? How much more leeway can they find? All of our teams on a mass migration, rotating as the zone gets tighter and tighter. A lot of big name players close by towards Quest as well.
Tiamba just taking a gander nervously over towards the lobby right now, hoping that soon Quest is going to go down. They can't make it much further. They cannot find themselves any eliminations. Cardozin is out and Reject starts their reign forward. Alpha 7 been real cheeky about this as well. They're playing all the way over towards the western edge of the map. They're playing it safe. They just want those placement points. They want to profit on this game, make it nigh on impossible for Reject, even with their central position, to catch up.
Reject have been trying their damnedest as well. You can see them still sticking to their guns where they feel most comfortable, trying to play around the early circle, getting into a better forefront position as early as they can. Thing is, it's the eliminations that are lacking if they want to be able to push past Alpha 7. Such a hard, tall order for them. Meanwhile here, Quest on screens, it's Gladiators that they're going up against, just having a read of the situation now. There is room to breathe. You're not right on top of one another. Bit of spacing between the two compounds. Matic plays point man, tracks down Quest, but starting in this fight, you need everyone honed in. You cannot afford to solo onto this, and also Stalwart are pretty close by as well. So if Gladiators make too much noise, Stalwart might pull up.
got to be seriously careful. They see him off in the distance. They're taking a couple of pot shots of their own, but they make it in. That is the main job that they need to do. It's the first step on a long, long path that they've had here over in the PMGC to try to get towards that top 11. And Tiamba, they've left the safe wide open, ready to be snatched away. And Quest just needs 2 eliminations, Jackie. That's it. Fahiden looking down towards Falcons. Teek's already taken a little bit of damage. They're eliminating the vehicle, getting out the way. So Falcons will really have a tough time of getting out from that spot. All the while, Procedure Evos continues to batter bullets into the side of the brickwork over towards Falcons' side, leaving them feeling very, very scared.
You could cut the tension in the air with a knife at this point. Everyone knowing how vital every move they make is, how important any peek, any contact you take has to be. The room for error is non-existent. Zone crouches further forward as well. Bit of safety net provided for some of our squads. On the other side of the coin, it will cause migration for Alpha 7, Mad Balls, Evos, and DX, all of them now forced to advance a bit further forward. What remains of Alter Ego as well in just Otka. He's been lurching his way behind DX, mirroring their movements. He's still alive for now, but how far can he take it?
DX gets scarily close to a player from Alpha 7 here, and there's really not a lot of rotations that Alpha 7 can make, but look, they're barreling their way on over towards DX, and it's just 2 players available for that team. They've already got 2 anchors that headed towards the circle itself, so they better be careful here, because I smell a fight brewing between Alpha 7. Again, remember, for Reject, that is bad news for Alpha 7. It's the best thing in the world if they can get some cheeky points on the side whilst they play themselves out. A bit of a survival match.
Survival of the fittest at the minute. Mad Balls on parade. Starting to try and close the gap. Evos, though, in the back line find an opportunity to punish, and Misery lives up to his name because Misery loves company. And the company that's getting bit by the bullets is Mad Balls. Trapped now. Zia consistently ruining teams' runs, it feels like. They've got a grudge against everyone, Blank. Utility unloaded, downhill, barreling towards the Mad Balls, leaving them in a really bad spot now. Fleeke eating damage.
Zia coming back up from the depths to bring the Grim Reaper's scythe towards a lot of these teams already. Just killing off Tiamba, essentially, slicing through, and 5 eliminations found. They don't want to go out quiet into this cold night. I love to see it. Continuing forward now, picking up as much loot as possible. Reject still on that western side. Alpha 7 were able to finish off Alter Ego there. They dropped out with 3 points, but still net themselves 6th place currently for themselves. But again, Alpha 7 not really making too many plays. Life just gets awkward for Reject. You can see here, even at this point in time, stage 4, usually we'd have 50 plus players still remaining. We're down to 13 teams, 47 players alive. I think although there was a chance at the start of this game for Reject, it is looking ever slimmer now for them to pull this one off. They've had a great game. They've had a great tournament. They've had a great Group Green stage. However, this might just be where they finish their run towards getting that ticket towards the PMGC Grand Finals. There's still a couple more stages left, 5 to be total. A lot can happen between that time and then.
With the resilience they've shown, they're certainly going to be a team to watch the longer the tournament goes on here. Bit of a shame for them not being able to maintain a top 3 spot after some of the crazy games they've played. But like you're saying, the chance for them getting enough eliminations here is now such a ridiculous task because everyone's been battling. Everyone's been throwing caution to the wayside. Everyone knows how important the fine margins of points are in a game like this. And the zone moves further forward once again. Pressure being reapplied onto a lot of these teams. Rotations have to be clinical. STE on the advance, closing the gap between them and Gladiators. Meanwhile, Bra taking pot shots down onto him. We'll Sarah being able to spot STE's rotation. Action's already knocked. Nerzed advances. Matic on screen now as well, as Gladiators finally find a compound that they feel comfortable in.
Terrifyingly close. The players from Mad Bulls here. 3 alive for him. Matic looking to throw a cheeky grenade into the mix here. Bounces it off. Should hit happily as well. And Fleek goes down. That's big news for the Gladiators. They needed points, but more importantly, they needed a home to stay in. And Matic is just breaking down the door with a battering ram and a grenade in hand. Tulika alongside the longhouse here has a nade to send on over. The boys are supporting him from afar, but I think they need to get in close and personal now. Give him the backup he so desires. The nade is good from Tulika. The res is threatened.
Kitsune applying more pressure. Nades out towards the wayside. Fleek. Can he get back up? Can Tulika save him? He thought they were coming in quicker than they are. It's the nades that forces him off the res. He exchanges one of his own, flinging it out the window. Gladiators holding on strong though. Bit of a response back. Tulika at least being able to guarantee the takedown onto Matic. Kitsune looks to punish. Molotov burning brightly. Nade connects nicely. Dives over the wall and creates a bit of space. A panic for Mad Bulls.
Maku, Tixi, and Kitsune all still alive here. They're able to claim the compound. Zerich is off in the distance. They get some points off the back of that as well. It's absolutely massive. In the meantime, look at this. It's Quest taking down the players from Falcons. Is that 2 down from that? If it is, yes, it is as well. 11th place claimed by the Quest. And Quest completed. It is here for this team. A long and hard and arduous journey, yet Quest stuck it out. Truly a team that never gave up.
Resilience on display. Coming into today, they felt deflated, but they have only proven that they will play it out till the bitter end. And they've given themselves another step in a tournament. More to be said, their story won't end today, as Group Green has proven that you can make anything from these plays. You've just got to keep your head in it. So many top squads duking it out with very small details making a difference. And Quest still looking to advance. Fragment into a 3-pronged attack here. You've got a bit of a fight developing downside towards Gladiators as well. With Stalwart controlling the compound. Redface taking the peek back onto the now detected Quest. He's right on top of Zia as well. Everyone's on top of one another.
And with that, we pretty much lock in our top 11, right? With the 2 underneath 11th place going down, it means that it's going to be absolutely so hard for these teams to overtake towards us position. There's only one team still trying to strike out for it, and that's Bra Esport, who started the game with 87 points here. Yes, they've got 6 eliminations. Yes, it's a good start, but overtaking Quest is going to be a really big deal here, considering they're getting further and further into this match. We've seen Bra over in the PMPL EU Championships play a very similar circle to this and absolutely dominate on its side. This is a very different lobby though. This is a very different format with some of the best teams in the world you're going up against. They would have to have a gargantuan result here to overtake over Quest. And again, the circle moves away from the poor lads on the Quest side. They must push further forward, but it seems like Pasija Evos, they've got their eyes towards them. Maybe I called it too late. Is the quest completed just yet? Or can Bra Esport do something about this?
I will tell right now the aggression being displayed from Stalwart against the Japanese powerhouse. They're trading blow for blow. Quest being severed from the operation as well as they get backstabbed. Ooh, a lot of damage coming out from Luxy, being able to consistently keep them stuck in position. Meanwhile, Stalwart expire, finishing their story in 2nd place. Luxy finds an opportunity to put bullets straight into Kante, and he will be able to slay with the assist of Redface. Quest just left as a duo now, really probably pounding their hearts in their chests, trying to figure out how you even make a rotation out of this, as Gladiators are right ahead of them. You're so exposed from so many other teams as well.
Gladiators forced to change so much this tournament, right? You know, there's been so many differences we see from them. Much faster rotates. Yes, it's still sloppy here and there, but with that, they absolutely will secure their spot towards the survival stage. And honestly, a spot that I don't think anyone thought that they would get. Yes, Kale kind of called it at the start of the day with a bit of sarcasm coming through there. They are the last minute Andes, and they make it in. And I think that it's been really, really hard for the Gladiators. And there might have been some teams underneath them that could have overtaken them had it been a different day, a different lobby. But for the Gladiators, they push on through. The survival stage, a different beast for them, but they do make it. For Quest now, this is the team that I'm looking at because I think they're the complete opposite right now of Gladiators who got themselves a direct invite. Quest has really worked hard for this spot. They've worked so bloody hard for this spot, determined to make their way towards this end game and make their way to the survival stage.
It's a big fight between the both of them, both earning their move up for different reasons. Resilience on display from Quest, but how much can they push it? Not looking good on the close quarters engagement as Gladiators begin to blow them away instantly. So much damage established. At least one knock onto Meku, looking for the hard commit to take him down. Nade thrown in through the back door. Bit of chip damage found as well. Quick heal. Molotov through the window. Ignites the roof. Burning bright, but not in the right place. Looks to push up now as well. Wants to get stuck into it with his rifle. Bullets come out from the back of the DBS. And Gladiators finish the quest.
That'll be finished for them. But Bra Esports still continue on their journey. For Quest, not an awful lot of points gained on this match. I think it is simply 2 total. Surprisingly, Bra is still going. And that is a terrifying prospect for some of these teams. I think 14th place, it looks very hard right now. With the 6 eliminations they currently got, they're on 93 points. It would have to go even harder to get towards that top side. But we'll check back in with that later as we're looking at PMGC Evos taking down Zia, the Grim Reapers of the lobby. Took out Tiamba, crushed their chances to get in towards the finals, towards that survival stage. Nades over towards Megamind. Headers it back towards them.
Been ruining every team's hope and dreams, but will Megamind finally have his reign of terror ended? Look how much scrapping is going on around here as well. DX and Alpha 7 battling it out. Meanwhile, Luxy finds a well-paced nade to end Zia after they wiped Tiamba off the face of the battleground. Now we can get stuck into Alpha 7's attack. Closing in on DX. Wow. Blow after blow, removing them.
That was kind of a crazy amount of eliminations that came through from Alpha 7 in such a short amount of time. PMGC Evos must have heard that, but assumes the fight's still ongoing, right? But it ended so quickly. And I think with that, Alpha 7 up to 5 eliminations and 7 points with 22 players left in the lobby. Reject's task becomes nigh on impossible to complete now. Towards that top side. Gladiators still going strong. They know they've got to push this even further. They don't know how the leaderboard stands at this current present moment, so they still think that their lives are on the line. They're playing like it.
Play to the bitter end. Don't give up until it's over. Still more to be said for this game. Still more to happen here on our last Miramar of Group Green. Bruh. Just trying to hold their angles right now in very close proximity to Rejects. Rejects still just sitting pretty, waiting for first contact to come their way. They want Bra to make the first move, make a mistake that they can strike off of. Meanwhile, Loops, they get let loose. Chief proving how powerful he can be. The Warlord from the balcony, spraying down on the Gladiators. Their chainmail, unable to bounce the bullets back. They crumble away with 2 hefty knocks onto them, looking for the finisher now. As one by one, Blank, they are dissipating, and it's only Meku that remains.
Meku just wants to live as long as possible, potentially get himself another knock here, maybe another elimination, set themselves just a bit further into this lobby. But right now, they've done enough. They'll be secured towards that survival stage. In the meantime, Mad Bulls ladder up towards a 6th place position. Much more how we thought they would end up. Bra Esports, they try and assault the position that Reject is currently holding. Kane is down. Kakali on the ground himself, getting picked up in the meantime. Coursera takes a nasty blow to the face.
Zara. Oh, look at the nade on it. Straight through the window. Kakali blown to bits because of it. This man's been so good at lining up his nades. Trying to bait them out with a few pot shots as well, hoping they'll peek into it. Meanwhile, OCO plays Medic to reset the fight for Reject. Close quarters combat, playing on the off angle. Top stick gets one. Trade back onto the second as well as Coursera cleaves his way through them. The butcher knife is coming out, but OCO denies it.
And Rejects should be able to get a full squad back up to force. Pasija Evos, another team that's been chasing down Alpha 7, but they've been so fast in their approach towards the top side of the lobby. Even surprising Loops and Stalwart with their speed, with their alacrity, getting in towards the 3rd place and challenging for 2nd now. Alpha 7 look to take down the Indonesian squad of Evos, who don't want to go out quietly here. They want a loud bang to end this one off. MG3 on Carrillo. Oh, it's a horrifying sight, though, as he sprays through the stairs. And looks like Pasija Evos drop like dominoes. And like that, they are gone.
Pasija Evos out of the runnings now as they have been slain, lit up by the big guns. And Alpha 7 with newfound confidence try and continue punishing, but right now it's Rejects that are going absolutely nuclear blank, finding pickup after pickup on multiple big name squads and adding a few extra eliminations under the belt. Alpha 7 gone. Reject now looking to claim themselves one final chicken dinner to finish off the group.
They refuse to be beholden to the curse here. This team looks for chicken dinners, and they'll find them in future as well. 2nd place will never ever find them again if they play like this in the future. Sarah looking for Zerich, looking for this elimination. For all they know, they might have done it, but it's just not quite enough. Despite that, Reject in a different world, in a different reality. If they'd hit those chicken dinners earlier in the tournament, maybe it's them going through to 3rd place. Zerich looks like he's about to be overcome by the players from Reject. And what a way to end this with a team that has done so much, pumped the numbers so hard. And from Japan, we never expected them to make it this far towards a 4th place finish. They make it.
The Japanese side surprises with a final chicken dinner quest. Complete their conquest to get themselves just enough points, just a thimbleful to push further into the survival stage. So many teams fought hard over the course of 4 days in what was one of the most stacked groups we've ever seen here in Group Green. But deservedly so, Blank. We saw the talentedest bunch move through to keep it alive. The top 3 squads absolutely deserved it as well. They pulled out some bangers from day one the whole way through.
For Quest, it's an unbelievable victory for them. You can see they can't quite believe it themselves. Reject, I think they can hold their heads high here. Sarah should be flexing those biceps if I was him. Their journey was amazing, but it doesn't take them to the PMGC Grand Finals. And that's got to be a bitter sting with the way that they've played today and yesterday. Maybe if they'd hit those chicken dinners, this would be a very different story, and Japan would have one of their own directly qualified. But honestly, I don't think the survival stage is going to deter this team. I fully expect to see them into the Grand Finals after that is all settled.
I'm right there with you, man. I think they deserve it. I think they've proven just how much talent they have. Fantastic to watch on and off of the battleground. So much personality, so much talent. And like you said, man, the difference of 1 or 2 chicken dinners on yesterday, it could have been a whole different story, Blank. They were so close to stealing away 3 chicken dinners in a row. That was the story we were looking at for Reject. So in the survival stage, can they run it back and pop off? Because they have been bloody exciting to watch here over the past 4 days. Really deserving of their spot at the Global Championship.
to not put them to bed without their final hurrah, though, look, man, I got to give props to A7. What a disgusting day they've had today, and the rest of the days also. They were impossible to catch up, and I think they're going to be an amazing sight to watch over in the PMGC Grand Finals. Let's see exactly how those overall leaderboards line up. With the desk, it's Hot Jukes, Maxman, and Kale.
Let's go. What a stage. Group Green, the group of death, did not disappoint in the slightest. I got to give mad props to our top 3 finishers, Luke, Stalwart, and Alpha 7, with how they played. I mean, I don't think we could be more proud of 3 teams going into the finals here, Maxman.
Yeah, I mean, Brazil, man, what the hell is going on with that region? And I'm still expecting a lot, I would say, Hodges, from Influence Rage, right, in their group. I think that they're also going to pop off. So I think you said, Kalaris, earlier, if they qualify too, there will be 33% of teams that qualify directly into the Grand Finals that would be from Brazil. Like, that is an insane ratio to have at this level. But Reject at the end, wrap it up in style with that chicken dinner.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like even kind of crossing all the T's and dotting all the I's for Alpha 7. Even towards the end of this game, I think they realize ultimately kill feed wise and kind of in terms of like which slot the teams are in, they realize don't give any more eliminations to Rejects just in case they have maybe popped off throughout this game here, because of course they were trying to encroach on their territory. So they just feed themselves to the blue at the end. I completely understand why here. Alpha 7 alongside Loops and Stalwart to a lesser extent looking fantastic in the top 3.
Ooh, I will say this about the top 3. I think we might have a change up here because
Maybe.
Alpha 7 got 14 points. Stalwart went out early with 2, and it shocks me because Stalwart was so dominating at the start. I think halfway through this, we thought that they were going to be the champs without a doubt, right?
Yeah, I mean, Stalwart were trying to actually hold away Loops in San Martin to get those eliminations, and I feel like that was not the right focus. Your focus should have been on Alpha 7 because they were waiting in the background, lingering to take away that second place. Sure, it's not a big difference in prize, but you're still making it to the Grand Finals, but for the extra bit of prestige, it is always nice for them to have. So I think that Stalwart might have fallen short on that last game.
I think so too. I think it's twofold. I think that not only did the meta slightly catch up with them, but also they slowed down a little bit in these last 2 days. So, but I mean, that's by the by. I still think they're an excellent team here. Going into that Grand Finals, I think they'll give everybody a run for their money.
100%. Well, you know what? It's going to be crazy to watch because Reject get an amazing chicken dinner here at the end. We got to be so proud of them. But at the end of the day, too, it isn't enough, right? They're going to have to hopefully put in some work and get through that survival stage because it's going to be a brutal one. I know Prestige is going to come bring its survival stage as well.
Yeah, the survival stage is going to be insane, man. I'm really looking forward to a lot of these teams, Reject in particular. I really believe if there's a few teams of this group that are going in the survival stage that could qualify to the Grand Finals, it has to be Reject. This is the best Japan has ever looked in an international event in what seems years now, Hot Juke. So I think they've played really well and they started to heat things up on day 2 and day 3. So I really hope they can go the entire way.
100%. I think we got to be super proud of them. And also the teams that make it in, man, it's so crazy. I know real soon we're going to be able to look at it, but it's so crazy to see Quest barely making it in, Kalaris. What do you think about that, huh?
I mean, yeah, kudos to them.
Barely.
Yeah, absolutely barely. Kudos to them for being able to make it. I think our suspicions were realized, though, in saying that Tiamba was going to be one of the weakest to try and defend their position going into the survival, and it looks like that materialized here. Again, I don't know the exact standings just yet. I'm sure we'll look at those down the line here, but yeah, so for Tiamba, everything just seems slow, not aggressive enough, not able to defend positions enough. It's unfortunate for them.
I really hope that these teams that just barely qualified, like your Quest, like your Gladiators, we'll see, of course, as we check out the rankings soon enough, that they are going to bring changes to the table. You have the chance to be looking at the next 2 groups, Group Red and Group Yellow, before heading in the survival stage. You can put a ton of prep in to hopefully qualify into the Grand Finals. So clearly, if you're at the bottom of the rankings, it is not going to be enough to go the entire way. So big iterations in your strategy are going to need to be made.
Yeah, another team that made it in, right? Gladiators, let's go, right? Being able to clutch it up, Kalaris. I knew you never doubted him for a second, huh?
I don't know.
Skin of their teeth. Like, it's what we said at the beginning of the day, right? Like, I didn't expect them to have huge pop-offs, but I did expect them to just barely do enough. Did that come at the behest of other teams not doing enough themselves? Yes, to a degree. But I mean, when you see Gladiators able to get a few cheeky extra points towards the end against the Quest that's pushing in against them in a favorable position for Gladiators, I mean, look at how instrumental that Sandhawk was for their campaign here. If that does not happen down to the wire, they're probably not going through, and an invite team that we had question marks around before would have been eliminated already.
And when you think about it, also, the 3 hot drops that they always had against Alter Ego hurt them so heavily going into this. If they didn't do that and they actually had decent Sandhawks moving a little bit quicker from the northwestern island, chances are they would have been in the middle of the pack way safer. They were not just going to qualify by the skin of their teeth, apparently. So, as I said, I want to see some changes for some of those bottom teams, but Quest in particular, I really want to highlight what a significant improvement we have seen from these guys today. Playing 2 circles around apartment on Erangel so effectively, so aggressively at that, and holding down those key spots. So yeah, I love what we've seen from Quest, and I hope we're going to see a continuation of that improvement heading into the survival stage.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they did definitely improve, but they also barely made it in, right? As we take a look here at the overall rankings, 1 single point. Max, didn't I say at the top of the show, right, that we didn't want to see one team just make it by 1 point? Exactly what happened.
Yeah, it could have been a tiebreaker too. It was just that close, but we already talked about Gladiators, Melise, Quest will make it in. But look at that, Kalaris. You were saying we could have a first place and second place Brazil showdown, and Stalwart were indeed overtaken in that podium position. Sure, they're all going to the Grand Finals, but Brazil, what is going on for this region? Wow.
What power they've shown here. What amazing consistency as well. Even when, so of course, never mind the fact that Loop's 4 chicken dinners always ever so present in some of these final stages. Alpha 7, even when they weren't getting to podium, always 7, 8 eliminations, just terrifying in the gunfight, terrifying in the 4v4, and resilient when it comes to recovering from some relatively unfavorable positions from time to time. So Brazil looking absolutely excellent. I'm excited to see Influence Rage as well, man. I think these 3 teams are going to give proper runs for the money at the World Championship.
We clearly have an MVP, right? For like, I don't think we're going to show one, but we have an MVP for this group stage, technically for Group Green. I don't know who of Loops that would be. I'm pretty sure it's a Loops player. It could be Mythic. It could be...
I think Mythic.
Everyone could be up there. Everyone had their pop-off moment, but I think that I would agree, Klaus. I think Mythic might be just a little bit ahead, but man, every single player of Loops has been just so consistent. They are a major threat heading into the Grand Finals. They are going to pop off over there for sure.
Man, Brazil dominance. And they did. I mean, we were talking about it behind the scenes when we would watch Loops in a great position, Alpha 7 in a great position. It's just like nobody else stood a chance. It really had to be, they had to be put in such a disadvantage that it was ridiculous. And then they would finally go out. So crazy to watch. And I'm so excited to see how they do in the Grand Finals. We're going to have some time to get there. So I hope they do their homework here, Max.
Yeah, hopefully, man, there's going to be just major threats around the board for these 3 teams that just qualified to the Grand Finals. And I'm really looking forward to the next groups. No, they've been looking at these teams like, oh, Brazil, we are going to be in a tough spot going up against these teams. Stalwart, Loops, and Alpha 7 are just so incredibly consistent. But, man, this is just the first week, right, Hodrix, of PMGC. We still got so many great teams and individual players. Then we're going to have the survival stage, the last chance to Grand Finals. I really can't wait to see how the next weeks of PMGC are going to go down.
You know, this might be my regional bias showing, but Mad Bulls had quite the glow up as well, actually. 6th place overall, considering that they were looking like potentially an eliminated team halfway through Group Green, so good for them. It's not perfect, but it's good.
Vamos! 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 The chants that are probably uttered by the Brazilian fans at home, where the top 2 spots have been taken by 2 Brazilian teams, Loops as well as A7. Tash Bunny here on ground, and with me, I have the top team, Loops, who have dominated the entire ladder for Group Green this week. Their dominance overcame the entire group, showing us why they are the clear favorites to take over the home spot. And with me is Ayala to share with us their journey in the past 4 days. So he's looking a little bit nervous, so share with me a little bit about how it feels to be here, just dominating and just winning against the best of the best teams here from around the world.
Conta aí como é que se sente estar aqui, ganhando no grupo com os melhores times do mundo.
Muito feliz, estou muito feliz pelo resultado que tivemos com o meu time aqui.
I'm really happy the results that we managed to achieve together with my team here.
Well, were you expecting to be here? Did you expect to get the top spot like that?
Você pensava que ia lograr o primeiro lugar no grupo?
Com esse time, a confiança está lá em cima, então com certeza sim.
with this team, our confidence levels were sky high, so of course we expected it.
It was totally expected and definitely a story that was already scripted from the beginning. Let's talk a little bit about your strats and your play style. So when you played here, did you guys just play like usual when you did in Brazil, or were there any changes that you had to do?
Vocês mudaram sua estratégia quando jogaram aqui ou jogaram da mesma maneira, do mesmo jeito que jogaram lá no Brasil, na sua região?
Não jogou da mesma maneira, dando bala em todo mundo.
We play the same strategy because it works all over the world.
The same strategy because it works all over the world. And it's very interesting because it does show how dominant the Brazilian playstyle can be for PUBG Mobile. Now, final question. Is there anything you want to say to your family, your friends, as well as your fans over in Brazil and around the world?
O que você quer dizer para sua família, seus amigos e a torcida lá, todo mundo?
Agradecer a todo mundo que está aí acordando cedo para torcer para Lupis. E é isso. Agora bora quebrar tudo na final. E só isso. Abraço para todo mundo. Y un saludo para mi familia y a la gente de Latam que está apoyándonos también.
I want to thank everybody who wakes up so early to support us. And now we are going to be ready to go and continue to win everything in Turkey. And especially, and then he shifted to speaking Spanish, a special thanks to my family and all the people in Latin America who's always been supporting me throughout this path.
And there you have it, the winners, the clear winners of Group Green. And with that, it marks the end of Group Green's journey for this week. Week 1 was definitely very, very action-filled. I had a fun time being here interviewing the players, and it's not going to stop there because Week 2 as well as Week 3, we have other groups playing as well, so don't miss out on that. So for now, while we have found our top 3 teams that will be going straight to Turkey very, very soon, we also must bid adieu to 5 teams whose journey have ended here today. Good luck and as well as have fun and a GG well played to those teams. And for now, for the rest, we will see them again in survival stage. Anyways, this is Tash Buddy signing off for Week 1, Group Green, and hopefully we'll see you guys later. Back to the panel.
Crushing it as always, Tash Bunny. Man, it is so wild. 50 teams so far. And the MVP, it's Top.
What? I was wrong. I thought it was going to be a Loops player. Oh, wow. Okay, Top it is. I mean, yeah, that insane also elimination day on day 1. They had such a massive field day. So I'm also not too shocked to see a player that's going to be Top from Stalwart. But what a day also for this guy. He's been popping off game in, game out all the time. I wouldn't have anyone else for the side of Stalwart already up there. Kalara, sure, Nazadan, everyone's been up there, but Top has got a legacy when it comes to being MVP in PMGC, it seems.
I'm happy that dropping a casual 2,000 damage game was able to result in him getting MVP. You know, that was something special. They just got to kind of tighten some bolts here and there. I mean, it's funny when I say that because I'm thinking to myself, okay, yeah, they got themselves top 3. They got themselves into the grand final. Cool. But this team is aiming for world championship glory, right? So, you know, if you want to beat out these Brazilian teams, there definitely needs to be some fine tuning.
You know what? I will say, though, right, they did make it a top 3. I think they kind of also threw the cover over the eyes of a lot of people because, you know, teams I think now are going to be studying Loops and Alpha 7 a lot more, you know? Yeah. So we'll see how that ends up playing in the end here. But we can see individual leaders, Mythic ended up with the most eliminations by a good chunk more than Top.
Yeah, actually, I was looking at that. I think that 2,000 damage elimination damage game from Top actually is the reason why he is MVP above Mythic, because that damage he got in that singular game really just put him so high up there on the MVP leaderboard. So really strong stuff on Mythic, Ayala too, and I really wanted to hop on the topic of Ayala in particular here, Hot Jukes. I remember this guy playing with Team Kessler and he's just never able to quite make it, but he's found his team with Loops. He has found where he belongs, and currently this is the best iteration of Ayala we have seen in a while. Loops, they're going to go the entire way, man.
Man, Loops firing on all cylinders. You can see congratulations to the qualified teams moving on. 3 more teams going on to the grand finals. That's going to be a total of 5 so far. 50 teams we have seen so far here in PMGC and more that we're going to see later on. But now 5 are gone. So only 45 teams are remaining. And we're also going to see that get thinned down quite a bit more here soon, Colors.
Yeah, joining S2G and Titan Esports Club already in that grand finals. The 5 teams that you have there it's an all-star lineup already. It is absolutely hype about how this kind of is shaping up. Never mind who we're going to be getting from the next couple of groups, because what we're effectively doing here is creating the greatest lobby of all time for PUBG Mobile esports, right? And already these 5 building blocks that are there, I love the foundations.
Well, you can take a look at here. Here's going to be the week 2 teams coming up. And there's a lot of big names to watch here, Max, man.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of teams you're going to be looking out here for, of course. I mean, I think that you Hodges are going to look at and Hyper. Maybe interesting.
Come on, baby. One time. Let's see them in the finals. At least one North American team, please.
That's straight back to the airport for you, Hodges. Anyway. No, of course, you got big names. You're looking at Nigma Galaxy. That's been just looking absolutely golden in their region. And, I mean, Kalaris, we just covered recently in the championship next year, that I'm not going to lie, with how they played in that championship and seeing this kind of lobby, I would say Nixra could be a team that I would be looking at to maybe also directly qualify into the grand final directly. So they could be a big contender here.
Yeah, whenever I was asked, like, is Malise top of Turkey, I was kind of like, probably not. But next year, I mean, they really do make a good case for it right now in terms of their performances as of late. I'm looking at 628 as well, and I'm also looking at Duxan. I always kind of cast my eyes over to the Eastern world to see some great PUBG Mobile action. I'm a big fan of Sunan over at 628. I like the Chinese region as a whole. And watching how South Korea has developed when it comes to PUBG esports, usually in other games, they're extremely aggressive, very aggressive. But in PUBG Mobile, South Korea has a great defensive play style to then exploit the over-aggression of other teams. And that's how I see Duxan, and I also did see D+ in that kind of similar vein.
Yeah, but I do want to wrap this one up with like just one extra statement about Brazil again. We do have 2 other Brazilian teams in that group. You have Intense Game, you have Inco. Are we going to see 2 more Brazilian teams join the ranks out there? Is this just it could be happening? Because I'm telling you, one of my favorite players in Brazil also is Adrian, just playing right now for Intense. Man, they could really go the entire way. Inco and also Intense Game could be the 2 extra Brazilian teams. Like, that's just insane to even just fathom in the first place, but it could be the case.
It's wild. Not to mention, you got Nazar coming up soon, which I'll talk about a little bit right after. Of course, we talk about the official smartphone here for PMGC, the Infinix GT10 Pro, created for esports players. Guys, if you want to go ahead and dominate in PUBG Mobile, go check out that Infinix GT10 Pro. And what I was talking about a little earlier, Nazar is going to be coming up soon, and they have the coach from Alpha 7 now. So that's going to be pretty interesting. The previous coach from Alpha 7 moving over to Nazar. I want to see how they do. Nigma Galaxy's got Coops. Man, this next group's going to be pretty hot. So you guys make sure you mark your calendars.
Never mind Nazar having Xenox and J7 as well, from North America.
Come on, baby.
They're truly an international roster, so it really kind of brings together everybody here under the banner of Nazar. It's nice to see.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that for sure. Guys, this is going to get intense. So crazy to watch. I think I couldn't be more happy to cast this group here. The group of death did not disappoint in the slightest, Max.
Yeah, it's going to be now the Group of Survival, the next one. I don't know how we're going to call them, but Group of Death is a bit hard to beat for this one. But yeah, the next 2 groups are really cool. I'm especially casting my attention towards Group Yellow. We're going to have Vampire over there, Influence Rage also, which is another Brazilian super team. So I think we're going to have a great next 2 weeks until we are back for the survival stage. So I'm really, really excited, Hot Jukes. Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, you know what, Kalaris? I got to throw you one curveball, baby, all right? Let's go ahead and talk about this. We're talking about seeing the best ever group finals in PMGC history, okay? Coming for Group Green survival stage. Reject, Procedure, Mad Bulls. Which one do you want to see make it through?
Good question.
Procedure. I want to see them in the finals. I want to see the Twins in the finals. I think they look better than ever in the last couple of years. I want to see them there.
I want to see them too. Max, man?
Oh, man, this is a tough one also. I'm going to go with, you know what? I want to see Mad Bulls. Screw it. Let's go. Mad Bulls are going to go through.
They did all right at the end.
Big improvement, and they're going to build that confidence for the survival stage, and I would be glad to see an EU team qualify. So it's the Mad Bulls going the entire way. Yeah.
Hey, man, to be fair as well, you know what? You can't go wrong with Team Rejects. These guys clutched it up with a chicken dinner right towards the end. What more could you ask for here? Their mentality going into the survival stage is going to be at an all-time high. So hopefully they get that homework done, get some nice rest, celebrate a little bit, right, for that last chicken dinner. But at the end of the day, they're going to have to put in that work. Yeah, crazy to watch here. Hopefully we can see the Twins, though. I think if I had to make a pick, I got to go with Procedure. Luxy, Zuxy, two legends. It's so crazy at the start of this. We talked about the old versus the new, and it was the OGs that prevailed in Group Green. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'm Hot Jukes, here with Maxman, here with Kalaris. Mark your calendars, because the next stage is coming right around the corner.